Good morning, good morning, good morning. I gotta fix the screen. Hello. Yeah, hit that like button. How's everybody this morning? Good to see everybody. Good morning, Giselle, Cool Water. Good morning, Hot Headed. Good morning. Let me go in and fix this up. Oh, jeez. We love computers, don't we? Oh, you know what? When they go live, I can fix this up a little better. So, how is everybody this morning? I did send John a link so he can join us. All right, howdy, howdy, howdy. All right, so how is everybody feeling this morning? Good morning, CCW. Roll call. Everybody, get your seats. I'm muted. How can I be muted? All right. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, can you hear me now? One for yes. Because my end doesn't show that I'm muted. I don't feel nervous. Well, yeah, I do feel nervous for him. You can hear me. Yeah. Okay. I got a big voice. Hi, Rocky. I just want to make sure I get all my good mornings in. All right. Perfect. CCW said I was muted and I was worried, but my end does not show that I'm muted. So, okay. All right. You made me nervous there for a minute. So everybody, Hot Coffee has her hot coffee this morning. Hot coffee has her hot coffee. All right, coffee chatters, what do you think? Think you'll still take the stand? Well, maybe. Yeah, I think you will. To be honest with you, I want to go through the phone calls a little bit. Not online, but just personally, not all of them, just a little highlights of them. They were boring enough, but I think some of them just, I don't know, I overlooked. That's just me. The writer in me. Yeah, you'll think you'll take the stand. Watching court here. They're still not on time. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. Very bad move. Very, very bad move. Oh yeah. Very. I wouldn't either. If I was on trial, especially conspiracy one, I don't think I would go on the stand, to be honest. Yeah, he must really believe he's innocent. Well, according to a lot of people, and just so you may agree or not disagree, but I get the impression that a lot of people think he's real egotistic that way. And it's like, I want to tell my story. That kind of thing. Gets right in there. I want to tell them I had nothing to do with this. I'm wishy-washy with the whole thing. That's why I just feel like I need to kind of go through the 5,000 notes. Yeah, if you're going to go on trial and you're going to take the stand in a murder case, and you must be pretty egotistic to do it. Yeah, it's just like not talking to the police. Cool. There we go. This is a good little, this is a good comment. Mm-hmm. Yeah, who knows? You can't rationalize people. Some you can and some you can't, but most of the time you can't. It's very hard. That's how the nature of conspiracies, everybody has their little part in it. And who has more of the part, who has less of the part, I don't know. And, they're going to have your weakest link to the whole thing. And then you're going to have somebody else comes in, brings in more into the pile. The courtroom is full. Where are you? I am waiting for Crime and Long Crime to get on. So, yeah. Oh, okay. So, I'm going to call you Hot. Okay, Hot. Where do you see that at? The courtroom was full. Is this on Tallahassee? I don't know if Tallahassee will let me. I always like to watch everybody go in. Let's see if we can do that. Anyway, does anybody have any thoughts on not if, how bad it is for him to take the stand? I know we're. Okay. Let me do this. YouTube will let me know if I'm. Oh, yeah, I like him. I'm doing the. I'm going to go right in here and I'm going to add this too. If you'll let me. I keep seeing. Oh, anyway. I'll remove this. And let me see if I can go to preset. Anyway, no. Okay, why don't you guys just go ahead and talk to yourselves and let me see what I can do here. Well, it is a full court. I'm looking at the Tallahassee one. Yeah, I do too. I did send John the link to my show, so when he's ready, he can pop right in whenever he's ready to. To be honest with you, I think he's burnt out. But hey, are we all at this point? Not me. I love this stuff. I thrive on it. I love conspiracy trials, okay? Wisconsin. Yeah, hey, that's a good idea. Everybody put what they are, what state they're in, if they feel comfortable. I'm in Iowa. It's chilly here in Pittsburgh. Yeah, it's pretty cold here. It's weather for sure in the Midwest. Yeah, so I'm just watching this courtroom that I wish I could put up. Because it's really full. People are going to watch him. All eyes on Charlie today. All eyes on Charlie. All eyes on Charlie. It is getting, you know what? It's getting so intense that I actually had a dream about evidence. Oh my gosh, go figure. Yeah, that's why I like it. The crazier it is, the better. I love crazy. Love it, love it. All right, I'm going to go gawk here for a second on this trial, on this. It looks like, I wish live court TV shows before it starts, because I like to look at it. I like to look at who's in here, It's fun. We're waiting for you. Come on. Okay, now it's the beautiful seal of the state in Florida. So, yeah. So here we are, you guys. We have a full court. Okay, we have a lot of people. It is going to be a show. This is the Charlie show today. This is the Charlie show. We all are intense right now. I'm not, but we all are just like, what's going to happen next? Yeah, it's like when you live next to the ocean, it feels colder and colder when you're. This is how I feel about this trial. You are looking at a calm ocean before a hurricane. Of course, I never did look at an ocean before a hurricane, but I certainly looked at a lot of oceans. Looked at the Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Gulf Ocean. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Of course, you're from the middle of the United States. Yeah, a lot of water is pretty interesting. Endless of water. Well, nothing beats an ocean when you're a Midwesterner. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, we're just. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, thank you. Hey, Rocky, I was just thinking of a prologue this morning with the whole thing. I definitely it's going to be a real twister. Especially, see, this is why I like covering these because it gives me a lot of insight of how my twisted book's going to be. It's going to be twisted, and these people are really giving me a lot of information. That's the thing about us writers. When we listen to these type of cases, it's really truly a good material, and it's very intense. I have to admit it. I live and think and breathe doing this, and you know what? And when I see you guys up here, even if I see 3 or 4 people, I don't care. I have people that actually want to listen to this with me, and I think it's great. Yeah. Well, live by the ocean. I don't know, but thank you for saying that, Rocky. A lot of people are are saying that to me. So that it just, yeah. And so what is going to happen is, if all of you are wondering how my book's coming, well, I am one of those people that I gather the information and then I sift through it and I see how this is all going to piece together. I take a case from here. I'll take a case from there. I mean, I have like notes from the love triangle case, where they buried this girl's ex-boyfriend in a lamb field and they had to go get him. And it was just like, no, they had to go. Yeah, it was just weird. I mean, then they dumped it in a garbage, like one of those dumpsters. Oh, all right. All right. I think I hear some. Oh, no, we don't hear it on that end. We hear it on Tallahassee's. Come on. All right. Kirk TV. Come on. I might have to go to Tallahassee. All right. I'm going to do. I don't know why law and crime is not. Hold on. Oh, God. I feel like this one guy online. He keeps saying that. You guys, come on. All right. Okay. Okay. Why isn't. Okay. We're going to have to. Oh, wait. I'll be right back.
To testify today.
Okay, we're on
Is
Tallahassee.
there
Can everybody
anything
hear
that you need
this?
to clarify concerning your legal rights or any other matter with counsel before the jurors are
Oh,
brought in?
thank you. I appreciate
Do you
it.
have any questions for the
I can't
court
go online
concerning
look like
your
a dog.
rights as it relates
All
to
right.
testifying?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. I really
Well,
appreciate that, Giselle.
Mr.
Really do.
Rauschbaum, after your client
Okay, everybody.
testifies,
Let
will
me
be
fix
any
this.
other witnesses for the defense
hide this.
today, obviously
Let me
pending
hide
the
this. Let
examination.
me hide this. Shoot.
Don't think so.
Okay. This should work out better.
If the jurors are ready.
All right, everybody, are you ready? God, my husband's going to come down here and say, oh, God. Thank you, CCW. I'm going to shut my door so my husband won't think I'm screaming for help. Just saying, everybody. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, boy. Yeah, some days are worse than others with my hair. Okay, who cares about the hair, Nancy? Oh, gosh. Why is this? It's buffering on their end, not mine. Now I know what the live streamers feel. Oh, look at Charlie go. This is Charlie's story now. I better go put on my earplugs because I can't hear. I can hear, but I can hear clearer. This way I can. All right, everybody. 1 for he's nervous and 2 for I really don't know. I think he's nervous. I don't know. Maybe you better. Dennis, to pour that next shot, CCW. I got my coffee. Go figure. Hot coffee likes hot coffee. What can I say? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Look at him. I kind of like this. Okay, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to let them talk. All eyes are on
Good morning, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. My assistant has told me that you all are making good progress on the snacks that we've provided to you.
you. Snacks are good.
It's been a long trial, so you are entitled. Is the defense ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Charlie.
Whoa, here we go, folks. Actually, I kind of like Tallahassee's better. I can see everyone.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do, sir.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Charlie, let's start with the most important question. Did you cause the death of Professor Dan Markel?
Absolutely no.
Did you hire anyone to kill him?
No.
Did you put any letters in any diaper bags of Katie Magbanowa to have Professor Markel killed?
No.
Before we get there, let's spend some time on your background. How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Where were you raised?
I was raised in Coral Springs, Florida.
When were you arrested in this case?
I was arrested April 21st, 2022.
And by the way, are you? How do you feel right now?
I'm really nervous.
Why are you
Soft
nervous?
questions.
My whole life depends on it.
Where have you been living since you were arrested a year and a half ago?
Leon County Jail.
Growing up, what was your family like?
It was pretty normal. I was the middle of 3 children.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was a dentist. My
True.
mom was a school teacher. Played a lot of sports. Pretty normal upbringing.
Do you have a brother and a sister?
I have an older brother and a younger sister.
How close were you with your siblings growing up?
My brother, I wasn't real close with. My sister, I wasn't really that close with either, probably until I got into high school. And we were probably closer in age and had more in common. And then I got closer to her as the years went on.
Your family growing up, would you describe it? How would you describe it financially?
I'd say it was upper middle class. And then in 92, my dad lost a lot of money. And then wasn't upper middle class after that. And then my dad worked hard and he worked until he was 78. He retired.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to public school in Coral Springs. I attended Taravella High School.
Was school easy for you?
Not really. I mean, I had to work really hard to get good grades, and I really didn't get good grades until I went to college.
Where did you go to college?
I went to UCF in Orlando.
And after graduating from college, what did you do next?
I went to dental school.
Where did you go to dental school?
I went to dental school at Nova Southeastern in Fort Lauderdale.
After dental school, what did you do?
I did a residency in periodontics, and I did that at Nova Southeastern also.
Briefly, what is periodontics?
Periodontics is the surgery of the gums and bone, and it's 3 more years after dental school.
During your residency, did you work?
I did. I'd moonlight and I'd work nights and weekends as a general dentist.
When your residency ended, what was your financial situation?
I had about $200,000 in student loans.
Now, after graduating from your residency, what did you decide you were going to do?
I started basically moonlighting when I was in dental school, and then when I got out, I really didn't have money to start a business. So I started working for just individual dentists, where I'd come in and do the surgery for them in house, so they wouldn't have to send the work out, but the patients could still be seen by a specialist. So I'd travel from office to office.
When you started, and I think, when did you graduate your residency?
Graduated my residency in 2006.
When you started, how many offices did you travel to?
When I first started, it was just the first office that I was moonlighting in when I was in my residency. And then through an assistant that worked there, she introduced me to a couple offices, and then those offices introduced me to more people, and it grew from there. By the end of the first year, I was probably working in, I would say, 6 or 8 offices.
By the time frame of 2014, when Professor Markel was murdered, how many offices were you working in, approximately?
Between 30 and 35 offices I would come in to.
Of course we do.
When you graduated, where did you live?
Good morning.
When I graduated,
We want you. Everybody, look who's here.
when I graduated Perio, I
I'm
lived in
here.
an apartment across the
Apparently,
street from school.
Spectrum decided it
I
didn't want
bought my house. I
to
still lived in
actually be an
15 years,
internet
20 years
company
later.
anymore.
After that,
You
And
what?
that house is where?
on Whale Harbor,
Spectrum decided that
I
it didn't
moved in
want to
there
actually
in
work today.
2006.
So
Now-
you know,
Oh,
I'm
During
like-
this time frame of 2014,
good morning.
can you describe for the jury how far you would travel? In other words, how far were the offices apart from one another?
I'm gathering. we're
I
still
never
doing
turned any work
like
down,
that
so
basic
I had an
background
office as far
stuff, so
south
I didn't miss
as
too
Cutler
much.
Ridge, which is a
very
little bit
soft
north of Homestead.
questions. Very soft
It's
questions.
a good hour and a half south of Fort
It should
Lauderdale.
be. I mean, this
And
is
then my
the-
furthest office I went
Well,
to
right now
north
it's
was
basically
in Eastport, St. Lucie, which is a good hour and 45 minutes north of Fort Lauderdale.
You got to make him likable. It's like Giselle said.
Port St. Lucie,
We got to get to know.
probably about
you.
halfway between Miami and Orlando. Is that fair to say? Or
Okay,
closer to
I'm
Orlando?
not a singer. I'm a
I'd say it's
journalist.
probably closer to Orlando.
Now, your typical work week, what did it look like?
I appreciate you being
I
able to
would
put it all
work
together.
in usually 2 offices a day. I
Oh,
would start
hey, we work
around
as a
8 or 9
team,
o'clock,
pal.
work in one office till
Yeah, I'm
about
literally
1 o'clock,
operating off of.
and then I'd go to another
mobile,
office and
not-
I'd
not on my phone
piggyback
right
and I'd
now.
try to be in another office that was
Try to
It's
call
all
it
good,
vicinity of
John.
the
We're just
first
glad to
office.
see you.
And I'd
I
usually
was
start
on the
there
phone
around
with Spectrum for
1:30.
like
I'd have it
an hour and a
only a
half.
5 or 10 minute
and
drive
it
to
was
the
not
second
gonna work,
office.
so
Mm.
I would tell them I could stay as late
we
as you
jury
need.
rigged it,
And
and
then when
we're
people
still
had
going.
emergencies, which when you work in 30 offices, there's always someone that has an issue. I would come into their office. I would just say, just have an assistant stay. And when I got done with that second office, if it was 8 o'clock, 8:30, I would still go in and I'd work in the third office. So it was almost 2 offices on most days. And I would say 20% and 30% of the time there was a third office.
How many days a week did you work? And again, we're talking about the 2014 time frame.
I was working 6 days a week, and then I was still working 6 days a week.
Now,
And sometimes every once in a while there'd be a big case, and my whole week was booked up, and the patient needed something, and it was hours, and I didn't have time, so an office would open up on Sunday, and I would go in on Sunday and do the work.
for the most part, in your job working in these offices, what form of payment were you paid mostly in? Was it cash or some other form of payment?
Oh,
The offices would always pay me an office check.
Now, were you ever paid in cash from these offices?
I wasn't paid from the offices that I work for in cash, but if I was doing a work on like one of the assistants in the office or a friend of the dentist, and the dentist didn't want any money to come to him, and I was doing it as a favor, I would say, just go ahead and pay me in cash for the materials. And then the materials were expensive. Sometimes they were hundreds, sometimes it was $1,000. And then but the dentist didn't want to take any of the money from that person. So he was like, I'm removing myself from the situation. So the person would pay me the cash for the materials for the work that I did on them. And that was really just when I was doing favors, and it wasn't it was sporadic. Sometimes more than other, depends on the month.
By the way, backtracking a little bit, growing up, what profession was your dad in?
My dad was a general dentist.
And did your mom work growing up when you grew up?
She was when she were she would come in sporadically, but she wasn't working full time after she had the three of us.
Did there come a time where she worked in your dad's dental practice?
Yeah, I would say probably after the kids went to college, or maybe probably towards the end of high school, college. My mom came in and was doing front desk work and helping my dad out.
No, I agree with you.
And
I think that he is
what other roles did she have in the
he was
office?
generally likable.
She did the bookkeeping. She helped me with all
What do you
my
think?
financial stuff as far as like paying insurances, making stuff with anything that was due at a certain time, licenses.
Smug.
She paid salaries
I
at the
don't
office,
think he really does.
and then also did front desk with Erica.
Likable.
All right. Let's talk about the Adelson Institute.
Charming.
When you became this traveling periodontist,
God, looks so much like my
was
cousin.
one of the places that you traveled to your dad's dental practice.
Yes.
How often did you work at the Adelson Institute?
I would work at my dad's office. I would say every 4 to 6 weeks, and I would piggyback it. There was another office that I worked at every 2 weeks that was in the same plaza as my dad's. So I would finish there usually about 4 o'clock, and then I'd go into my office, and then I'd start working there at 4:15, and I'd stay as late as I needed to. I mean, 10, 11 o'clock.
Do you remember what the full name of the practice was called?
Well, originally, or when we changed it to.
Well, let's start with what you changed it to.
Okay. Well, when I graduated my residency in periodontics,
That's a good
I
point.
thought since I was joining my
Kinda
dad's
have to be careful.
practice and it was
Usually
now
be
going to have a
nice,
periodontist
but
there,
not.
I thought we'd rename the practice and give it a fancy name. So
How do I
we called
phrase
it the copyrighted the
Maybe
Adelson Institute
humanize
for
him, but they
Implants and
Don't want it to
Aesthetic
come
dentistry.
across as somebody.
Now, growing up, did it have that name?
no.
It was just a plain old dental practice, right?
Yeah, it was just my dad and his 3 employees.
It's actually a
How many
pretty
people
good
worked at
salary.
the Adelson Institute?
There was Erica Johnson, Clarissa. Erica was the front desk. Clarissa was my dad's assistant since 1979 until he retired 2 years ago. And then Amy was the hygienist. And then my mom when she would be there.
And your mom controlled the checkbook?
Yeah, she handled that stuff.
Who did all the billing for the practice?
What do you think, John?
My mom and Erica.
This-
I mean,
Cool.
CCLE is not wrong.
How many dentists were in the practice?
Just
But
one
that's what I'm
dentist,
saying. It's
just
like
my
he
dad.
needs to come across as just genuine. And
Did there
so
come a
far,
time when you bought the practice from your dad?
But we still
Yeah,
got to
my-
get to
my
the
dad was
state
gonna
and see
sell
how
the
his demeanor
practice.
changes.
And
Yeah,
I
that's true.
thought it would be a good idea for me to buy it, and I thought maybe I'd run it and it would be something that I
Because this is a
that
good
I would
old
always have,
Charlie
but
right
I didn't
now.
like the idea of it being sold.
Well, the
Um,
trick here is
so
they
I
just
I
wanted
bought
to
it
seem
from my
like a
dad
genuine person.
when he wanted to slow down in 2012.
No, this is not Johnny
During the
Depp
time period
here.
of 2014, who owned the practice?
Oh, this
In
is
14,
cute.
I was the owner of the practice.
Now, during the time frame of the wires in 2016,
Yeah, they did.
who owned the
They
practice?
did.
I had sold
Oh,
it back to
Tony.
my dad in 2015
Why did you sell it back to your dad?
because I didn't have any time to run it. And even though I bought it, nothing had changed. My dad was still the same dentist that was there. My mom was still the same person doing the books, and they were spending all their time running it. And I was so busy with my traveling periodontics, I didn't have time to dedicate to it, and it really wasn't financially, it wasn't feasible, and there wasn't a benefit.
Mhm.
I want to talk about cash a little bit.
Cash.
Do you like to collect cash?
I always have. Yes.
I never liked to collect
Why?
cash.
It probably goes back to when I was a kid. I mean, I get $1 a week allowance, and I would
I don't
save it
like
up. And I just like
cash.
the feeling of looking at it. I'd rather look at it
I
than
hate
put it in
money.
the bank. So whenever I had cash, I always saved it up.
Now, were there several ways that you accumulated cash?
Yes, it was.
Did you have a real estate business or some real estate in 2014?
In 14, yes.
And would you accumulate cash through this business?
There was some cash that came in through that, yes.
Did you rent out dock space behind your house?
Yeah, I rented out my dock space behind my house since 2006, and it's been rented ever since.
And how would you
person.
be paid for that dock space?
The guy would come down once a year, and he would pay me in cash for the year.
Were there other ways that you would accumulate cash over the years?
From whenever I did work on someone as a favor, and they were just paying me for the materials, I got paid in cash on that. And probably the biggest source of cash through the years is every time I went out, every chance I could, I used my credit card to build up the airline miles, and I'd always pay the tab, and whoever was there would just give me the cash, and it added up over the years. I've done that 20 years.
And
Okay.
once you had this cash, what would you do with it?
Whenever I had $1,000, I would staple it, and it was a packet. So and it was really, I stapled it because it was just being saved. I wasn't.
He really did staple
wasn't spending
cash.
it. I was always using my credit card, so the cash built up.
Where would you put the cash?
I put it in my safe.
Okay. I mean, it's not a fact.
I'm going to go back to your business a little bit. When you started your business, did you make a lot of money the first couple of years?
No. I mean, it took off pretty quick, but it wasn't where it was in 13, 14, or 15.
By 2011, approximately, how much money were you making?
I was probably making $350 a year.
And what did your income look like in the 2014 range?
14, I made between, I think, around 850 to 900,000.
What were your best years financially?
13, 14, and 15.
Have you ever been married?
No.
In the time frame of 2013, 14, did you have any kids?
Back then, I didn't have my son.
During this 2013, 2014 time frame, how would you succinctly describe your lifestyle?
Work came first. I worked my whole life to get to where I was. So I wasn't turning any work down, and I was single. So I worked. I'd go to the gym late at night, and I'd probably go out one night a week, usually on a Saturday night when I'd go out.
Now, do you have any children now?
Yeah, I've got one son.
How old?
5.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with your parents as an adult. Fair to say you're close with your mom and dad?
Yes.
As an adult, how often would you talk with your mom and dad?
I would talk to my mom more often, a lot more often, just because my dad was always working.
Is the core feed choppy for you, or is it just me?
But I talk to my mom every
It's
day.
choppy.
Okay.
I hear typing.
Once a day or multiple times?
At least once a day, but most likely probably twice a day, because there was always usually one thing was a personal thing and one thing was something having to do with the office or scheduling or something like that.
Or maybe
During the 2014 timeframe when you owned the office, did your mom work for you?
You could say that. Yeah.
Did she control the books?
She wrote the checks. Yeah, they had the checkbook at the house.
Now, Was there any particular time that you would talk to your mom more often than other times?
Yeah, in the morning driving into work, I'd call my mom, and
All
usually
right,
on my way home from work,
LNC is
I'd
choppy.
call them.
All
Just depends
right.
on how long my voice is. Really.
How involved was your mom in your life?
Business-wise, very involved because she was running the office. Personal-wise, I mean, I would tell them things and keep them up to date with stuff and my life, but it was my life. I mean, I did whatever I wanted to do.
We're
That's
going
not
to get to this later, but how involved was your mom in your sister's life?
I think she was more involved. And I think my sister involved my mom maybe more. And it just depends on different issues.
I want to talk a little bit about your sister, Wendy. As adults, before she married Professor Markel, how often would you talk with her?
I'd call my sister, I'd say about every 10 days or so we'd talk. I'd call her, but she was busy and she wasn't really good with the phone. So
I think the typing sound
I would
is
call
the
her, and she would always take a day or two to call me
blonde
back.
girl with the
I
dark
spoke to her
glasses.
half the time when I called. Half the time she didn't pick up.
Push back to
How often would you see her?
the attorney.
Again, pre-marriage. How often would you see?
John, you
your
think we should
sister?
switch back to law and crime?
Not a lot. In 1995, I left to go to
I'm not
college.
sure that it's going to make a difference.
97, she left
I
to
mean,
go
we
to
can
college
try
in
it.
Boston.
We'll just
So
keep it
was
here so we
pretty
won't
much
break
I would
the
say holidays,
witness. We'll
like
just,
every
I don't
3-4
know.
months.
How's that?
Thanksgiving, Christmas time.
At some point, the
sometimes
lawyer
over
is
summer.
going to
So maybe
refer
3 or
to
4
his
times a year.
notice
I
as
see.
All right, tell me when is a good time to do it?
There came a time when Wendy started dating Professor Markel, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first met him?
I do. I think he was in town, and I remember all of us going out to lunch. I think we went to a deli.
What did you think of him?
I think he's a nice guy. I mean, he kind of seemed like all my other sister's boyfriends she's had in the past. I've never really had much in common with them.
I'm sorry,
And
that is a little
yeah.
charming.
Kind of seemed like the rest of them, but that was pretty much it.
Change boyfriends like I change my underwear.
After they got married, what was your relationship like with Professor Markel?
It was the same as before they got married. I mean, we texted each other on our birthdays. I don't think we ever really called each other or hung out. I mean, I would just see him when he came over to the house with my sister.
And how often would you see him and
Which
your
is not a
sister?
bad way to kind of.
I would say twice a year, maybe, or roughly around there, maybe 3 times a year.
In the years that Professor
Yeah.
Markel and your
No, I
sister
agree with
were married and living in Tallahassee, how often did you come to Tallahassee?
I'd only been to Tallahassee. I was there twice, I believe, when her children were born. And then once when I was working in Alabama.
I love you guys.
Research fellowship. And I was passing through Tallahassee. I spent the night with them. And I saw them that time too.
When Professor Markel and your sister were married, did you still communicate with your sister about the same amount of time?
It may have been a little less because I remember when she had kids, I mean, she had even less time. So I probably spoke to her. I'd call her, and then probably more times than not, she didn't pick up the phone. And then I'd get a call back a couple days.
I really
So
think
it was
he's
pretty
coming
simple.
across as very honest.
Did there come a time when you became aware that Wendy and Professor Markel were having marital issues?
Yes.
Okay.
What did you learn?
Okay, guys.
I took my sister out to dinner when she had come to town, and we went to the Melting Pot. And I remember her telling me that they were having issues, and it was pretty serious.
Did she tell you that they were going through marriage counseling?
Yeah, that's when I found out. And that's what I was going to say is like, have you tried to work things out? And that's when I found out that they had been in counseling for 6 months. I didn't know about it before.
Now, what were some of the issues, if you remember, that she told you they were having?
He was becoming very, very religious. There was becoming issues with diet and how she was cooking in the house. She wasn't really respectful he wasn't really respectful of her career. He would belittle her. He obviously seemed like he lost his eye for her, and she seemed like she'd lost his eye for him, and she wasn't happy.
Now, did she complain about violence or danger or anything like that?
Never.
Did she complain that he was not a good father?
No, he was very attentive to his sons.
Wow, solve questions.
Well, of
Did
course
you
they are.
learn at some point that
You have
your sister was going to file for divorce?
He's not going to
Somebody-
ask his own quiet,
I did.
hard questions.
And when you heard that she was going to
No,
file
they're
for
not.
divorce, how did you feel?
I felt bad for her. I mean, she was sad. I mean, no one goes to get married to get divorced.
Ooh, look at the look
but
on
she
her
seemed like she
face.
spent 6 months in therapy
She-
with him, and it didn't change anything how she felt.
Ooh, I love.
He didn't change how he was. And I said, listen, the kids need to grow up in a happy household. Like, they can't have fighting. They can't have a miserable mom who's unhappy.
I think
you
this
need to have,
state
the kids are better off growing up in
how
two separate
well
households
he's
where there's
coming
a
across.
positive environment instead of negative.
Did your sister seem angry to you?
No, she seems sad.
How involved were you with the divorce proceedings?
I wasn't really involved with the divorce proceedings on the day-to-day stuff. I would definitely hear stories, most of which would come from my mom when I'd be driving to work in the morning.
Let me pull up LMC
Driving
and see
home.
if that.
I would hear the latest
This
update
is just starting to
of what's
annoy me.
going on. But I would say probably 20% came from Wendy and
Private
80%
chat.
came from my mom.
How did Wendy seem to you during the period when they were going through the divorce proceedings?
Extremely stressed, very stressed out.
How did your mom seem?
She was upset because my sister was stressed, and it was almost like a telephone game. Like my sister would vent to my mom, then my mom would be venting to me.
In general, was your perception that the litigation was very litigious?
Yeah, I did learn that. I mean, he was fighting over bicycles and all kinds of nonsense, and it seemed not to end.
Litigious.
Now, were there some big issues like relocation that were issues as well?
Yes.
Let's talk about relocation. Did there come a time that you learned that your sister filed a motion to try to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And do you know why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Primarily, it was because she had no family in Tallahassee, and she had 2 young kids, and my parents lived in South Florida.
Nancy, swap
I lived
your
in- I
feet
lived
of
in
the
Florida.
court with mine, if you
She
can.
wanted to be closer to family.
I know how to do that.
And she had a better,
Oh,
more
okay. No,
secure
I
job.
do. All right, we're doing this, you guys. John thinks we should be
Feel
here.
about the idea
Better?
of your sister
I just think that's
and the
smoother.
boys moving to South Florida?
I think you're
Perfect.
right.
I thought it would be great. I mean, I hadn't lived in the same town as her since
Put some captions
1995.
in.
So I thought it'd be great to have her in town.
How important was it to you?
I mean, it wasn't real important to the point like I thought.
Oh, fudge.
To
Okay.
them it was very
Now, better?
They wanted her to come back because she had no family in Tallahassee.
And what was your understanding of what Professor Markel thought about this relocation effort?
I knew he was against it.
Okay,
He
there
wanted
we
her to stay
go.
in Tallahassee with him.
Oh, gosh,
Did you
better.
learn at some point that the petition was denied?
John, you're
relocation?
right.
Isn't that better?
Yes, you're
And
right.
When
That's
it
why
was
you're a good
denied,
attorney.
how did your mom feel about it?
Chat loves you
My mom they were very disappointed.
for
They
this.
were unhappy.
How about your sister?
You're right. You
She
said that
wasn't
a
that
lot.
disappointed. I guess
Not
because she's a
because it's
lawyer and
just
she knows,
No, you're
you know,
absolutely right.
what's the probability of something like this happening.
Thank
She-
you.
She said it was a long shot. She said she wasn't really expecting it, but it was worth it just to take a shot to see if it would happen.
Were you angry?
No,
Can you put
didn't
subtitles
change anything
in?
in my life.
Give me 1 second.
Now, we've
Thank
seen
you.
some emails regarding converting the boys to Christianity. We've seen some pretty out there emails from your mom. Do you recall seeing those emails in this trial?
No, there are
Yeah.
apparently no
And
closed
do you
captions
recall
from
whether
the
you saw those
LNC.
emails when they were written,
Okay,
They're not
that's fine.
coming through.
back when they were written?
Yeah, I would get forwarded to me all kinds of stuff, for sure.
Thank you,
Did you come up with any of
CCW.
those ideas?
No,
I'm learning.
On some of those emails, we'll see that you respond, I like it. Why did you respond that way?
well, my sister tried being really nice to Danny. It got her nowhere, and he was being really litigious, and he was looking to give her a hard time. And I thought that I thought it was a way that she would go ahead and give him a hard time back and kind of push his buttons the way he was trying to push her buttons. So basically, you know, if he's being a jerk to you, just be a jerk back and see if maybe he'll stop. So I didn't think any of those things she was actually ever going to follow through with, you know, but I thought that it would really push his buttons. So I thought, why not give it a shot?
Now,
That actually
I
is
want
not
to talk
bad
about the $1 million
explanation.
offer.
What?
Did you ever become aware of efforts by your family, including yourself,
Yes.
to offer Professor Markel money to allow your sister to relocate?
I did. Yes.
And do you recall who came up with that idea?
It was my parents.
What was
There we go.
What were the terms of the offer? How much was it for?
The offer was for $1 million
Jeez.
to have him move down south to South Florida with my sister and the boys. And that would afford him enough money that he could easily commute to his job in Tallahassee for the days that he worked, just the way senators in South Florida commute to Tallahassee all the time. And that was the idea behind it.
Now, how were you
Okay.
involved in
It's actually
this
very
idea?
reasonable.
Not super involved, but I definitely said to my parents, I said, I will help and I will pay a third of that $1 million.
$1 million doesn't go a long
And when
ways
Dave
these
starts making
days.
real money, you know, she's able to. I want to be paid back.
At this point in
Yeah.
time, were you making more money than your parents?
Seriously, everything's gone
I
up so
was, yes.
much.
Did you or your family ever speak with
2014,
an
that was a
attorney
decent chunk of
about the
change.
legality of this offer?
I didn't, but I know they
I always
wanted
look
to
at
run
who
it
was
by,
in the office.
an attorney. I think they used Gary Cohn
I'll pass.
to run it by.
That's right.
Do you know if the offer was ever made?
As I sit here today, I know that the offer was never made. But back when the offer I thought was made, I thought it was made and thought it was turned down.
Did you, Charlie, you like to talk a lot, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I talk until I listened to all those tapes, and evidently I do.
You gotta be honest. I
I, mean,
find
I
it
knew I
like-
liked to talk, but didn't realize how much.
When you got involved in this $1 million offer,
In a sneaky kind of
would
way.
you talk about it with others?
Yes.
What do you
How
mean?
would it come up?
I'll explain later.
It would come up when people would say, you know, doesn't your sister want to move back home? You know, how's she doing? And I said, yeah, no, she definitely wants to move back home. We tried everything we could. Like we even offered $1 million to Dan to see if he would move down with her, and it didn't work. Like he turned it down.
Now, did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa? And we'll talk a lot about her in a little bit. But did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa about that $1 million offer?
Yes, I did.
And what do you remember telling her?
The same thing I told everybody else. It came up when she was asking me about, doesn't your sister want to move back home? And I said, yeah. I said, we tried everything we could. We even offered Danny $1 million to move back to South Florida, and it didn't work.
Oh,
The
shoot.
same thing I said to her, I said to a bunch of people.
I dropped my mouse.
How did she respond?
She was like, wow, that's a lot of money. She's like, you got to take out a loan for that? And I said, no, I got cash. I can pay for it.
Now let's talk about gifts to your sister during her divorce. In general, did you provide any financial assistance to Wendy during the divorce?
No, she never asked, and I never gave her any money.
Did you pay for her lawyers?
Never.
Now, did you give her any gifts? And let's just start with the broad question, and then we'll break it down. Did you
Yes.
give her any gifts?
Yes, I've given her gifts to her divorce.
Okay. Do you recall giving her a TV?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Well, when she was moving out of the marital home, and she was starting, from scratch in a new house, she didn't take any of it, only took her belongings. I said to my mom, I said, what does Wendy need? Like, what does she need for the new place? And she said, actually, she's leaving the TV sets. She needs a TV set for the house. So I said, all right, fine. I said, go to the store up there and go to Best Buy and pick out a really nice TV set, and I'll pay for it. I said, buy it and I'll give you the money.
Now, do you recall making a joke that buying her a TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman? Something to that effect.
Yeah, it was. Want me to say what?
Yeah, tell me what the joke was.
What happened was, when I gave her the TV set as a divorce present, it was the stupidest thing I ever said in my life. And I
Literally.
said, I was going to get you a Hitman, but the TV set was a lot cheaper, so I went with the TV set instead.
I'm still suspicious of that.
Joke, and it was stupid.
I actually believe him that it was a stupid joke.
Did you make that
I
joke
don't.
to others?
Okay.
Yes.
Did you make that joke many times throughout 2013 and 2014?
Never heard anybody
I
joke
made
something
that
like that
joke
before,
when
and
she
I
was having problems.
met some interesting
She was
people in my
fighting,
life.
She was upset. I recycled the joke, and it was stupid.
Did you ever say that joke to Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
Just to be clear,
Wow, you're so sweet.
ever look into hiring a hitman?
No, never.
I don't know. I believe him. I find him credible.
I don't.
I know we obviously have different opinions on this, but
Are you aware
That's
that
what makes it
divorce
fun.
proceedings settled in July of 2013?
Yeah, I believe it ended in summer of 13.
Who jokes about
Now-
that?
How did your sister
Only
react
you?
to the settlement?
are you kidding?
I think she
My
found
dad
it was
would
like a
joke
sense
every
of
now and
relief.
again
It
exactly
sounds
where
like
what he would
had
do with
closure.
my mother's
She
body.
knew what she was going to be doing and where she was going to be living, and she I think she was.
That's
just
why I
looking-
love you, Joe.
I think she was happy. Happy in the sense that she was able to put it behind her.
What was the custody arrangement? Do you know what the
joke was
custody arrangement
awful.
was?
It was,
I know.
you
it was
realize I run a
50-50.
boiler company. By the time people notice you're missing, there'd just be teeth left in it.
After the settlement,
Iron
how were
tech.
things with Professor Markel and your sister?
I think
But
they were
everyone knew it was a
calm for a
joke.
little bit, and then it got litigious. There'd be little brief areas of calm, and then
I think there's some
I think he
people
was
out
trying-
there
kept trying
like
to
me that believe
bring
it
her back
wasn't.
into court, and it started becoming litigious again.
Chad, do you think it was a joke? One
What
for
was
yes.
your
and two for no.
understanding of this mostly based on?
Things that I'd hear from my mom, probably 20% from my sister, 80% from my mom.
Was your mom upset?
She
I'm on it
would get
too.
upset when my sister would tell her that
No
about
joke.
Danny pushing her buttons and filing all these things in court and giving her a hard time.
What about you? During the period of all this litigation, what were your feelings about Professor Markel?
All right, Giselle's on my side.
I thought he was being a jerk.
I got one.
I mean, hearing stories that he's showing up at her work and bad mouthing her to other colleagues and saying horrible things about her. Like, you know, I thought he was just being a jerk.
You love winning, don't you?
Now,
Doesn't everyone?
would you think about this all day long? In the
I'm sorry, but
morning,
I
at night?
totally
I mean,
disagree with my
how
chat
important
room
was
and
this
you at the
to
same
your life?
time.
It wasn't. I mean, I would only think about
But I
it
don't
when I'd
joke
be listening
about
to a story,
hiring a hitman.
and it would be I'd be driving in the car talking to my mom. She would relay the latest that my sister told her, and then she'd be telling me, and that's when I would think about it. But I mean, I never for a second was at work thinking about it or doing activities that I enjoyed thinking about it.
I
When I
don't.
wake up in the morning, I never thought about it.
And I have a sick sense of humor.
Were you
Look who I
panicked
hang
at all
out with.
about it? Were you concerned that your sister was going to be disbarred? Anything like that? Was that a big issue for you?
No, I mean, that was
Here, honey,
right.
here's a TV set. It's better than hiring a hitman because we don't like her. So and so.
When you would learn about things, though, would you
Oh,
talk to them, talk about what was going on to others?
Yeah, I did talk a lot.
Why would you, considering your sister's divorce wasn't, and her issues with Professor Markel weren't a huge part of your life, as you've testified, why would you be talking about it to others?
One, I talked a lot.
How would it come up?
And it would come up when I'd be sitting at the dinner table and I'd hear this crazy story that my mom told me from earlier that day, and I guess it's more interesting than talking about teeth. So I would sit there and I'd share things.
good
with my
morning,
girlfriend or
Stacy.
friends, and
Stacy,
I'd relay
one.
stories.
Good morning, everyone.
By the way, during this time period, and now I'm talking about late 13, second half of 13 and 14, were you still speaking with your sister about the same amount or more?
I would say it's probably about the same. About every 10 days or so we talk.
Did you travel to Tallahassee to check on her after she filed for divorce? How many times did you come to Tallahassee during this time period?
Never. I think the last time I came to Tallahassee was 2011 or 2010.
Now, what was your understanding of how Wendy felt about the idea of staying in Tallahassee as time went on?
I think she understood that's what her life was going to be. I mean, she loved her job up here. She was getting excited about things.
I'm with
people.
Giselle 100%.
She was embarking on her new life in Tallahassee.
What was her, did there come a time when she won an award, and what do you remember about that?
Okay, I'm
I
outnumbered.
remember I was real proud of her.
I still
She
stick to
wrote a
my
book,
belief.
and the book was
Okay.
selected by Florida State to be the mandatory reading for all incoming freshmen. And she was chosen to be the speaker.
It's too
for the
coincidence to
incoming
me
class.
with him
And
and
that
the
was taking
hitman and
place in
everything else.
August.
It's way
And I
too
know she was
much.
super excited
It's
about
way
it.
too
and We're all
close.
planning to come up there and be there for her.
You know I'm right.
Okay, I want to shift gears and talk a little bit.
I'm not a
about
conspiracy
Catherine Magdalene.
theorist.
May I have one moment?
And if it was what?
I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
And I am. And it's just too close. Too coincidence. Now, if it was off the cuff, yeah. But if it wasn't so close to this conspiracy, I have issues.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I recommend people don't say things like that, because
Exactly.
turning up dead, kind of put a target on yourself.
You're right.
How did you first meet Catherine Magdalene?
Like I said, I think it's a
Katie,
bad joke. It's not
yeah.
but
No, I don't think they
Summer
would.
2013,
Giselle.
started working.
That's a good question. I'm going to pop this up for.
And
well,
what was
if
that
they were
dental?
alive, there would never
There
be a
was.
crime.
The name of the office was.
There would
Sophie
never be a
Dental,
crime, that's right.
which was, in South Beach.
What did she do for the dental office?
She was the front desk and office manager for the office.
How often would you work in that office?
I was there say every 3 weeks. I was there for
What-
half a day every 3 weeks.
Was that office a big generator of income for you?
He said he can't take it back.
It was one of my better offices. Yeah.
Now, you said you met her in July 2013. When did you first go out with her?
We first went out
I buy that. I buy that.
first week of
That doesn't
October.
prove
on
that
October
you
10th.
actually did this.
And who initially pursued who?
I pursued her.
Oh, for God's sake. Come on, John.
Our worlds revolve
Hang
around.
on.
Thank
We're
you.
here. We're good.
She was friendly. She went
5
to the same.
seconds
She
won't
actually
kill anyone.
graduated from UCF. Also, different time, but she graduated from there. She was a really smart girl. I mean, she was extremely smart and witty, and that's why I pursued her.
No,
Once you went out with her, did you learn that she had 2 kids?
I did.
Now, initially, did you learn anything about her ex-husband?
No, the only thing I knew is that she'd been with somebody for about 10 years, and that she was now single.
After you dated her a couple times, what did you like about her?
Forget
Well,
your private check,
and aside from the initial things, what attracted me to her,
please. Let me demanding.
she had a very busy life,
No.
and my life was so busy it was hard for me
We'll
to be
talk
in
about it.
a relationship where someone wanted to
Okay.
have dinner at 5 o'clock and hang out with me a couple days a week. So she was working full
Oh,
time.
you guys are young.
So
Am I the
she was
oldest fart on
seeing me
here?
once a week.
Probably.
we both had
I
very
mean,
little time.
CCW might be close.
Now, you said that your first date was
I
sometime
love
in
hanging out with you youngsters.
early October.
You guys give me a lot of insight in life.
Real date.
And I
We
can give
went
you
to
so much great wisdom and nothing.
finish late, and I said, "You want to grab dinner?" We ate at the building.
You guys are the best. I love
Did
younger
you
people.
ask
They
her
just-
just 2 weeks later if she could find someone
You are
to kill
absolutely
Professor Markel?
unanimously outnumbered on the chat on the joke.
Did you
I
have
know
a
I
Halloween
am.
party with her? or
And you know what?
something?
I am not going to change my mind.
Do you know anyone who can
That's
take
okay.
care of my
Just like
ex-brother-in-law for me?
No, absolutely not.
Now,
because you
back
guys
to
are
the
younger
thing.
than me. That's probably why.
Over time, did it become more serious?
I don't know. CCW is 81 and he
Overtime.
agrees.
Yeah, in the beginning, it's always like you're just trying to see who each other is.
I'll be
then
63
As
soon,
time went on, she wanted to get more serious.
November 30th.
Probably by springtime, by probably around March.
I don't think I
Start
seem it. I think I have a young heart.
Did
Young
you
mind.
consider her to be your girlfriend, though?
She was my girlfriend. Yeah.
I'm willing to learn from the youngsters.
Consider yourself to be exclusive?
Stacy
You guys-
might also.
For the first 3 months together, yeah, for sure.
What?
Did you ever see a
Oh,
possibility?
you
How about you?
really?
That's why we love John's chat.
No, I didn't.
Huh?
During the time that you dated her, how often? Let's be clear. We're talking about now.
I love it
the
when you're
beginning
on.
of 2014.
Maybe
Let's
the
keep
inmates
it
are
far
just running
away
the
from-
asylum.
During the time that you dated her, how often would you communicate with her?
We talked every day.
When would you talk to her?
I'd call her when I was in the car driving to work. We text throughout the day, and then I'd always talk to her.
You guys are all the best.
Where was she living at the time?
She was living in North Miami.
You know, for somebody my age that understands the
Again, you were
young,
living in the same place in Fort Lauderdale.
the young humor is just, it's a
How
talent.
often would you see her?
I would see her once a week, sometimes every
You know
once in a
it's a
while.
talent.
Twice. I would say more often once than twice.
And when you saw her, what would you typically do?
I love this young
Good dinner.
generation.
Hang out, watch a movie, hang out at my
You
house.
guys not as you guys are sicker than we are, but
Did you have any
Well,
relationship with her children?
No, I met her children on one occasion, maybe twice. but definitely no more than twice.
Of course, you guys don't have
Did she
nearly
go
as
to
much as
family
fun we did
events
in
with
the
you?
80s.
She did meet my family a couple times. Yeah,
She met
Oh,
your sister how many times, if you recall?
2 times.
And how many times do you think she might have met
If it
your
weren't for
parents?
the 80s, most of us wouldn't be here.
right.
Around 8 times.
And we screwed you guys up.
Was she a patient of your dad's?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes, she was.
We're going to get into this in more detail later.
If we
But
would have
let's be
stick to our
clear.
parents, we'd have been a lot better off with our
Did
kids.
Catherine Magbanua ever work for your dad or for you at the Adelson Institute?
No, never.
Oh, we
Okay.
already knew that, you guys. We already knew that.
Yeah, but that's a
Now, I think
dangerous.
you alluded to this a
That's a
little bit
dangerous
earlier.
way to go because.
But as
wasn't
time
she
went
the
on in
payroll?
2014, did she want to be more serious?
Yeah.
I thought she was actually
And
on.
what
the
did you think about that?
Oh, I want to hear this.
I like the way it was. I mean, it was good in the beginning. My life
Of course, you like the way it was.
changed it. I was
They all
in
do.
that workaholic mode. But she started asking me, what are we? What are we doing?
At the time that you met her, and I want to talk a little bit about your knowledge of Secreto Garcia now. At the time that you met her, to your knowledge, she was single, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that initially you didn't learn anything about her ex.
Nothing other than she was completely single. She was done with him.
So I agree with you. He's honest, even if it's not in his interest. He's coming across as somebody who's honest. He might be coming across as a bit of a prick.
I want to show
But
you
sometimes honesty is always not the best policy in this
defense
case.
exhibit. It's not in evidence.
You know what that proves to me? He just wanted her as a
Yeah, friend with benefits.
y'all know what I'm thinking?
I believe I do.
That's the sad part, John. You're getting to know me rather well.
I think you know that I know. So
Yeah, because you get my drifts more than my husband does.
that
just
is
saying.
a terrible thing to say.
Well, no, it's not a terrible thing to say. It's just that you gotta realize he was in 20 years in the military, married to the same wife for 30 some years. And here comes me.
These text messages between you and Catherine Magbanua on November 27th at 2:13.
He's
Yes,
starting
they
to really like my
Judge, I
jokes,
move
by the
in
way.
Defense Exhibit 34 at this time.
Response?
Hearsay.
Please
of mind.
approach.
How? What?
Okay, guys, I was being spacey. What happened?
They objected on hearsay grounds to introducing whatever these texts are. Well, at least the state didn't fall asleep.
Well, I was about to,
They
unless it
found out
was
that
for
they're still
you.
alive.
Hey, while they're on their break, I'm sorry, I'll never ever think the TV set was a joke.
Okay, and we have like 8 people who disagree with you.
That's fine. I enjoy being disagreed with.
All right, it would be fun being in the jury room with you.
And yeah, it would be.
Could we back it up? Yeah, we can. But yeah.
Okay. You guys, I'm putting John in the driver's seat.
Let's do that, and we'll catch it up because they're doing the sidebar. Okay. This is. Let's go.
See what's marked for identification purposes.
There we are. All right. So
It's not in evidence.
here we
There.
go.
I feel a lot more comfortable in being here.
Oh, it's absolutely disagreement. That's fun. I don't know what these text messages are about.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
See, I like
Showing
that.
you what's marked for identification
What?
purposes as defense exhibit.
May I approach, Your Honor, as opposed to
Yeah.
walking in?
You guys, don't you like it better when John's on the top of the screen? I was going to say something else, but that was just
No, we're
Are
not.
these
no.
text messages
nothing innuendo.
between you and
No
Catherine
innuendos, please.
Manganiwa on
Yeah.
November 27th at 2:13?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in defense exhibit 34 at this time.
Well,
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay.
please
Come on.
approach.
If it doesn't come in, we're never going to know. Just so we're clear.
the email.
Text messages.
Oh. That's because I heard their case.
Well, there's a reason why they're objecting. Presumably, it's not helpful for them.
Right.
Jesus. Just when I said we weren't going to make the joke, you make the joke.
Come back.
Nope, I need a minute.
It's Giselle's fault, not me. Come back.
I'm coming back. Give me a second.
Oh, you guys, we love you.
Pack of smokes.
But
I'm still in my pajamas.
Ruled, you may continue with your examination.
Giselle said she'll behave. We don't want her to, but she said she'll behave. Nobody behaves in this chat room. That's what I want. I want nobody behaving.
And I love that.
Me too. I don't want people behaving. You got to
Text
behaving
messages
everywhere else
are
but this
they-
chat room.
So, state
The
law.
true and correct reflection
Just so we're clear.
of your messages on November 27th, 2013.
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in exhibit 34 at this time.
Here we
Any
go.
further
Exhibit
objection?
There you go.
We got exhibits.
They are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
Publish it. We're ready. Exhibity doo dah.
So I'll tell you what happened behind the scenes real quick. Is
Yeah.
he basically said, "Hey, Judge, I will lay a little bit more foundation, but this should come in." And the judge is like, "Yeah, you're right."
Timing is in military time, so it says November 27th at 13:42. We can agree that's 1:42.
Yes.
Ooh,
You gotta love the old school overhead
He says, my
projector.
ex knows
we
about it.
do.
I'm pretty sure I know how he knew because he.
This
even
is
knew
how
that.
we learned.
Yes, I do.
And you say, do I know him from my
Okay, I'm gonna
past?
put this. I'm gonna blow this up on my screen. I'm not gonna be able to see you guys.
Yes, I do.
What are you asking Katie here?
I have no idea who her ex is. She's saying he knows me, so I'm saying do I know him?
Okay. This kind of breaks the link between which one, Garcia
That's in late
and
November
Charlie.
2013, right?
Yes.
That's after 1 month almost after Halloween, correct?
Yes.
Now, as time went on, did you learn more about her ex?
In the springtime, I did.
Mhm.
In February, was there an incident with Katie and her ex that you recall?
Yeah. I remember her coming over my house, and she was pretty upset. She had a mark on her neck. They'd gotten into an altercation, and he ripped a necklace that he'd given her off her neck. And she was crying, and she was all upset.
How did you react?
She could tell I was upset. I mean, someone just roughed her up, and she could tell I was upset. And she said, "Don't do anything." She goes, "He will kill you. He will kick your ass. You don't stand a chance."
Now,
I believe
why did you
that.
continue to date her after this?
I didn't take that as a threat to me. I just took it as she's got a crazy ex-boyfriend that wants her back, and she's got 2 kids with him, and it wasn't a threat. I didn't feel like he was threatening me. She just was like, you know, it's a part of her life that I wasn't going to hold against her.
That's a great.
I want to show you a couple other texts
That's an excellent answer.
related to your relationship with Miss Magbanawa in January, February, and March of 14.
I keep going between the 4 theories of the defense.
These will be defendants exhibits 35.
I know people disagree with me on this one. I find him likable.
36 and 37.
I find him likable, but I don't trust him.
I don't get why you still think he's a snake. I just don't. I don't think I would do. But
It's just life experiences right now. That's all I can say.
so CCW, the baby blue tie and baby blue shirt is absolutely intentional.
CCW, what do you think? Likable or not likable? To me, he's likable, but a snake.
I think CCW basically already agreed with you on that one.
Because we're older, we see more of snakes in our time.
Yeah, Giselle, exactly correct. The point is, you don't want him to.
January text is
You don't want the
35.
clothing to stand out.
No, you don't. You wanted him to wear red yesterday.
Is 36.
You were joking.
I was.
And the March 24th text, do you have that one? Is 37.
I have March 15th.
Oh, the state's entirely given up on objections, so he absolutely mopped the floor with them on the sidebar.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, but I can see how they can eject that easily.
Just put it aside.
I'm gonna start highlighting what I would.
That's 37.
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna
Take
go
a
through
look at
all
that.
these notes and I'm gonna read them, and I'm gonna start my book. Yeah, but I gotta get these names straight. I gotta have some powerful names. Yeah, he's likable, but that. Oh, yeah. This is.
I don't really
yeah.
understand, by the way, if we're talking about the clothing choices, I really don't understand why the defense attorney insists on wearing a mustard tie.
It's part of his MO.
Maybe.
It's part of
I
who
mean,
he
I
is.
have one
Recognize
that's
these text
almost
messages?
identical to that.
Yes,
It's
I
part
do.
of
I
his
don't usually
MO.
wear it.
It's
Were
part
they
of who he
kept-
is.
Are
It's,
they
it's a
accurate
character
reflections
tag
of
on
your
him.
text messages?
Mhm.
They are, yes.
I would move these exhibits into evidence now, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor. I'm still.
Oh my god. You've already lost.
You can show me a copy of the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor.
Baby blue is so 80s. You ever seen the old wedding pictures where they had that baby blue tux?
Yeah, I mean, mostly I'm thinking like old like prom movies.
I mean, can you imagine some of the kids saying, "Mom and Dad, what were you thinking?" Oh, hey, that's cool. I think I'll do that. I was in the tuxedo business, and the kids wanted they wanted baby blue tuxes. It was like the thing back in the early 2000s. I'm like, oh dear God, you're gonna regret this. Oh well.
It was probably maybe
And ruffle shirts.
It was maybe like 16 years ago. I was a sacristan. No, I wasn't the sacristan. I was not sure at a wedding for one of my old au pairs,
Mhm.
and all of her friends showed up in zoot suits.
And zoo suits? I love those. I love those.
I thought it was hilarious.
I love zoo suits. I loved it when a kid wanted to come in and rent a zoo suit. I was all excited. Yeah, let's go, dude. You know, I was like, whoa. I love everybody hated prawn season except for me because I always like these young kids coming in. I always have so much fun with them.
I just wore a tux, like a straightforward, like James Bond tux.
Oh. And what did your date wear?
She had basically a pretty straightforward, like white gown.
Oh, I bet you guys look cute together. You have pictures of it?
Probably, but that's
No.
that's a couple of relationships ago.
Well, I know. Was she dark hair?
Yes,
Turn us to
Romanian.
briefly approach.
You don't like the blondes.
Whip smart. I actually do. If I had to pick a type, I prefer blondes, but I end up dating not blondes. That's probably way too much information.
I went to Christmas prom, but not prom, and I had a very pretty light blue with a dark blue velvet or top. Like it's kind of like a jacket, not a jacket.
From a legal perspective, I'm just going to cut back to the trial for a sec. This is a stupid argument that they're having to
Okay,
sidebar
yeah,
over
okay.
time, but it gives us a chance to chat about stupid stuff.
Yeah, and it gives a chance just to have fun with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, go to the legal if you like, John.
There's no legal here. It's a hearsay objection. It's the same objection that they made on the last text message. It's the same objection that I presume they're going to lose. Maybe he's going to have to lay some additional foundation as to the veracity of the text being what they purport to be. But I don't see what the argument is in keeping that out.
Well, actually, I think the other trying to keep the other one out kind of helped him.
Trying to keep it. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of
Okay,
it.
here's my argument. If you didn't stop dating, okay, if somebody said my exes were thugs, I'd be like, oh, okay. Because
Yeah, that might be a red flag.
well, yeah, one time I was dating this guy and I found out that he liked Nazis, and I just had to quietly get out of his life.
Yeah, well, Giselle,
He
you're
kept
absolutely
her. He
correct.
kept her there so he could use her for her thugs. Just throwing that out.
That's such a stretch. That's not proven beyond a reasonable doubt by any stretch of the imagination.
I don't know. I don't know. I
So
don't
let's
know.
talk about Defense Exhibit 35.
Sure.
Text from January 19, 2014.
I have no clue how we got here at CCW with the fashion. Anyway, we're back to court.
And in this exchange,
Once again, pointing out state lost the objection.
what is Miss Magbanawa asking you about?
She asked me if I wanted things to be different, and she was saying how much she missed me.
And did you want things to be different at this point in time?
No,
No, I wanted things to stay the way they were from when we
sure you
started
do.
dating.
They all do.
Now, if you turn to Defense Exhibit 36, text messages from February 5th, 2014.
Mhm.
What is she asking you? What does she start by asking you about? And you don't have to read it. Just tell the jury generally what she's asking you about. What is she concerned about?
She's
Okay.
asking if I'm talking to a bunch of other girls.
And what do you tell her in response generally?
I say no, I'm not.
So the judge is not
And
letting this into evidence, but they're allowing
again,
it as they're refreshing his
in
recollection.
this text message,
So the state actually did win half of that.
she's asking you whether she's telling you that she wants more, right?
Yeah.
And how do you respond?
Don't read it specifically. Please remind him.
I ask her, are you thinking about getting back with your ex?
And then what do you say after that?
Yeah. I say you're the coolest and most fun girl, that I'm always happy when I'm around. And then I said, I know it's not easy, and I think we're doing a good job at not rushing things. So
And what were you trying to tell
He's
Miss
a
Magbanua
lovable
in this
dork.
text message?
Come the hell
I was
on.
trying to say I like you and I have a good time hanging out with you, but I don't want to rush things.
Now, moving to text messages in March of 2014.
Come on. You're the coolest and most fun girl.
Miss
and I wanna
Magbanua
hang
texts
out with
you, you've mentioned me
He's a
to your
lovable
mom,
dork.
and you say
Shits
yes,
and the giggles.
and she says, I love you. Aw, baby. Why was this a big deal to her?
When you're in it for love, they're
I
in it
guess
for
when I'd
fun.
spoken to her, I
It's
brought
time
up
to
that I
move
mentioned her to my
on.
mom, and she thought I was making things more serious. So
I'm gonna write that in
I'm
chat.
excited.
Okay, you can put those aside.
Judge, I'm gonna object regarding defense exhibit 37 and ask for best evidence that it be published to the jury.
I'll sustain on best evidence grounds. Please publish defense 37.
Okay.
Members of the jury get to reach your own conclusions as to the context of the statements.
Okay, let's publish it to the jury. March 24th at 12:17. Do you see she texts you and says, you mentioned me to your mom?
Yes.
Do you see that you respond, yes?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that she responds, that made me so happy?
Yeah, she took it the wrong way.
Any other clarification, Your Honor?
So this is a best evidence rule objection, which doesn't come up all that frequently. But
Is it fair to say that she was excited
I'll explain in a minute.
that you had mentioned her to your mom?
Yeah, she was happy, and she got overly excited. I wasn't expecting that.
Now, in the early summer of 2014, what were you telling your friends about your relationship with Catherine Magbanua?
Objection, relevance.
Oh, come the fuck on.
Sustain. Please lay a foundation if you can.
Was your relationship
Yeah.
coming to an end in the summer of 2014?
Yes, she wanted more, and I didn't want anything more.
And were you communicating that to friends?
Yes, I was.
I want to talk to you about a dinner on March 11th, 2014, a Yardbird dinner. One moment, Your Honor.
March 11th, what?
I don't know. I'm not 100% certain what he's doing at this stage of the game. But to explain the best evidence rule, it's simply that original documents should be used as the evidence, as opposed to.
Do you recall going to that dinner?
Whatever.
Yes, I do.
Oh, the yard. Okay.
Do you remember who was the dinner with?
I met Katie down in Miami on Lincoln Road, and my sister was in town, and I was already working down there. I remember I was in my scrubs, and my sister came and she brought the guy that she just started dating, who's Jeff Lacoste.
Do you recall where you sat?
Yeah, we sat outside the restaurant. There was a few tables set up on the sidewalk, and it was the four of us sitting there.
Did you know that you were being watched?
No, not at all.
Did you know that Sigfredo Garcia was thinking about killing you that night?
No, not at all.
Now, this is March 11th, 2014, right?
Great way to frame a question.
Yes.
During the dinner, do you recall discussions about ex-husbands between your sister and Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall who initiated those discussions?
No, I don't.
Do you recall making a bad joke again at that dinner?
Yes.
And that's the same joke that we've already discussed.
Yeah. I do.
Now, after the dinner, who came back to your house?
My sister and Jeff Lacoste came back to my house.
What about Catherine Magbanua?
No, she went home to be with her kids.
And was it a normal night when your sister and Jeff Lacoste came back?
Yeah, but it's the first time I've ever had, I think, my sister and her boyfriend sleep over at my house. So it was normal.
Hmm?
Okay.
Did you ever have any conversations other than some text messages that Jeff Lacoste sent you with him after that night?
No, I never spoke to him again.
Did you know anything about the first attempted murder of Professor Markel in early June?
No.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about birthdays and your dad's birthday and a birthday present. And you may remember
I
some
like how the
text
defense
messages
keeps referring to him with
showed
the professorial
case
title. It seems
regarding-
respectful.
wanting to talk
I like
to
that.
your... Give me one second.
I'd like to still know what their birthday present was. It.
A TV set.
New jacuzzi. Oh, that was a good one.
Do you recall the state showing
Yeah,
text
well,
messages where
you know,
you're
Miami.
texting with your mom and she tells you that she can't talk right now, that she'll call you when she's alone, she's driving back and she's at a stop in Gainesville, and to erase the text message?
Yeah.
Do you recall what that is all about?
It was about my dad's birthday.
Who was your mom with at that stop at Gainesville?
She was with my dad, so she didn't want to talk in front of him
And why didn't she want to talk in front of him?
because it was a surprise. Originally, we were thinking about doing a cruise.
What was a surprise? That you were going to
Ooh.
kill Professor Markel, or that you were going to have a surprise birthday party for your dad?
No, it was going to be his 70th birthday party.
I'm going with the birthday
And
party.
do you recall in that text message talking about a caterer?
Yes.
Every murder needs a good caterer.
Now, you had discussed this caterer as far back as April and May with your mom, correct?
Yes.
And those are reflected in
finger
text
sandwiches
messages
and
as well,
shotgun shells.
correct?
Yes, they are.
That was not my line. That was CCW's originally.
Don't pin it on him.
On June 5th,
It's only his line, not mine. I'm just gonna.
do you recall your mom texting you and asking
You said
you
it.
don't forget to get information on the caterer?
Literally live on camera.
Now,
So
what
did
you
he.
get your dad for his birthday gift?
I paid for the catering for the party.
And what type of catering was it?
It was a chef came to the party and they cooked paella and
Uh-huh.
seafood, and then we had a bunch of desserts also and salads.
I mean, if you're willing to pay somebody $1 million to relocate a few hours south,
Yeah, you
I'm
should at
showing
least
you what's
get
marked
dinner.
for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 43.
Hearsay. We don't want to do it. Excuse me, hearsay. Wow.
Honestly, there's a part of me that wonders why Dan didn't just take the money and run. Actually, no. That's
Showing you what's
really
marked as
cool.
Defendant's Exhibit
That's-
43.
yeah, but whatever.
And these are a composite of all of your text messages between June 2nd, 2014 and June 7th, 2014. May I approach, Your Honor?
As somebody who does not have kids, I would have just
Can you
taken the
look
money
through
and
this and see if this is an accurate reflection of all your text messages during that period?
That would be kind of funny.
run. The
Hide.
benefit as a practical matter would be I'd be not dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would
Yeah.
move in Defense
Life's
Exhibit
a game.
43 at this point in time.
You lose when you're dead.
I'm going to need to review the exhibit. State, do you have any objections?
Yes, Your Honor. Hearsay and relevance.
Of course.
Please bring me a copy of the exhibit.
It's the exact same argument that they're going to sidebar.
Is this is probably around the time of the first trip the
Yes, the first
Dumb and
attempt-
Dumber made?
He referred to it as the first attempted murder. I don't think that they actually did enough to make that genuinely an attempted murder, but yes, this is around the time of the first trip.
Right, and this is the time when Garcia decided that he was going to play with the gun, or is that the second time?
When he shot the floorboard?
I'll never forget laughing about that. I just can't help it. Yeah,
I thought that when he shot the floorboard was the second time, but you.
I think you're right. What about the
You're
chicken?
Bailiff is
Sure
going
knows.
to take you back to the jury room. We will resume the testimony momentarily.
Oh,
They're going to have an open colloquy. All right, this might be interesting.
okay. What was that term you said?
I'm sorry?
Open what?
Open colloquy.
Can you spell that?
Coliquy, I think.
Open.
It's hard without actually writing it.
Okay, John, explain that to
So
us.
it's when instead of a sidebar, they're going to actually have the debate in open court.
Oh, we like these, don't we?
If the attorneys can approach.
Cool. All right, everybody. Ooh, yes. I'm so
Okay,
glad
no,
you.
they're gonna sidebar it because they didn't
Oh.
ask the witness to leave. Although I guess they can ask the witness to leave because he's the defendant. So he actually, technically, he has a right to be part of this conversation.
It's his life.
Yeah. So it's a little odd, actually, as a practical matter, that he's not part of this sidebar. So they asked the jurors to leave so they can go sidebar without
Exhibited-
the defendant's presence.
Okay, sidebar between the dates of June 3rd and June 7th. Now, this was during the
This would've
actual
been the
first
first
hit,
Yeah.
the first trip to the hit. This is when they were actually going to rob him instead of murder him. They wanted to
Rob or
mess
rob
him.
up?
Rob Wendy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All
But
right.
I think part of that allegedly, or at least this is part of the state's case, was that this first time around, they were just going to rough him up. They weren't actually going to.
Right. Giselle, here's something for you to read, John.
I don't like the state objecting to every single evidence when during the state, the defense didn't really object to the evidence. Okay, so it's not shady. How do I put this? I agree with you in terms of the optics. As a matter of law, I think that it's appropriate to. But here's the thing: is that if he gets acquitted, then the state doesn't have any appeal rights. So, on some level, who cares? So I don't know what exactly they're preserving for the record here. Maybe if he gets convicted and he appeals, the state's preserving it for that record. That, you know,
So, John, do you think it appears shady?
I don't know that I would necessarily phrase it that way. I don't disagree. I honestly, it seems I would use the term petty as opposed to shady. I mean, if this were a civil case and both sides had appeal rights, I think it would look petty, where the other side basically let you give your case in chief with relatively minimal interruption. And then you turn around and then you start interrupting the other side's case.
Okay, so here's Cool Clearwater's statement. What do you think?
Reading a transcript to answer a question. So, let me put it this way. I kind of wish that the defense attorney had reminded the defendant that this is really just to refresh your recollection. You shouldn't be reading it word by word. And he did it the first time. The second time, it kind of got lost in the wash. But generally speaking, I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what do we got? Why would you rough someone up? You were planning to. That's kind of the weird thing about the 2 trips. Because the state basically said that they decided not to go through with the actual murder because the kids happened to be around. I don't know that I necessarily buy that.
Yeah.
It's a way of making the 2 trips make sense in theory. I just don't know.
12 minutes until 10:30.
Oh, okay. So we got it.
Okay.
If you need to step down and go back
All
to
right.
the council table,
All
you're
right.
permitted to do so.
CCW, we'll see you soon. Either here or John's. We're bonding with this again. All right. So, John.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? Do you want to switch your room?
I think we stick with you.
Okay, that's fine. All right, that's fine.
I'm probably gonna have to go yell at Spectrum over the lunch break, so we might as well.
Okay. All right, because yeah. So, John, would you would you explain to us what's really going on here in your perspective? I mean,
so as a practical matter, one, I don't really know why they decided to put him on the stand. I think humanize him, all of that good stuff. The state's cross is such a danger. But I think that what they're doing is they're trying to diffuse some of the things that the state has brought against him.
mm-hmm.
Specifically the conversations, the joke, these text messages. The point at the end of the day, what is their goal? Their goal is to say that this is a generally affable guy who, you see him yourself, he's telling you in my opinion, I do think he comes across as relatively truthful. And I don't think that he comes across as a murderer. That's basically what they're trying to do here. I mean, you have the issue. Hang on, there's of course. And goodbye.
Of their hated son-in-law. That's also a very big possibility. And so let's see what Georgia Cap.
All right, we're gonna. I don't want their commentary, so
I don't either.
For now.
Okay.
Yes, Trenton. I think 110%. I don't know if I could say it better.
Hey, Trenton. Hello. Glad to see you here.
I think that I do think juries do like to hear from a defendant in a murder case because as much as the right to remain silent, all of that, and can't be used against you if you choose not to testify. I do think that as a practical matter, that does leave questions in the jury's mind. Why didn't you? It's totally not how the law is supposed to work. But as a practical matter, I get it. And so I think that because, look, there are few people who know Charlie better than his defense lawyers at this point.
Right.
And I think that they probably had a long conversation about the risks and benefits of him getting up on the stand. I think he wanted to tell his story. And I think that my general impulse would be to dissuade my client from doing so. But I think that it's not ridiculous and it's not unreasonable, given the fact that they know how he's going to come across. And as much as I know you don't necessarily agree with me, the rest of the chat does, that he comes across as a likable person that I can't really wrap my head around as somebody who would call a hit on his brother-in-law.
It isn't that I don't think he's likable, okay? I just think,
given the limited, it's been about an hour and change, or just shy of 2 hours. Given the way that he has comported himself, spoken, I understand you still think he's kind of a snake. Fine, maybe you think he's a snake, but do you, in your heart of hearts, do you think that he's somebody that would hire a hitman to off his brother-in-law?
When somebody appears to be very charming and appears likable and everything else, he doesn't look like a killer, but often I always have to ask myself, well, what does a killer look like?
Yeah, fair enough, and I get that point. Can just zero in from.
So do I think he hired a hit person? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think he used Catherine.
Okay. I just think that the way that he presents himself, I don't know. I mean,
Put on a good John, here comes the age difference, okay? I'm okay. I've seen this before in my life. For almost 63 years of living, let's put on a good show. Let's just show no. Okay. Go ahead.
Here's the thing.
All right, I'll throw it to you.
I think that I put on a halfway decent show. That's why I have a YouTube channel.
You put on a great show, but I'm just telling you how some people
that doesn't mean that I'm going to hire somebody to murder my sister's boyfriend.
Right. No.
So are you
no. You're not getting my whole
I feel like you're so this is
but you're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish.
Right. I will let you finish. Let me just finish my thought real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that it's fair to use somebody's charisma against them. Just because you're charismatic doesn't mean you're the villain.
No.
But this is the problem, because this is the way that we write stories. It's the villain is always the charismatic one. The protagonist is usually the plucky upstart.
Well, the protagonist is usually the one who's like a co-star. And, you know, but
You see what I'm saying? Where we write people who happen to have charisma and charm as the villain. And it's because that is so ingrained in our minds and in our culture.
But potentially,
it's like a shortcut in our brains. We look for that pattern. We look for, I don't know, what the hell is the name of the villain from The Hunchback of Notre Dame? Or, you know, one of the things that everyone always says about Hitler is that he was extremely charismatic. That's why he was able to, you know, turn the entire German society.
Can I finish my whole process?
Sorry, I'm done with my little mini rant.
No. You're fine. You're fine. You know, your mini rant's what makes it colorful. So here's the deal. In my lifetime of 63 years of living on this earth, I had come across people who would do people, and you would say, gosh, I would never thought he would be that type. Okay. This is how I feel about Charlie. You know, you like him, he's charismatic, and you're thinking, there's no way. And this is what the defense wants him to do. When you go out there, you are fighting for your life. You got to be likable. Sorry, that's how I feel. And she said, okay, so Giselle, you don't think Catherine was not used? I do. Because for one thing, okay, you guys, this is where I play the devil's advocate. I always think differently from a lot of people. You know, I do. The reason why I think that he used her is because when I find out somebody who has a real shady past, and oh boy, I mean, I just run. Okay. I've done that. You know, everybody, you know, normal people do. No, he sticks to her.
Yeah.
To me, that looks a little shady.
Maybe he just enjoyed sleeping with her.
But it looks shady. Or, you know, I mean, it just does.
But that's the thing is, it looks shady is not guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
You got to see patterns of his behavior.
But that's the thing is, I think that you are injecting the patterns. So go to Trin's comment.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
Can anyone give a purely fact-based reason to find him guilty? Not personality, not perception, just on the actual facts. Yes, I can. The only one that I actually think works is, how did these stapled $1,000 pieces of cash end up in the hands of the criminals? That would be the only fact-based argument in my mind that links him all the way through this. The state is going on a little bit of innuendo saying, yeah, he's the missing link between Katie and the Markel. That to me is not 100% established. So the question then becomes, other than those stapled stacks of cash, take everything else out, what do you have that proves that he actually called the hit? And we've already discussed over the course of several days at this point that there are many ways that that stack of cash could have ended up there that don't incriminate him. So
that is why conspiracies are
I'm
hard.
just gonna
Oh.
pose a question to you.
Oh, Trenton's question.
Yeah. And he also diffused my stab in the dark, because the only thing that actually says that they had these stapled things of cash
Okay.
was the word of Rivera.
Well, okay. For instance, when there's conspiracies, is there really ever evidence you could actually touch, feel, and see?
We don't put people away for the rest of their life on a conspiracy.
No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't. We absolutely don't do that, because conspiracies sometimes can be shown totally wrong. You know, okay, I'm a person that likes conspiracy. Okay, all right, I admit it. I love a good conspiracy.
And this is my point, is that
But personality and perception involved at all, it's very hard. I mean, Trenton, you always come up with some really good ones. You do. I have to admit it, Trenton.
But I guess my point, the point I suppose I'm trying to make is, at what point does it stop being about the law and the facts, and it just becomes storytelling? And I think that I think the state, in their case in chief, was mostly just storytelling.
I didn't like. I'm still going to stick to the point where I don't think the state should ever arrested. That's just me.
I think they arrested too soon. I don't think that they closed the loop on this. But that also could just suggest that they don't have anything.
Right.
Which I think that's probably why they arrested when they did, because they didn't have anything. They didn't have any more ammunition.
No, Giselle, I can't put anybody away for life over conspiracy, but
I mean, literally you can. That's the definition of conspiracy as a criminal charge, but you understand what I'm saying.
Conspiracy leads up to the behavior patterns.
A co-conspirator is guilty of the same charge as the actual criminal. That is the nature of law. And maybe conspiracy is the wrong way to phrase it, because conspiracy does actually have a very specific legal definition.
So, in other words, I have something interesting.
That's why I said, at what point are we moving from facts, law, evidence into we're just telling a story and hoping that you buy it? And that's where I think we're at. I think that the state literally just told a story and hopes we buy it. Yeah, of course. You can absolutely say that I think that he probably is guilty, but the state didn't prove it. That's basically what the standard is supposed to be. Trenton, you're absolutely correct.
Mm-hmm.
I am going a step further and saying, I don't think the state gives a damn about what actually happened. I don't think that they've demonstrated any sort of fidelity to what the truth here is. I think they're telling a story because they want to get this guy. Because they've already invested the effort.
Is anybody watching court? I'm sorry.
I'm watching it.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
It's still just commentary.
Okay.
But yeah,
I like yours better.
that's kind of my thought process.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like we might be coming back soon, but I don't.
Okay,
wanna put
could you hold up the fort because I got to do something real quick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Human stuff. All right.
Yep, no worries.
All right.
All right, I am going to hang out, see what folks in the chat think. I mean, seriously, let me ask you honestly, what do you guys think? Obviously Nancy and I are going a little bit back and forth on this. I don't think that Trenton, I agree with you. I don't think that they did. I can't pull it up on her. Court's back. All right, give me 1 second. Oh shoot, I can't. I cannot publish. I cannot publish without Nancy bringing it in. Shit. That's a problem. All right, guys. I'm gonna pause the live until Nancy gets back because I can't pull up the court feed on her channel. Oh, he's not. Okay, so maybe we have a couple minutes. All right. Yeah, that's what I think, Stacy. That's what I'm going to do. At some point, I need to talk to Nancy and get her to add me as an admin on her channel as well. But we'll see. Oh boy. It's a little frustrating not being able to control the show. I'm basically just stuck here with y'all, which is a good thing. You're good people to be stuck with. I mean, if an elevator decided to die and, we had to spend a couple hours together, I probably wouldn't pick better people. I don't think anyone likes Katie. Seriously, I found Katie to be absolutely detestable, which, maybe that just speaks to Charlie's taste in women, but yeah, Stacy, I agree with you 110%. I think she's a grifter. Yes, and Giselle, even if you had a full-blown panic attack from claustrophobia, you would have all of us around you to try and calm you down. Me, I probably would not be, I'm not touchy-feely like that. But the rest of the people here would. Oh, Lord.
I needed a banana.
You gotta reintroduce the court stream.
Oh.
That's okay. We're only a couple minutes behind. We should be fine.
Make it look like he's totally not credible at all. And
Jesus. All right. Well, law and crime coming in hot.
Oh boy, they don't think he's credible.
On 403 grounds, as it may create confusion of the issues themselves. If there are isolated portions.
Us older people, we need our potassium.
I'm prepared to rule on the composite exhibit. As a composite, I am going to sustain the objections on the grounds of both hearsay and relevance, and also on 403 grounds, as it may create confusion of the issues themselves. If there are isolated portions that you wish to offer on grounds of relevance, that are relevant, I should say, and also you have a hearsay exception 4, I can reconsider that.
Oh, Trent, you're keeping notes too?
Are there any statements that you wish to pull out of the composite
to
and
come on
offer
our-
separately?
Would you like
I'll
to come
stand
on
the
my
record, Your
show?
Honor. I believe they all go to his state of mind, as I suggested to you, showing what he was thinking on these relevant time periods. And without seeing them in the collection, you don't see his state of mind. So I'll stay on the record, but you're taking away a defense of his, which is his state of mind, and the jury should be able to see that. I'll ask questions about it. But
You certainly can examine as to generally
I
what was
caught
going
that.
on during the time period.
I'd like to have
Again,
you on
part of this as well goes to the subject matter, which we discussed at sidebar. I don't want the jury to take away from what could even possibly be relevant in the composite to then also make that a prejudicial aspect of the deliberation in any way. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. We're happy to redact those sections, but if that would change your ruling. But
Well, even with the redactions, I think we still have to get back into specifically the 403 aspect of it and also the hearsay. But the court's ruling is what it is concerning that matter. You may examine, though, concerning the subject generally of the messages.
Judge, just for the record, I planned on doing the same thing. Oh, I have it.
God, she seems bitchy.
Hey, look at the private chat. I sent you a message.
Judge, I planned on doing the same thing for July 14 through 19. I won't do it considering I assume it's the same ruling, but my same arguments apply to that.
Very well, Ms. Koppelman, do you
wanna
have
send me
similar
a
objections
DM
for
on text?
the entire
I might
composite
be able to
block
say,
of text
Nancy,
messages?
Give me the invite.
All right, again, if there are portions
But
that
just
you
a
wish
minute,
to
I
extract
can't-
from the composite that you believe
wait
that
a
are
minute.
both relevant
Yeah, I want an
and are
invite
not
for-
hearsay, I will certainly consider
You want a
those, but
copy
as
of
a
it?
composite exhibit, I am going to find that they would otherwise be not relevant or hearsay or create 403 issues with confusion
now
of the
it's
issues at trial.
Judge, I understand your ruling. May I
Go
make
ahead.
just one additional argument for the record?
Go
Just
ahead.
for the record. In the state's case in chief, they were allowed to put in phone calls showing arrows that they have no idea anything said on those calls. They're essentially the same thing as putting in text messages like this, except you actually see the content, right?
The chain of the traffic versus what is actually said.
They put in every call, okay? They put in every call between these participants on on those particular days, which, by the way, correspond mostly to the days that I'm offering these text messages for. They put them in for their own purposes. I think I should be allowed, under a 403 analysis, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, to put in the text messages, to show the pattern or a lack of pattern of anything. And that's what these text messages show. But I can just ask the questions, but I would like the record to reflect that under a 403 analysis, it was allowed for them. It's not being allowed for us.
I wouldn't exactly say it boils down to being that simple, but your objection is noted specifically as to what the state was permitted to demonstrate in their case in chief goes to either demonstrating motive or direct evidence of what they believe show the elements of the charges. As to these composite exhibits, and again, I don't want to get very deep into what the subject matter is. There are messages that either go to embarrassing of the other witnesses or litigants in this matter, matters that are wholly irrelevant, or matters that do not demonstrate in any way the theory of defense as the court understands it. If there are portions, again, that are specifically relevant to negating either the motive or any of the elements of the charges and are not hearsay, as argued by the defense, I will consider those separately, but as a composite on the whole, the 403 issues, the relevance, and hearsay issues, I believe, compel me to deny their admission.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's bring back in the jurors and we'll continue.
I think that ruling was wrong. I don't know precisely what the composite was, but it's literally it literally, from my perspective, the argument that the defense attorney made, in my opinion, was perfectly good. It literally is, if it was good for the goose, it should be good for the gander. And you're not allowing that. And yes, Giselle, you're not wrong that maybe the defense should have been objecting more and that they basically walked themselves into this. I still think that ruling is incorrect. But it is the ruling. And what I will say,
that was what was laid out by the defense in the opening statement.
Oh my God, why? Stop talking. Jesus Christ.
The state's objection to the exhibit is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had the opportunity to review your text messages from June 2nd to June 7th, 2014.
Yes, I have.
Anything in those text messages out of the ordinary?
No.
They're text messages about what types of subjects?
Work,
I think that's wrong.
personal life.
Just anything about a first attempted murder in Tallahassee?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of violence?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of panic?
No, not at all.
This is why the state wanted it out, because it contradicts their entire theory.
I want to talk briefly about July 1, 2014. And just kind of to give you a roadmap. In March, you had dinner with your sister, correct?
Yes, at Yarborough.
And we've learned that at that dinner, Sigfredo Garcia thought about killing you.
Yeah, he was stalking me with Luis Rivera.
And we've learned through this trial that a first attempted murder on Professor Markel's life happened, give or take, 6 weeks later.
Yes.
Now let's talk about July 1, which is about 3 or 4 weeks after that. By the way, up until July 1, had you ever talked to, texted with, met Sigfredo Garcia?
No, not at all.
What happened on July 1?
July 1, I was going to take Katie jet skiing, and I had the jet ski attached to the car, and I drove to her place in Miami, and I went to pick her up, and I remember it so well. I got flowers right before I picked her up. I bought flowers from the guy selling them in the middle of the street, and I picked Katie up, and we started driving out of her complex, and we got about 100, 200 feet, and this blue car comes flying out of nowhere, flies in front of us, and slams on the brakes. And I've got a car, and I'm towing a 1,200-pound jet ski behind it. And she started screaming, "That's T, that's T, that's T." And I'm like, I almost rear-ended this car. And this guy gets out of the car, and he comes over, and he's screaming every kind of four-letter word at me, threatening me. His face was real red. My windows were up. And the guy was going crazy. and I'm kind of a little bit boxed in because the front of my car was almost against the rear of his car, so I couldn't drive past it. And I had a big jet ski and a trailer behind my car, so I ended up putting the car in reverse, doing like a little bit of a 3-point turn, a little bit, swinging the car around. He then got in his car, chased alongside of us, and you can't, if you're towing a jet ski with a car, you can't go real fast. You don't have much acceleration. He was right alongside of us, rolled his window down, was screaming all this stuff at us. And when we got to the light, it was just turning yellow, and I gunned it. I remember making a left-hand turn. And I said to Katie, I go, that guy's fucking nuts. And she goes, nuts? She goes, he's really calmed down. And I go, what do you mean he's calmed down? And she goes, the old T I know would have broken your window and dragged you out into the street and beaten your ass.
Now, that evening, by the way, let's talk about, you say T. Did you know Sigfredo Garcia under another nickname as well?
Yeah, well, she referred to him as T or Tuto, or Sigfredo.
Now, that evening, did your father call you?
Yeah.
And what did your father say to you when he called you, Harvey? What did Harvey say to you when he called you?
He was worried about me.
Best description
Why?
I've ever heard of what occurred that night.
Because he got a threatening message on his voicemail, and the guy was saying, something effective. Next time I see you, it's going to be mano a mano. Don't fuck with me. You don't know who I am. Something like that, and then hung the phone up.
Okay. Again, this was July 1, correct?
Yeah.
And this is now 17 days before Professor Markel was murdered, correct?
It was.
So we have Sigfredo Garcia
This is
thinking about killing you in March.
Tie the story
for the
together.
first attempt, right?
First time.
Yeah.
And now we have him threatening you and trying to run you off the road just 17 days before the actual murder occurred, right?
Yes.
You're aware that the
hire
state's
somebody.
theory is that you are co-conspirators with Sigfredo Garcia?
Ooh.
That's their theory.
There we go. He closed.
Now let's go to
He did.
July 5th,
Actually, it was a good idea to put him on the stand.
your dad's birthday party. By the way, what was served at the birthday party?
We had the paella and the chef there cooking it.
Okay. And how many people approximately attended the party?
It was in their apartment. They probably had, let's see, roughly about 30.
Okay. Did you invite Catherine McBanawa to the party?
No, I didn't.
Ooh.
The party was in their apartment, which was where?
It was in South Beach. It was in South Miami at the Continuum.
Now, what time did the party end?
We went from probably 7-ish to probably about 11:30, 12 o'clock.
How far is the Continuum in South Beach from your house in Fort Lauderdale?
It's every bit of 45 minutes, depending on traffic.
That evening, where did you sleep?
I slept over at Katie's house
Why did you sleep over at Katie's house?
because my brother was in town for my dad's 70th birthday party with his wife and their kids. And then my sister was in town, and then the whole family was doing stuff the next day, and it was going to be at my parents' house, at their apartment. So I didn't want to drive all the way back to Fort Lauderdale and then all the way back to Miami.
Does Katie live closer to South Beach than your home in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, she's probably 15 minutes away, 10 to 15 minutes.
And did you go back to your parents' apartment the next day on July 6th?
Yeah, I slept at Katie's place. It was one of only 2 times I probably ever slept there. And then I went back to my parents' place like for lunch the next day.
Did Katie come with you?
No, she did not.
Now, I want to draw your attention to June 16th and a late night work with your assistant, Erica.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
I do.
I know you're not going to know specific times, but how late did you work with Erica that evening?
We worked till about 10 o'clock at night.
And what did you do after work?
We'd worked through dinner, so we were both hungry. So me and Erica went to go eat dinner.
And what time did you get home, approximately?
I got home about 11:45.
This is establishing the alibi.
When you got home, did you speak with Catherine Magbanua?
I did. We texted or I called her.
And during that conversation on the 16th, but it's really the morning of the 17th, I think, because midnight.
Yeah, it was after midnight.
What happened on that call?
Katie was questioning where I was and who I was with, and was saying it was suspicious because I think I ended up calling her probably about 12:30 that night because I came home, changed, took a shower, and then when I finally called her, it was like 12:30. So she thought I was cheating on her.
And
I will say that timeline is.
was it a heated discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I worked hard all day. You know, I didn't do anything wrong. I went out to dinner with Erica, and like she was just questioning on who I was with and what I was doing, and she was unhappy with me.
Towards the end of the discussion, what did you agree to do with Katie the next day?
I told her I actually don't. My morning off is canceled. I don't start work until 1:45 tomorrow. I said, if you want, come up here and we'll grab lunch.
And did you have lunch with Miss Magbanua the next day?
Yes, I did.
What happened when you had lunch with Catherine Magbanua on the 17th?
She started all over again with like questioning me about the night before, and then she wanted to make plans with me to do dinner on Friday night, and she got very upset at me, and she was just like weirdly adamant, like, this Friday night I want to do dinner with you. Like, why are you saying you don't know? Like, you don't know you're fine to go do dinner with Erica and not call me till 12:30, and just didn't stop. And we got into a fight at lunch.
So let's take that a little bit slower.
Yeah,
So you meet with her on the 17th, and on the 17th, your testimony is that she was adamant that she wanted to have dinner with you on the 18th. Is that right?
Yeah.
And where did she want to have dinner with you?
She wanted to make dinner plans and go down to Miami.
Was that odd?
I mean, it was Friday night. She was my girlfriend. So from that perspective, it wasn't odd. What was odd is that she was so adamant. And when I pushed back on it, there was no push. She was like, started questioning me even more.
Now, where were you going to work on the 18th?
I was working in Jupiter.
Okay. So we're in Tallahassee. So let's just make sure everyone knows where Jupiter is compared to Miami, where Catherine Magbanua is, where she wanted you to have dinner. How far is Jupiter from Miami?
I would say with no traffic, it's probably two hours and 15 minutes, maybe 2:30.
Oh, for dinner?
And so, and I might have said the wrong month. We're in July. It's July, not June. July 17th, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So, why did you want to go all the way back down to Miami, and what did you tell Catherine Magbanua?
Telling Katie I'm going to be in the car for at least an hour and a half driving up to Jupiter. My back kills me when I'm in the car for that long. I got to drive back another hour and a half home. I got 2 offices I'm working in. I got 10 hours of surgery I'm doing. I'm like, I don't even know what time I'm getting out. And she was just like, oh, so it's just going to be another late night and you don't want to see your girlfriend on a Friday night?
And how did the lunch end?
I told her that I said, you're acting like a bitch. I didn't call her a bitch, but I said she was acting like a bitch.
And did you leave the restaurant?
Yeah, we had some words, and I put some money down on the table, and we both walked
I
out.
can barely hear you, dude.
And I'm like, I got to get to work. I can't deal with this now.
Did
Turn
you
your
contact
microphone
her, or
on.
did she try to contact you during the day of
She,
the 17th, July 17th?
she called me while I was at work around
You're
6:30,
snarky.
but I was still working and I didn't pick up the call.
When did you speak to her again?
But I believe
Um,
everything that he's saying.
I was pretty pissed at her, so I didn't call her until after
Crazy.
12 that night. After I came home, I went to the gym, took a shower. I called her after 12.
And when you called her after 12 that evening,
Yeah, agreed, Giselle.
did you apologize?
We eventually smooth
Yeah, but he's a
things over a
believable
little bit.
a-hole.
Like I felt bad for saying that to her, and she was still mad at me and still wanting to see me. So I
I
did smooth things
agree.
over, but not entirely.
Now, the next day, you have several text communications with Miss Judge. May we briefly approach?
Perch.
All right, John, go. Come on, say what you were gonna say.
I said I find him to be a believable a-hole.
Uh,
What? I mean, who the hell is going to say that you called a woman the B word on stand in court unless you were just being honest?
That he was hitting his dad. So I guess the jury would be thinking about, is your dad going to be looking through your
Commentary in the middle. Oh my God. They're frustrating.
all right, go for it. I want you to have the whole floor.
No, I genuinely, I think that this is, I believe that he's probably a jerk, but I don't think that he's a murderer. I don't know.
He's not a murderer. I mean,
Why the hell would he hire? Let me ask you this. Why would he hire the same person to kill his brother-in-law 2 weeks and change after the same person tried to kill him?
That's a good point.
Can I continue, Your Honor?
You may.
Because a person was stupid and he was jealous.
That day,
I don't know.
now we're on the 18th.
Interesting.
I
July
don't know
18th.
Interesting,
that answers my
interesting.
question.
Did you speak with your sister that morning?
I did.
What do you recall talking to your sister about?
I called her in the car on the way up to work, and I ended up talking to her. She's told me that she was having the TV set repaired. I thought she had told me that Lincoln had thrown something at it
Still find it honest.
and broke the screen. So she was getting it TV fixed. And then I was also, the reason I called her was because I was in a fight with Katie and I wanted to get her opinion on something. So I spoke to her and told her what I said to Katie, and she gave me sisterly advice like she usually does.
And again, that morning, you're in the car for quite some time.
About an hour and a half.
Where were the two? You were working at one or two offices that day.
I was working in two offices, but they're across the street from each other in Jupiter.
Okay. And during the call up to Jupiter, did you make several phone calls?
Yeah, that's my morning routine, and I was in the car for an hour and a half, so I was on the phone a bunch.
Now, there's several times where there is a phone call made, and immediately after there's another call, and there's short calls, and then immediately after there's another call. Do you know why that was the case?
Yeah, because there's a stretch of highway between West Palm and up in Jupiter where you'll get drop calls constantly. So you'll call somebody and then you can't hear the person or it doesn't go through, and they start talking and you hang up and call them again. So the calls drop constantly up there.
Okay.
Yeah. They actually
Do you recall having some text message communication with a friend named Mike and also Catherine McBanawa about dinner that night?
Yes, I do.
And without getting into too many specifics, what was the general issue?
Mike had wanted me to get dinner with him because his house is kind of close to Jupiter, and sometimes when I'm up that way, I'll see him. Katie was still upset about the other day and feeling like I give more time to other people and questioning why it's a Friday night and I don't want to spend it with her. I eventually just texted with Katie and I apologized for calling her a bitch. and telling her I said she was acting like one. I didn't call her one, but evidently to some people there's no difference. And I shouldn't have said it. So I ended up apologizing and making dinner plans with her.
So you chose to make dinner plans with
I can
Katie
see
that
John
night,
having a
correct?
drink
Yeah.
with this guy.
And where the dinner plans were going to actually happen, did you get that far in making specific plans?
No, but I said I just want to do something casual in Fort Lauderdale. I don't want to get all dressed up and head to Miami.
Okay.
If he-
Now,
Yeah.
the second office you're working in for a little period of time, right?
They're disgusted with
That
them.
evening.
Oh, here.
Well,
You wanna put that-
In other words,
John?
let me rephrase.
Yeah.
Come on, who wouldn't want to have a drink with this guy?
You had a bunch of surgeries in that second office, right?
Yeah,
Oh, I
they're
think I
usually packed.
would.
And do you recall from a text
Yeah.
message that around a little after 6, you were about to start a big procedure?
Yes, I did.
Now, at some point in time, you hear from your mom. How do you hear from your mom?
Come up,
I had a missed
Giselle.
call from her,
Get Giselle up.
one or two
Let's
missed
get
calls,
Giselle up.
and then she texted me, "Call us ASAP."
Giselle, want to
And
come up?
why did you miss? Why did you miss the
Go
calls? What were you doing?
I was in surgery.
I'm gonna see that cute little. I'm gonna hear that cute
Um,
little Spanish accent.
After she texted you, call her ASAP. What did you do?
I stopped what I was doing. I could see the text messages on the phone as they come in, so I knew it was important. I stopped what I was doing, and I called her right back.
CC's back.
When you
Woo!
called her back, what did she tell you?
Oh God, Giselle. Maybe later.
She told me that Wendy had just called her, and that Dan had been shot, and that it was serious,
Okay.
and that her and my dad are going to be going up to Tallahassee to be with her.
How did you react?
I was shocked. I said, "Is
Have an
he
old blue
is
bite.
he okay? Is he going to be okay? Are the boys okay? Or Wendy's okay?
Well,
Like
enough to do
what
this.
happened?"
And
Here's
what did your
old blue
mom
bite.
tell you?
Everybody wants to join us.
She said she
We're
didn't
up.
know any details, that it was really serious, and that Wendy's with the police right now, and they're questioning her.
Offer stands for 5 minutes.
Now, after you got off the phone with your mom, what did you do?
I went back to work.
And did you have some communications with people after that through text messages about how you were feeling?
I did.
And generally speaking, how were you feeling?
I wasn't feeling great. I was pretty upset about what I just heard.
Now, around what time, if you remember, did you leave the office?
Probably about between 8:20 and 8:30.
Okay. And again, it's a pretty far drive, correct? Even
Yeah.
at that time of night.
Yeah, there's no traffic at that time, so I could speed a little bit. But
On your car ride home, did you make phone calls?
yes, I did.
And in particular, and we'll do it one at a time, did you speak with Catherine Magbanawa?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell Catherine Magbanawa on your ride home?
I told her that my ex-brother-in-law had been shot, and it's serious. And I just told her I really didn't feel like going out tonight, and just hang out at the house if you still want to come over. She said, "No, I'm still coming to see you."
How did she seem?
She seemed normal. I mean, she seemed concerned, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Now, are you aware that after that phone call,
All right, Nancy.
Catherine Magbanawa had to
Slippery here.
What?
frantically go around and try to get a
Looks a little
babysitter for her
slippery here.
kids?
No.
Right now?
Yeah.
With him?
Did you speak with your mom on the way home to your house?
Yeah, like I called my parents also from the
Like I'm
car.
saying,
And
he's looking a little.
what did
slick.
you find out from your parents?
Yes.
That
Look
they
at the
were, They
demeanor.
were getting ready to leave, and that
He
they were heading
is
up
looking
to.
like he has to either.
They were going to head up to Tallahassee, and that they were going to probably stop up in Orlando because it's late, and they wouldn't get up there till. So they're going to spend the night in Orlando and then go up to Tallahassee.
Now, you've seen text messages in this case where there's some indication Your mom says outside your house, and 20 minutes later, after that text message, you say 10 minutes. Do you recall those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you see your parents that evening?
No, not at all.
This is part of why I'm mad that the
When your mom says outside your house,
easier if
does that mean to you that she was actually at your house?
No, it meant that she was passing by my house outside it on the vicinity, seeing if I was home.
On the phone call that you had with your mom on the way home, did you discuss anything about your parents stopping at your house?
Yeah, I said, text me when you're close. If I'm home, stop by and see me, because my house is a football field length away from the exit of the turnpike.
And when they were close, were you anywhere near your house?
No, and I missed their text. I didn't get home for 40 minutes after that text came through.
When you got home, what did you do?
When I got home, I changed, took a shower. Changed, and I played phone tag with Katie to see where she was at. I think I talked to her after I got out of the shower, and she was going to be heading over to hang out with me.
What is he doing? What? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
You have a text with your friend Mike that said you went to the gym. Do you have a gym? Did you go to the gym?
No.
Okay. Do you know if you worked out in your house that night?
But it's very frequently considered an indication.
I've got some workout equipment in a house, so I may very well have, but I didn't go to the gym that night.
Your friend Mike wanted to have dinner with you that night, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you get to the house, you said you called Katie after your shower. Why did you call her?
To see if she was still planning on coming over and what time she was going to be there, because it was already like 10:15.
And did she come to your house that night?
Yeah, she said she was going to be leaving shortly. And I think I even said either text me or call me when you're on your way.
Did she actually come to your house that evening?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Around what time did she arrive?
She got there about 11 o'clock.
What happened when she arrived?
When she arrived to my house, she came in through the garage, entered into the kitchen from the side door like she always does. And she just looked panicked and upset. I mean, she walked straight in and gives me this big, tight hug and asked me, like, are you okay? And I said, yeah, just a horrible day. But she looked more upset than I've ever seen her. I'm like, are you okay? She's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, what's wrong? She's like, just come sit down. I need to talk to you.
Where did you go?
We walked into the living room.
And what happened when you got to the living room?
We sat down on the couch, and she started to talk to me. And she said, listen, this is all my fault, but I had no idea anything was going to happen, but this is totally my fault. I spoke in too much detail about your family's personal problems, about your sister, Dan Markel, and the $1 million offer.
What did you say?
I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's like, my friend killed Dan, and he wants to be paid $250,000.
How did you react?
I was like, what did you just say? And she's like, my friend killed Dan, and he wants you to pay $250,000.
What happened next?
I stood up, and I started cursing it. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? And she's like, no. I'm like, who did this? Who's your friend that did this? And she's like, I don't want to say. I can't say. And I said, who was it? And she just kept saying, I'm not going to tell you. And I was like, was it Sigfredo? And she's like, no, I'm not telling you. And I just walked in my bedroom and sat down on the edge of my bed.
What happened when you got in the bedroom?
If you believe the last,
she came into the bedroom, followed after me. She sat down next to me. She started telling me, like, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault, but I didn't know any of this was going to happen. And I'm like, Katie, I'm not going to be part of this shit. Like, I'm not going to be part of paying for a murder. This is insane. And she's like, look, if you don't pay in 48 hours, they will kill you. And I said, Katie, I feel like I'm getting extorted now.
Together.
How did she respond to that?
She got really mad at me. She got angry. And she's like, look, I'm not extorting you. She's like, I got dragged into this the same way you got dragged into this. She's like, it's my fault for running my mouth the way I did.
And he's not,
but I'm not extorting you. Like, I'm trying to help you. So she's like, she goes, what are you going to do? You're going to go to the police? She goes, you go to the police, they'll kill you.
Did she tell you that they would just kill you, or they would also kill other people?
She said he'd come after you, he'd come after the family. Like, Charlie, you don't have a choice. Just pay the money. You said you had the cash. You said you were going to pay a third. Like, just do it. Like, I'm trying to help you out.
What did you do then?
I said, Katie, I don't have $350,000 in cash. And she's like, you said you did. And I was like, no, I cash isn't. I can write a check for $350,000. I don't need to take out a loan. And she's like, well, you have a ton of money in your safe. And I said, Katie, I don't have that much in my safe. I do have a lot. And I said, come take a look. And I walked over to my safe. I opened it up. And I'm like, here, take a look. And I took it out in piles and put it on the dresser next to us. And I said, go ahead and count. That's not $350,000.
And did she count it?
Yes, she did.
How much money did she count?
$138,000.
So it wasn't 100,000. It was 138,000.
Correct.
What did she do with $138,000?
She put it in she had a big purse. She put it in her purse.
This is the diaper bag.
And she asked me, she goes, how can you get the rest? And I'm like, hey, that's all the cash I've saved up from forever. And she said, can you go to your parents and get it? And I was like, if I go to my parents, my dad will go to the cops in a second. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to stop my dad from going to the police. Like, I could never say anything to him.
What happened next?
She asked me, she said, well, can you pay like $3,000 a month? And I said, yeah, I can do that.
Now, at this point in time, did you have any idea that she was part of the extortion?
No. She kept saying it was all her fault and that she didn't know any of this was going to happen. And she was upset.
What did she do next?
Yeah, Stacy, I agree with you.
She took her purse, her keys, and her phone, and she's like, "I'm going to go call my friend and see if this works for him, and I'm going to try to help you out." And she walked out of the house, and my bedroom was right next to the front door. She walked out of my bedroom outside of the front door, and closed the door behind her.
Good story, Charlie.
When she went out of the house, what did you do?
I just paced around my house, and I remember sitting in the living room. I got a wood coffee table, and I was just sitting on the coffee table, just in shock, thinking, what the fuck just happened?
What happened when she came back in the house?
She came in the house, and she was being the good guy and telling me that she's going to look out after me, and she's so sorry this happened. It's the same thing she was saying beforehand, and that she was going to make sure that nobody pays me a visit. And she's like, I spoke to him. You can pay $3,000 a month, or you can pay the rest off. She goes, but the $3,000 a month you're paying doesn't go towards the balance.
What did you do after she told you that?
I just said fine, and I walked downstairs into the kitchen, and I was shaking, and I took a bar of Xanax.
Where did you go?
And I walked outside from the kitchen through the sliders into the backyard. I closed the sliding glass door behind me. I think she got the picture. I wanted to be alone. And I just sat outside behind my house for a while.
Now, when you came back into the house, what was she like?
She was just apologizing and just telling me that her friend's crazy and she's so sorry, and she ran her mouth too much about everything and about the $1 million offer. And she was telling me that she was going to protect me.
Did she take a Xanax as well?
I don't know if she did. She may have, but I didn't give her one.
Did she spend the night that night?
She did sleep over that night.
Now, why didn't you kick her out?
Yeah.
I was in the state of shock, and I I didn't think she had anything to do with it. I didn't even want to believe.
Really?
that she
Why
had
didn't he
anything to
kick
do
her
with it.
out?
When you came back in the house, what happened to you next?
The Xanax was really starting to set in. It's probably about a half hour I was outside.
Again, I was predicting.
I remember going into the bedroom and sitting down. I sent the text to my parents to see if they were up in Orlando yet or where they were. And then I laid down in bed and I passed out pretty soon after that.
The
Well, why
next
didn't you call
morning,
the cops
when did
when
she
she
leave?
said all this?
She left about 8:30 in the morning.
And how was she in the morning? How was she acting?
Why doesn't
She
somebody
was
necessarily
apologizing,
call the
and
cops when
telling me
they're
how sorry she is, and she was blaming herself and saying it's all my fault for running my mouth and telling my friend about this. And she was just
That's
telling me
not a
like
fair
she was going to
question.
protect me and that I wasn't going to get a
I
visit
think
from
it is.
anybody.
What did she tell you anything in particular before she left the house?
Yeah, she told me, whatever you do, she said, please don't tell anybody about what happened. Like, don't tell anybody about this. Never talk about this. Never talk about it on the phone. She said, never call me up and start talking about this. And the last thing she said to me is like, can we just pretend like this never even happened?
She leaves the house, and we're going to get into specifics, but that day, July 19th, where do you go?
I don't leave the house. I was home all day.
What were you thinking and what were you doing when you were home on the 19th?
objection compound.
I was sleeping a bunch. I think I took probably some more Xanax. Just trying to relax, and I was just real upset.
That morning, did you speak with your parents and with Wendy Adelson?
I did. I talked to my parents that morning.
And what did you find out?
I found out that Dan had died
And why did you call Wendy Adelson?
because that was the first call I called after my parents told me that, to see how she was, see how the boys were.
Yeah.
Now, you're home alone the entire day of the 19th. Did you think about going to the police?
Yeah.
I thought about it, but I thought I'm going to get killed if I go to the police. It's not going to bring Dan back.
Withholding information to the
It
police.
just seemed like a bad idea.
Over the days following, did you
Being
continue
afraid isn't
to
a crime.
go back and forth about whether to go to the police or not?
Every time I thought about it, I thought through what could happen to me, what would be the benefit versus the pros versus the cons.
That,
And why didn't
that's
you go to
in
the
my mind.
police?
I thought if I went to the police that they'd kill me.
Now, there are some text messages
That's
into
perfectly
evidence
rational.
on the 19th.
That's a cop
Text
out.
messages between you and Catherine Magbanua. I think there's 3 of them. Do you recall those text messages?
Yeah, we texted during the day.
And they're text messages about the weather and pool and going and Catherine Magbanua going to the pool. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What are those text messages about?
I was trying to show her that I was trying to pretend like this didn't even happen. Like, I think one of the texts said, I'm going to the gym. I didn't go to the gym that day. My phone will show I never left my house.
I think that every part of this
Now-
story, I think is.
You say that she said that you could pay
Not
it
saying
all
it's
at
how it
once,
happened,
or you could
but
pay
believable.
$3,000 a month. That's what her friend would accept, right?
Yes.
Did you think about paying it all at once?
I thought about it. I thought,
Why do you think you had to pay?
I'll do it and it'll get these people out of my life forever. But then I thought, this is extortion. One thing I know about extortion is it never ends. So if I paid it all at once, I thought that
If he was
may be
innocent, he
more of a
would've gone
reason
to
that
the
they come
cop.
kill me. Or if I pay it all off, they're going to come back and ask for more money.
In the days following
Makes no sense to me.
the
It
extortion,
makes perfect sense to me.
Good.
did your sleeping habits change?
Yes.
What did you start doing?
I slept with a gun in my nightstand ever since then. And then I started carrying my gun on me also.
Yeah, sure. Jeff didn't go to the police either.
I would have gone to the police.
Yeah.
I'm showing you it's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 51 and Defendant's Exhibit 52. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay.
Take a look at those. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
Judge, I would move Defendant's Exhibit 51 and 52. Well, before I move in 52, the 52 are some text messages. Are those
right?
text messages that you recognize that you kept in your ordinary course of dealings with text messages?
Yes, they are.
I would move in
I
at
wouldn't
this
have
time
given her the money.
51 and 52.
Any
Was it
objection from
when
the
we give
state?
her the
I
money?
have not reviewed it.
I'd have her on tape.
Please let Ms. Keppelman look at 51 and 52.
I'm playing the devil's advocate to my channel here.
I know.
There was nookie bookie going on between the two of them.
Defense 51 and 52 are
Nookie
admitted at
African
this time.
murder.
Now, on within 11 days after your extortion, did you do anything in particular to your house and to the Adelson Institute?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
A few days after it happened, I called up a camera guy, and I got a whole system set of cameras installed at my house and in my office, and in my office, like pointing out to the parking lot also.
Judge, may I publish?
Nancy, I know that you didn't.
I'm showing you
but
what's
this to me is telling
marked
the story of the extortion theory. And I find it credible.
I find holes.
Well, you'll have to tell me what those are when we have a break.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 51. Is this a check for the cameras?
Yes, it is.
And
Just off the guy's bank.
how much did you pay for the camera system?
I paid $2,140.
And what date was the check made out for?
7/30/2014.
And in the memo line, what does it say?
Says camera.
I'm showing you some text messages from a couple days earlier. And these are text messages between you and your parents and you and camera Adriel. Who's camera Adriel?
Adriel is the name of the guy who installed the cameras, so I just put his name in my phone as camera, so it's easy to look up. Camera Adriel.
And here are you indicating that you put cameras in your house as well as the Adelson Institute?
Yeah, that's why there's two DVRs. There was one for the house and there was one for the office, and it's 23 cameras in total.
Why did you think it was so important to put all of a sudden a camera system out?
It was I was worried about my safety. I fully expected these people to come back and possibly try to kill me. So I just wanted to beef up my security system in the house and the office.
Okay, I want to switch gears a teeny bit. What was your sister like in the weeks following the murder?
She was a wreck. I mean, she looked horrible. She didn't leave the house. She wasn't eating.
Before we go into that subject, I want to bring up one other thing about the cameras. Are there text messages earlier in the year where your parents are asking you to put up cameras at the Adelson Institute?
We talked about it, and I actually had a camera system at my house, but it was older and it was antiquated, and it didn't work really good. It was from like 2008, so the technology was 6-7 years old.
Those text messages earlier in the year to put up a camera system at the office, had you ever acted upon that?
No, we talked about it, but I never got around to it.
It's not until within a week or so after you're extorted that you act upon that, correct?
Yeah, I called the camera guy about 3 or 4 days after I got extorted, and then it took him like a week to get the cameras and to set up an appointment to install it.
Let me ask you another question. And we're going to get to your mom learning what happened. But before we get there, after you were extorted, did you tell anyone about what happened to you?
No, I told nobody.
Why not?
Katie told me before she left my house that morning, she's like, you cannot talk to anybody about this. Don't ever talk about this with anyone. Don't ever talk on the phone about it. Don't even talk to me about this ever again. Like, nobody can find out, but I'm going to protect you.
Let's get back to Wendy.
Okay.
So
I gotta be honest.
I think
guys,
you said
I believe him.
Wendy was a mess.
Yeah.
Did you?
Did there come a time when you went out to dinner with your sister?
Yes.
And how long after the murder was that?
I'd say it was about 2 weeks after, maybe even a hair more, but around about 2 weeks.
And what happened when you went out to dinner with her?
I picked her up. I said, what do you feel like getting? You want to get pizza? You want to get sushi? And she's like, I love sushi. So I said, all right, I'll take you to this. Like, I'll take you to a really good place for sushi.
Where did you go?
We went to a restaurant called Juvia. And it's actually a pretty fancy sushi place.
What happened during the dinner?
She got really sick. When we got to the restaurant, we didn't have a reservation or anything. They sat us at the bar. They served us a drink at the bar. It was
Hello,
really one of those like
Lorianne.
martinis that have like 3 shots in them, so they're strong. And then we sat at the dinner table.
Were you drinking and celebrating the death of Professor Markel?
Absolutely not. We sat at the bar waiting for a table for an hour, and then when we sat at the table, we each had 1 drink.
Now, I want to move on to August. Well, before we get there, sorry. In July, did you break up with Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
After the deed?
How did you break up with her?
This happened on a Friday night, and I'd say within a week, I met her. I said, "Come, let's have dinner," and we went out for tacos. And I said, like, we can't do this anymore. I don't want to be in a relationship with you.
How did she react?
I think she knew it was coming. I mean, there was no surprise.
Now,
Convenient.
in August, did you see her?
I saw her 1 time in August.
Why did you see her in August?
I saw her 1 time in August to pay her $3,000 for her friend.
When you paid her the money in August, how did you pay her?
I paid her $3,000 in cash.
And at this point in time, did you know that she was actually part of the extortion?
No, I thought she was. I thought she was not part of it. I was a little suspicious, but she just kept telling me that how sorry she was, and she was adamant that she had nothing to do with it and didn't know this was going to happen.
I don't believe that a
When
bit.
you gave her the cash in August,
I don't know.
did she make any requests?
I
of
didn't
you?
know they were going to kill up in
Yes, she
here.
did.
I need money.
What request did she make?
She said, "Look, none of this money's going to her. She's giving all the money to her friend."
Oh.
She said, "Can you do me a favor? I need to get health insurance for my kids.
I
Like,
don't
I'm
buy it.
helping you
I don't
out.
buy it.
Nobody's going to ever pay you a visit. Can you give me $2,000 in cash for my friend and write me a check for $1,000 every month?"
I don't buy it.
And that way, she said she'll cash it, give the money to her friend, and then that way she can get health insurance for her kids.
Okay, so let's
All right, I'll give you that.
break that down a little bit.
Suspect.
She says to you she needs health insurance for her kids.
Mhm.
And she says to you, I'm getting none of the money at all.
Yeah, she said none of this is going to her.
But it would really help me if $1,000 of the $3,000 can be in the form of
I don't either, Lori.
of being on the books of your business, essentially.
This is a lie.
And did you say to her, Catherine, we just did a murder. I can't put you on the books of the business because that creates a paper trail.
No, we didn't just do a murder. I just got extorted.
Now, what did you say to her when she made you that request?
I said, I'll do it for you. No problem. I mean, I wanted to keep her happy.
Now, before
You
you
just broke
did
up
that
with
for
her.
her, what did you have to do?
I had to call my mom because she does the books at the office. I don't even have the checkbook.
You don't want to keep
And I
somebody.
called her
calling
up and I said, I want to put
do you?
Katie on payroll at the office for $1,000 a month.
When you called your mom, what did she say to you?
She said, was Katie going to be coming into the office? Is she going to start working for us? And I said, no, she's not. And then she's like, well, what's Katie going to be doing? And I go, oh, she's just going to be helping me out with some stuff and different things. It's a long story. And I think my mom was someplace when I was talking to her on her cell phone because she didn't question me much after that.
Did you make any special requests to your mom about how the checks would be made?
Yes, I did.
What was your request to your mom?
I said, put them as like, give me like 4 or 5 checks at a time because I just want to hand them to her like that. So I said, write me a bundle of checks at a time.
Of course,
Why did you want your mom to give you a bundle of checks at a time?
Millennials don't do
Because I only planned on seeing her
It's
one
right
time
on
a
my
month,
desk.
and that
I'm
was
not
to
gonna
make the
show it to
extortion
you
payment.
for obvious reasons.
So I figured if I gave her 4 or 5 checks each time, that's all I planned on seeing her.
Now, sometimes did you give her less than 4 or 5 checks at a time?
Not that I can recall.
Now, did there come a time when you went to go pick up the checks from your mom?
Yes.
And where did you go to pick up the checks?
I went to my parents' apartment.
And who was there when you came to pick up the checks?
My mom was there, and I don't think my dad was there at the time. He wasn't there at that time.
Was he there or
No,
wasn't he?
she was alone. There was no one else there.
Now, when you went to go pick up the checks, what happened and what do you remember?
I remember walking in and saying hi to my mom, and she's like, oh, the checks are over there on the counter like you asked for. And I saw it was a white envelope and there was a stack of checks sitting there. And she said,
There you go. Checkbook.
what's Katie doing for you? And I thought we'd already addressed it, but she's working at the office. And I'm like, no, I told you she's not. She's like, well, $1,000 a month is a lot of money to pay somebody. And she's like, what exactly is she doing for you? And I said, it's a long story. And then she said, well, I'm your mom. Like,
bullshit.
Tell me. Like, don't just tell me it's a long story. So this time she was like, and I was face to face with her, and she was more persistent in asking me, what the heck's going on? Are you still dating her? And I'm like, no, we're definitely not dating anymore. She's like, well,
she never met
why are you
her.
giving her $1,000 a month? This makes no sense.
Yeah.
What happened next?
I
knew
told
why.
my mom, I wanted to tell somebody because if I get
Protecting
killed,
his
at
mother.
least somebody will know where to look or what it could have been about. So I wanted my mom to know what happened, but I also didn't want her saying anything to anybody. So I told my mom, I said, listen, I'm going to tell you something, but I never want to talk about it again. I never want you to talk to me about it on the phone. Don't talk about it anywhere. And
We broke
please,
up and I
whatever
still
you
wanna
do,
give her
do
money,
not say
Mom.
anything
I
to
just
Dad.
do.
Do not say anything to
I
Wendy.
want to make her happy.
Do not try to make me go to the police because I'm not going. You got to promise me all that, and then I'll tell you.
Nancy,
What did you tell your mom?
my first
What?
theory.
I told her that the
I don't
night of
believe
the
he was
18th,
a
I got
I
extorted
believe
for a
they're
third
all-
of $1 million.
How did your mom react?
She flipped out and she's like, "What?
This is changing
do
what
you
I
mean?"
was thinking yesterday.
Wasn't he's a dupe my first theory of the case?
Yes.
Are we simpatico on that? Maybe.
Like, what is this about? Like, you know who killed Dan?
Pause it for a second.
What did she want to do?
She wanted to go to the police.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, here's what I'm doing. I'm writing notes of how I think it's there's some holes in it. So I'm going to go over that. Okay.
I genuinely think that Giselle is right, that it is a combination of extortion and he's a dupe.
Nope, I don't believe it.
I do.
I believe they're all.
And what did you tell her?
I said, absolutely not. I said, it's not going to bring Dan back. I go, you're just going to end up getting me killed, or they'll come after somebody in the family.
What was agreed upon between you and your mom that evening?
That she was never going to say anything to anybody.
How about to your dad?
That not my dad, not my sister.
Why were you so persistent with your mom that she couldn't tell your dad or your sister?
Because I thought they'd go to the police. I didn't think there'd be any way to stop them. These people told me, I mean, I was told the night of the extortion, you got 48 hours to pay up or you're going to get killed. Like, these people were not messing around.
That's not bullshit.
Now,
If you're talking about the Latin Kings, that's not bullshit.
Your mom gives you the checks, the first set of checks.
Well, no, it isn't.
Yes.
Like, it's
That-
not
that
bullshit,
day?
but they all knew what was going on.
And do you remember what month that was?
Job.
That was in September.
For the
No wonder
after
she
she gave you
pleaded
those
guilty.
checks, would you periodically have to meet with your mom and
I'm
get more
not,
checks?
I am totally disagreeing
Yeah,
with
but
the
not.
whole
I didn't
thing
even
that
realize
was-
the staff got paid bi-weekly, so they got their checks
Well,
every 2 weeks.
okay. Can you?
So when I
pause?
asked her
It's
for
not
4 or 5
bullshit
checks,
that
I
he
was
had to
thinking
pay
like
him
that would
because
be good
his
for the
life.
month.
It was
I
bullshit
didn't
that they
realize that
all
was gonna
didn't
be
know
like,
it was the hitman. They all knew this was going to happen. That's what's bullshit about it. It's not bullshit to protect his life. Okay, it's bullshit that his mother knew. Everybody hired this idiot to kill him. Why would he have to go to his mother to get the checks? He broke up with her. You don't keep somebody happy after you break up with them.
Isn't that the nature of being extorted? Is that you're not exactly giving them money because you want to?
Well, if you're being extorted, I mean, there's just too many holes in there that he didn't know about it. No, I'm sorry. I can't buy that anymore.
But that's the thing is, he did know about it after the fact. Not
He knew about
beforehand.
it all along. All along, he knew about it.
I don't know. I think that it's perfectly colorable that they heard through.
I don't
his,
think this jury is going to believe anything he says at this moment.
follow the story really quickly, and I'm going to do this in probably
2
like,
seconds, because I want to hear this. Okay.
All right. So here's the deal. The insane girlfriend finds out about the fact that they were willing to offer $1 million for Dan Markel to move. So they know that there's money. There's something going on there. She then conspires with the 2 actual hitmen to go instead kill the guy and then turn it around and they say, yeah, we want our third of the money. That's a perfectly reasonable thing that might actually, not reasonable, but it's a perfectly plausible thing that might actually happen with the Latin Kings. And then the rest of it flows from there. I think that that's actually a
8-10
plausible
weeks.
theory.
Did your mom bring
And he
this subject
freaked
up
out,
again?
Didn't know what the fuck to do.
she would ask
rest
me,
of it all went
"Are you okay?" You know, she asked me, "Do you need anything?"
I
She
think that's a
said, "Do you need money?" I'm like, "No, I don't want you guys
reasonable
getting involved.
theory of what
It's bad enough
actually
that I'm involved in this."
For the next 20 months, What did you
I don't know.
do
I'm gonna throw
with
it to
regards
chat.
to
What do
money
you all
and
think?
Catherine Magbanua?
What?
Every single month, when I met her, I gave
John,
her
this is what makes it fun
$2,000
when we don't agree.
and the stack of checks
I'm not going
to
to agree with
carry
you,
her
but just
forward.
because it's I just.
And again, what did you think she was doing with those checks?
I thought she was cashing the checks and giving the $3,000 to her friend.
Now, we've heard a lot about gifts.
And by the way, let's not forget, you want me to believe that he hired a hitman who tried to run him off the road a little after 2 weeks before the actual hit?
I'll tell you why. Because the guy is an idiot. He is a jealous idiot.
Jealous
He
of
wanted
what?
to scare him.
Garcia's the jealous idiot?
Well, yeah, he's an idiot because he sees Katie and him together and he's jealous and he just got pissed off.
And maybe he did. Maybe that's entirely true.
But
I'm
then
not
there's that
hiring
hole.
the jealous-
There's that
I'm
hole.
not hiring the jealous idiot ex who tried to kill me to go
How do we
put a hit on my ex.
How do we really know it
Partner again.
happened? How do we really know that happened?
Because both Katie and him testified to it.
Just because you testify doesn't mean you're lying.
There was an investigator that was on the stand that put it in.
Okay, so it did happen, yes. Well, maybe that was just this. Okay, John. Okay, I have.
Let me put it this way. If you hold a gun to my head and I manage to get out of the situation, I don't call you 2 weeks later and ask you to then go murder my.
These guys, when they get jealous, they get really jealous. I would not want to be around. I tell you one thing. I have dated a couple Latinos, okay? And trust me, don't ever want to get one mad.
So have I.
And she said she's right because a jealousy crazy ex with the big machoism. Look at that. Maybe he just. Sorry.
Pronounced machismo.
What?
It's pronounced machismo.
Machismo. Okay, I'm not. Oh, sorry, honey, but I'm not really into the. I'm really bad with accents, so bear with me. That's why I couldn't pursue my Spanish career in college.
My point at the end of the day is, I think all of this is plausible. I think that it really could have gone down this way.
Too many holes.
What? What's the? Give me one hole, and then we're gonna go back to the trial. And then I'm probably
Too many
going to be done
holes.
at the lunch break.
Number one hole. I broke up with her, but I still wanted to keep her happy. I broke up with a couple of ex-boyfriends. Do you think I want to make them happy?
May I finish a thought, please?
Go.
He broke up with her because he didn't want to be involved with her, but he wanted to keep her happy because she was his protection. She was his shield against the Latin kings.
That is a very good argument.
That is a perfectly valid reason to want to keep her happy, even if you don't want to be with her anymore.
It's convenient. It's convenient that he breaks up with her after the murder.
I mean, if I found out that some idiot running their tongue ended up in my ex-brother-in-law being shot in the head, I probably wouldn't want to be with her. I probably would break up with her.
How many nice guys would be staying with a woman that had a dangerous ex with 2 kids? That, I mean, really, I'm sorry if I say, for instance, if I met Jesse and he says, yeah, my ex is, I don't know, just never mind.
There are plenty of people that have rough pasts and have ex relationships, who have ex kids, who are not awful human beings. I'm not saying that he's necessarily. You're basically trying to transfer her sinisterism to him because he happened to date her.
Yes, I agree with you, Giselle. But some people, like with me, I'm sorry, because I would be scared if that ex was going to come after me, just like with this one guy. If that's true, Giselle, then why he?
Nancy, that's why I'm saying he's kind of an idiot, but
That's
doesn't
why
make him a
people
person.
would. That's why people wouldn't want to stay with somebody who has an crazy ex person out there. I have heard a lot of guys tell me that. I had to break up with her because boy, she had an ex boyfriend, and he run me off the road. Bah.
Yes. And that probably would have been a smart decision, and he wouldn't be in
And
this
then why
situation.
did he stay with her?
I don't know. Maybe she had a magical, body part. Who cares? That doesn't make it a crime.
It doesn't make it a crime, but it just kind of raises a lot of questions.
Yes, it raises plenty of questions about his judgment, obviously. Because
There's
he's
a lot
in
of
this
questions.
situation.
It raised a lot of questions with this case as well.
My point is,
I got questions.
beyond, we already went with one of them. What is your other hole in his testimony? Let's go with two. Maybe I can get a trifecta.
Can we, you don't want to listen on, you just want me to do this?
No, we'll continue, but I don't understand how his theory of the case makes any less sense than the state's. And that's what you need for reasonable doubt.
So he goes to his mother to get
defendant.
So do you think his mother's just going to hand him over 4 checks to Katie and say, I don't know what they're really for, but she doesn't really work here. Can you tell me? Mom, it's a long story. Okay, here you go, son. Bye. My mother would never have done that.
My mother might if I told her that I really need it.
Oh, not mine. You would have to have one heck of a reason and some. You think I'm tough?
I'm saying, look.
If I had one of my sons and say, "Hey, Mom,"
cutting a couple blank checks, and he did tell her. Stacy's right.
He told her
he was being extorted.
She was given the money because they were paying her off.
He told his mother that he was being extorted and he needed a handful of checks every couple months.
Mom, it's for us the payment. We got to do this.
Mom,
it's for us the payment. Mom, it's for us the payment. We got to do this. I got to make her happy. We don't want to get murdered from these men. Okay, well, they already did the deed.
You to get murdered. I don't want to get murdered. I don't want you to get murdered. I don't want
No, and we have to keep doing this.
Let's just keep it's a fucking $1,000 a month. That is the cheapest protection racket I have heard in a long damn time. And honestly, when you're dealing with 35 friggin' dental offices, $12 grand a year is fucking peanuts.
So
and
yeah,
if that's the difference between getting shot in the head like Dan just did and not getting shot.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with that, dude. I am not disagreeing with that. All I'm disagreeing is they all had this planned out. Every single one of them.
I
don't know about that. I genuinely don't.
Lexus with 160,000 miles. We've heard about plane tickets. We've heard about, I guess, breast augmentation, but let's put that aside.
Boots?
It's a different category. We've heard about a whole host of gifts regarding over the next 20 months, you giving a bunch of gifts to Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall that testimony in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
The gifts that you gave to Catherine Magbanua, was that part of the extortion? Were those extortion payments?
No, not at all.
Oh,
What
I want
were
to be
the
nice to my ex.
The gifts were me trying to keep Katie happy. And I didn't think Katie was any
I wish
part of
my
this
ex trying to
extortion
keep
at
me
all.
happy.
She was constantly broke. I mean, she'd be hitting me up for $300. I mean, there's no way that she was getting that $3,000 and then asking me for $300 or running short on this or running short on that or can't pay a car bill.
So I want to make sure that we're crystal clear here.
Giselle makes kind of an interesting point.
The fact that she was always saying she was broke, did that make you more certain or less certain that she was not part of the extortion?
It made me more certain that there's no way that she's involved. I mean, she's telling the truth. The extortion never went up. I mean, she could have just raised the extortion payment instead of having to ask me for money. Every time she was asking me for money, I actually felt good. I felt like she wasn't part of it.
Yeah. You have one moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Are we already at the lunch break?
You know, it's quite interesting. A ginger snap and a coffee snap come together.
Showing you defendants exhibit 56 and 57 for identification
At
purposes
the end of the
only.
day, I love you.
Likewise. That's why I feel comfortable losing my mind and debating as strongly as I do.
Mm-hmm. That's what makes the John and Nancy show. You want to stay on my channel or you want to go to yours? Let's
I
go to
do.
yours next.
One of those text messages from
I may
December
have
2nd,
to disappear for a couple
2014,
Yes, it is.
Okay.
and is one of them
Recall.
from
You,
November 25, 2015.
Yes, it is.
Are these text messages, do you recognize them as being kept in your ordinary course of business?
Yeah, there was text messages from my phone.
I mean, the
Judge, I would move
you
in
just suck at planning
these exhibits at this point in time.
You know,
Any objection?
No objection.
Well, that's not
They're
true.
admitted at this
Best
time.
plans are
Defense
always-
56 and 57, I believe.
Sometimes
Yes.
there's problems.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
You can make a plan, it can go wrong.
The first message is from December 2nd, 2014, defendants exhibit 56.
Who knew that Garcia would
Katie is
play with a gun and shoot?
Go ahead.
Oh, don't get me started with that. 'Cause I'll laugh. Okay. What the hell?
different.
Oh. Oh, what?
You have to make everyone sit. Do you recall her asking for a favor that she needs to borrow from you in December of 2014?
Yes.
I mean, isn't that the whole thing that?
Do you recall in
every plan
November of 2015, she's talking about how she's embarrassed because her credit card was declined?
That old Navy said, yeah.
Okay.
Boy, she's milking him, isn't she?
Now, as time went on,
I have a dirty
Let me
joke that
back
I
up.
can make there, but yeah.
after the extortion, you break up with her
Yes.
She must
and
make
you
this-
see her only once a month or so.
Didn't I
It was
literally
once a
just
month,
say this?
Except for the occasion of maybe there's one other time, one or two times.
Now,
Am I no
your
Stradamus?
communications with her in August and September, and maybe the first part to most of October of 14 through text messaging, do they dwindle, stay the same, or go up?
No, I was trying to have limited contact with her.
Trying.
And as time goes
I
on, however,
literally just made this argument.
what happens to your relationship?
It's a breakup
Right,
after the
I become more
breakup.
sure that she's not
It's
part of the
almost like I'm
extortion at
actually a
all.
lawyer.
And it really would, what I was going by is how broke she was. There's no way she got all this money and she's so broke and she's still working. And it, we became friendly again. You know, our relationship was very different, but it was different but stronger because I needed her for my safety.
There we go. Oh
And so you've seen some of the emails, and I'm sure the state will show you a bunch of these emails in cross-examination where it's clear in the emails that you're learning a lot about each other, you're texting each other somewhat, you're talking as if you're friends.
We were friends. We weren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. That ended, but she was protecting me.
I literally just predicted the future. Everybody fear me. I'm getting my voice.
Now, during this entire period of time before the bump, we're not at the bump yet. During this entire period of time, did she ever tell you who was extorting you?
No.
Did you have a pretty good idea of who it was, though?
I did. I absolutely did.
She kept that a secret.
Yeah, one moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Where are you going? Oh! John, just put you up there only. Show everybody right now, quick.
I
Just
can't
you
do that.
only.
You leave then.
Okay, everybody look. This is how he's looking. I'm going to go off the stage.
I am the Wizard of Time. I have shown you the future. And I will continue to do so to the best of my ability. And anybody who knows Magic the Gathering would know why it's a blue robe. All right, let's go. Nancy, bring the court back, please.
The bump.
I am the Wizard of Time.
Yesterday, we heard a call,
I had added that to the show.
which is SX130, where your mom and you are showing your love for Wendy's boyfriend, who she doesn't love, Dave. Do you recall that?
Dave, yeah.
Was your mom involved in Wendy's life?
Yeah, she was involved, but I mean, she cared a lot about her. I mean, she was her mom.
Now, during that call, you talk about how Professor Markel's
That was cute.
death was a tragedy. Do you recall that?
I thought it would be fun.
Yeah.
Did you have any idea at that point in time that you were being listened to by the police?
Oh my God. Itchy.
No idea. I was driving
Yes,
home.
Lori, I
I was
promise
in the
you,
car
winter
for
is coming.
a long time, so I was just talking to my
Depending
mom.
on which hemisphere you're in.
Now, during that call, there is some discussion about Wendy winning the lottery. If you look at the context of the call in its entirety, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to meeting Dave. Dave was a one-of-a-kind catch guy that I liked him a lot. I guess I liked him more than my sister did. But he was a great catch. He was super successful.
Why don't you date him?
He used to work for a government agency. Sold his company for a tremendous amount of money. But most importantly, like, he really loved my sister. He really loved my nephews who don't have a dad anymore. And I mean, I even on that call, I was talking about like a 6-year-old farting on his head. I was over there, the kid was farting on his head, and he laughed, and it didn't bother him. So I thought he was a great guy. He actually even met the Markels, Dan's parents, once with my sister when they were visiting the boys. I mean, he was just a great guy, and it was my sister's birthday. That's why there was
Hi, Trent.
so much chatter caught about Dave, because I don't think she was inviting him or something. So that's why he became a topic of conversation. And The Wire was from April, and my sister's birthday's in April. So those are probably the most amount of Dave calls I've ever had in my life. But the FBI captured a bunch of Dave calls.
By the way, I saw you get a little emotional there. Do you love your nephews?
Of course.
Would you ever take their father away from them?
No, never. Never in a million years.
Ooh.
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
You may.
Oh, how cheesy.
You think that's cheesy? I thought that was genuine.
If it was the other side of the fence, you wouldn't think it was.
Yeah, well, you know what? I didn't think that was cheesy. I actually thought that was a genuine moment. He was in the middle of his flow and he cut it off to ask the question. I don't think that was planned. I think that was actually a moment.
Well,
I don't think that was part of his planned questioning.
I believe he loves his nephews. Yes, very deeply. Yes, that's emotional. But I can't believe you'll throw the kids in there.
Well, let me ask you this.
That's cheesy.
Do you think that the defense attorney...
We're going to take our lunch break at this point this morning. Once again, you're going to receive the same instruction that you've gotten since jury selection. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else.
Okay, everybody, we're going to let John have the floor because I'm such a great host.
We will
and John is such a great host too. You have two hosts. We don't do the co-host. We share it. We share this. And right now, we all love what he has to say. So, John?
I don't have a ton to say, to be honest. I like I said, we've gone back and forth. We paused the video for a period of time to kind of do it. I managed to predict the future, which, you know, if you want to consider me a magician, I'm happy to accept that. What is there to say?
There's an emotional argument here. Trent, I wish you could just come up real quick and tell us what it is.
What?
I'd be interested in this.
Oh, is there a motion argument going? Bring it back up, please. I'll bring the video back.
Well, do you intend to finish with your direct by at least the mid-afternoon?
How long was I up there right now?
Let's say it took the morning.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea, Your Honor. I anticipate this could go all day, but maybe it'll go. It's going a little quicker than I had anticipated. To be honest with you, I know that's surprising, but I would think it's gonna.
I do too. We agree with that. I always liked him.
Nah, it'll be a while. It may leak into tomorrow.
All right. Unless either party has anything further to raise, we'll be in recess. Please report back at 1:20.
Okay.
Okay.
So we've got an hour and 10 minutes.
All right. So should we do the a little quick bit before we go to lunch? John, do you want to take it away?
Let's do that.
Okay, I'll let John have the floor.
No, honestly, I want to put you on the spot.
Oh, he loves doing that.
I asked you to raise a role in his testimony. I think I answered it effectively. So what else do you want to run with? What else do you think is wrong with his testimony? Every step of the story, at the very least, is plausible to the point where it gives me reasonable doubt. You have the state's case, which is that everybody was in on it, they hired the hit, all of that. And then you have the defense's case, which is the money was as a result of the extortion, and otherwise he really didn't know about this ahead of time. If he didn't know about it ahead of time, he can't solicit the murder, he can't be a co-conspirator of the murder, and he can't be the murderer. So tell me where, I mean, if it's a 50-50, tie goes to the defense. So tell me where their story is not plausible, other than the one that I already closed the loop on.
Well, let me just tell you the whole story, okay? Let me just tell you what the whole picture, because that's just how I work.
Okay.
As a journalist, I was listening, taking notes, following. And by the way, could you tell I was taking notes?
I can. Because you keep looking down.
No, I was better.
You were better.
I have to look down once in a while to see what I wrote.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'm not criticizing you.
No, but I'm working on it. Okay, no, who cares? Chat doesn't care about our little side notes anyway. Okay. When I break up with someone or someone breaks up with me, they don't try to make me happy. Okay. They don't go out of their way. When I break up with somebody, I don't call them for money.
Well, but here's so I'm gonna answer that easily. If you try and break up,
No, I'm not done yet. Okay, honey.
All right, I'll let you finish.
So, I don't call for money. Oh God, now you. I'm not, and again, I know that. I get all that, you guys. I get all that. Yeah. I lost my train of thought. I just totally lost it.
It's okay.
Thanks.
Oh,
it's okay because John wants to talk.
Because my answer is going to be very simple.
You don't even know the whole thing yet, what I was going to say.
I would like to, if I break up with somebody because I feel I'm in
I lost it.
Because I feel I'm in danger by being around them. So I choose to break up with them. And they're still holding a gun to my head. Maybe I keep paying them because I want them to be happy.
But that's against the law,
because
isn't
they
it?
have a gun to my head.
Is that against the law to keep somebody happy through extortion?
Yes, by definition. That's literally the defense's argument. Following me, or do I need to
keep going? I'm trying to soak in what you're saying.
What they're basically saying is, I told this story before. It is, they found out that this divorce was not going great. The family had $1 million that they were going to pay to Dan to relocate. Katie couldn't keep her mouth shut, told her friends, family members, whatever, about this whole situation. They murdered Dan. Oops. We kind of screwed up here, but we still want money. So then they turn it around on Charlie and the family. And Charlie freaks the fuck out and decides to set up an arrangement because he doesn't want to be in Dan's situation. So, you date a crazy person. She has gang connections. That ends up in your brother-in-law being murdered. Yeah, I'd want to keep her happy because I don't want to be in the situation of my brother-in-law. I don't want to be with you, but I don't want you to be mad at me.
But thank you very much for contacting those people so we can kill him.
Did he?
I want to break up with you now. Oh, but I did all this for you, Dan, or Charlie. I set this up for you, and you really wanted to be set up. You owe me. You owe me big time, because I might go to jail.
What reason did Charlie have to have Dan killed?
What reason did Charlie have? Because it's all a conspiracy with his family.
No, I'm asking you honestly. What is his motivation?
To help his sister out.
Okay.
We don't know, because when people have like a really, Catherine said on the stand, he never used the words he wanted to kill Dan. No, he never did. But we don't know that for sure.
Well,
Behind
you
closed doors. I wish you would come up, because it would be interesting to hear what you say.
You have reasons to believe him or not, but
I'm sorry. I just you know.
Let's put it this way: if this was supposed to be some sort of extraordinarily carefully orchestrated murder of somebody,
Well, and also the reason why he would have want Dan
and they
killed.
really suck at this.
Okay, listen. The reason why they wanted Dan killed, I guess they were doing some shady things, allegedly doing some shady things at the dentist office. I guess they had some stuff on them.
But Dan wasn't involved in the dentist's office. He was a fucking law professor.
No. The family, the Adelsons, were doing some shady things, and
And what? Dan found out about it and was.
Yeah, there was more to the story than that.
Exploiting them, and so we ended up with a.
You guys, everything I say, you guys are just going to just throw me under the bus.
Because I'm actually being reasonable.
I'm being reasonable too.
I mean, it's not totally outside of the bounds of reason.
No, I'm sorry. I just find
I think my theory of the case is more plausible than yours. And I think everybody watching thinks so as well.
That's fine.
Right. So as Stacey said.
That's fine. I'll just go to court. I'll just go to court TV. They fight. I'm just kidding. No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry.
That he hired a hitman to kill his brother-in-law over a few hours of driving kids to custody versus a gang extorting rich people.
I think it's a little more than that. Why they hate Dan, and I don't know how we're going to fight it.
I believe the gang extorting rich people theory.
You do?
Yes. Honestly, I was 50-50 2 days ago. But right now, if I'm being honest, I honestly think that this was a racket that went bad.
Oh, wait a minute. I see some action in court here. What? Or is this, wait a minute, hold on for a second.
No, this is their commentary. Yeah, this is them. They're just replaying video.
I know. I'm just teasing you guys.
You know what I think? Honestly, you know what I think it was? I think that originally it probably was actually just a straightforward extortion scheme. I think that the first time they did it was a warning. The second time they came back, it was...
Hello, IR.
Hi, IR.
Do you know IR?
I do not. This is a new one.
IR, welcome to our channel. This is where we talk about the case. John and I are on the opposite sides right now, and it's always interesting because he has a theory, I have a theory, and
that's okay.
And it's okay. So welcome.
The only theory that matters at the end of the day is what the jury says.
Yeah. So we're just hashing it out. That's what we do around here. We talk about the case, IR, and then we just all draw to our own. IR, by the way, do you know, are you new to the case? Wow, you found me.
There you go. See? You're getting there.
Oh, I know. And we have a good time. But yeah.
Sure. My thought point at the end of the day is what makes more sense. So where I was going with that was that I think that it basically was a racketeering job. I think what they wanted to do, they wanted to scare Dan sufficiently so that the family would open up their checkbooks. Because Katie's an idiot and told them that they were willing to give Dan $1 million to move to South Florida.
Oh, you know what? I'm seeing the light of your side.
And then I think that it went wrong because the second time they went, they were trying to scare him with a little bit more force and it went bad. Now, if you're the gang member, idiots that ended up actually shooting the guy, then you either have to double down or you have to flee. And Latin Kings don't flee. And that's where I think that my theory of the case makes more sense. I think Charlie
Okay.
panicked and he made some poor decisions, but I don't think he called the hit.
Okay. Here. So, okay, I'm gonna go with you for a second.
Yeah, fire away.
All right.
Tell me what those holes
So-
are in my story.
No. I think I know where you're coming from in here. It's just like finally kind of seeing what you're going. So Dan told Katie all the bullshit, what was happening.
It didn't have to be Dan telling Katie. It could have just been, gossip in the family.
How would she know that there was going to be $1 million?
That came from Charlie. That knowledge came from Charlie, probably.
Why would Charlie tell her that?
Because they were dating and he was in for a third.
She must have been very good. And
as a grifter, sure.
Mhm.
Pick a card. This is what I'm sitting here shuffling cards the entire time we're having this conversation.
Hot coffee, I am taking a step out of my notes. And I am seeing them from a different angle. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing that because I love every single one of you.
Yeah, because Charlie talks a lot, Giselle. That's what
All right.
the entire
So yeah.
time.
So I'm taking that. I'm totally taking this out of notes. Okay. All right. But I still don't think it's not 100% on your guys' side. But I do see the side. That's just who I am anyway.
Let me put you on the spot. What
You
is
always
the
do.
hole?
So what else is new?
What is the hole in my theory of the case? Where does my story break down?
I cannot believe that Charlie never knew about the thugs doing it.
Of course he knew after the fact.
I can't believe that he didn't know it before the fact. I just can't see it. That's just me.
Well, so fair, and that's an impression.
I just can't get there.
I get it. But that's an impression. What is the piece of evidence that you would want me to look to say that he knew for a fact before?
Yeah. Charlie never calling the police is a point against him. If somebody, hey, Trent. Yeah, Trenton, I agree.
How about not wanting to be dead?
We need a referee. Okay.
Let me repeat.
Go ahead.
Let me repeat my original question. If there was one piece of evidence that you wanted me to look at that would conclusively convince me that Charlie knew about the hit before it actually occurred. There's plenty of evidence that shows that he knew after the fact. What is the one piece of evidence that you would like me to look at? Because
I
the
don't
state's
really
already
think I don't really think it's a tangible piece of evidence, like I can just like show you, but I can tell you from the way the
one piece of
whole thing.
testimony, anything.
Well, she goes to his house. Oh my God. I'm going to act this out because it's just part of who I am because I study dramatic arts too. Oh God. I just did something so terrible.
Stacey makes another good point.
What?
You're not safe in the prison.
No, actually, you're not. Of course you're going to be. You guys, you know what? Can I just say something for the record on my channel? Can I just say something? Can I just say something for the record? Okay? I do not doubt that Charlie was afraid of the Latin Kings because they were dangerous. Okay? I just want to get that out. I understand he wants to keep money to keep them away from pointing the gun to him. Totally agree with that. Okay? I get it. I get it. But I don't agree. I totally agree with that. I just want everybody to know that. Okay?
Okay.
Are we clear on that? I'm not that naive.
I'm clear.
Okay? But what I disagree on, he wants to keep them happy because they just want to continue on to this payment. Of course he's going to have to keep her happy after they break up. Of course.
Okay.
They want to milk this as much as they possibly can.
I don't see where you're disagreeing with my theory at all.
I'm disagreeing with you because I think he knew all along.
Knew what?
The plan.
Really?
How could anybody be
I know
that
you keep going
stupid?
back there, and that's why I asked the question. Remember?
Why do you think he trusts her so much that he's going to tell her about the $1 million deal? Well, I guess love is blind.
I think
so is the other.
I think that he's kind of an idiot. I think that, I mean, look.
Oh, he talks too much. That's right.
Isn't that literally the entire theory of the defense right now? Is that he just doesn't know when to shut the fuck up?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, he probably at some point, who knows, maybe, you know, between
maybe he wanted to talk to her.
Yeah, maybe
he was
maybe he was pissed off about the situation because he was put in a situation where, you know, they wanted $1 million to get the guy to relocate, and the parents said you're in for a third.
He is a doofus. Yes, Giselle, he's a doofus.
Which is not a crime.
It's not a crime to be a doofus. We all are once in a while.
Exactly. So, I mean, maybe it's just something as simple as
hey, let's ask the new person who joined us if he's still on, or he or she. Are you still here?
I'm sorry?
No, we're going to ask if IR is still here. We want to know what a new person thinks.
But yeah, maybe he just said something stupid to her that then got leaked that, oh my God, they're willing to give $1 million for this guy just to move 7 hours.
Giselle, I believe you could get him talking, honey. You're so beautiful. And
I believe that entirely as well.
I bet you can get him singing like a bird.
So that kind of makes it to me like kind of a nullity. So it's like, who cares? He says stupid shit to people that he probably shouldn't be. But question then becomes, and I'm going to ask it one more time, and we're going to see if we can get there. What is the one piece of evidence that you would point to that would tell me that he knew about the plan before it happened?
Why do you always do this to me? The phone calls before the murder.
And?
And when they were at that douchey place, whatever it's called.
That's after the fact. That's all after the fact.
All right. Well, I get just the story itself. I mean, it's just.
But this is the problem that I've been pointing out the entire case. Is the prosecution is requiring you to fill in the gaps. Whereas my story, which is the one that Charlie basically has been explaining this entire morning, isn't that cleaner than the state's version of events?
You're just making Charlie look stupid.
He is stupid. He's on trial. He's on trial for murder. You don't usually end up in that circumstance if you're brilliant. But doesn't his story make more sense than the one that the state gave us?
As a storytelling point of view, yes. As a full truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God, I don't know.
I mean, do you think he's lying to our faces?
Hell yeah, I would too be if I want to save my life.
I'm asking you because I found him fairly credible.
I didn't.
Nobody's going to sit there and refer to their ex-girlfriend as a bitch in the middle of open court. I think that he's too stupid to lie effectively, and he knows that.
We're all agreeing he's an idiot. Yes, we are.
It takes intelligence and a memory to be an effective liar.
He probably practiced this in prison, jail, as we speak last night. He was probably, because people do that all the time. I should have done that in my life. I should have just practiced it until I know I wasn't lying. You know, my mother used to tell me years ago, she used to say, when you believe in your own bullshit, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I said, Mom, what do you mean? You're beginning to believe your bullshit. You're beginning to be in trouble.
Trin has a really good point there.
Who?
From Law and Crime Today. Dan Markel would be alive today if not for Catherine. Yes, that is true.
Oh, you would have gotten some other idiot to do it.
Absolutely true.
You would have gotten some other idiot to do it.
Hey, I mean, Hothead Red is starting to lean toward me, so we got one more on my side.
Well, I don't really care about the sides, John. I'm not gonna.
If the chat were the jury, I think he'd be acquitted. Lorianne, Charlie never shot anyone.
I think this is a great show. I do. I'm not tooting our own horn here, but I really do. I think it's fun that John and I are on both the opposite sides.
So, yeah, you're starting to the point Charlie wanted Dan to be dead, so that's motive. What's the motive? I don't think he had a reason to want Dan to be dead. I think that he told Catherine about the bribe to get him to move.
Okay, here's one for you, John. That was addressed to me.
Four different. Yeah, Giselle, I've got nothing on that for you. Do we have? I didn't put a timestamp. I should have. When the state brought up the exhibit the other day, that they were trying to imply were the code language.
Yeah, well, you guys, I'm gonna have to get some lunch here pretty soon.
Yeah, I am as well. Actually, I have some.
But John, a shake of the hand. I agree. Agree that we disagree.
I am going to have to take my computer with me, so you might be on your own for a little while this afternoon, if that's all right.
Ooh, I'm so scared. Okay.
I believe in you.
Oh, I'm teasing.
I know. All right. So guys, I am going to drop back in a little later this afternoon. I have to go fight with Spectrum and then probably handle some other matters. And then we'll be back for the rest of this. And worst case
We
scenario,
will.
I might just go back and rewind and do it live myself.
What?
Anyway,
No, if you're going to go live, let's just join you.
I would have to go rewind because I'm going to be missing a couple hours probably.
We're going to split
Anyway.
us.
Don't worry. Stay with Nancy. Stay with Hot
No,
Coffee.
stay wherever you want to go, okay?
She is a fantastic host. I have every faith in the world that she will.
Okay. All right, you guys. Going to lunch.
All right. Until then, I'm going to see you later.
Yes, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back full swing. I just had to fix the screen. Sorry, I'm eating my lunch. I had to wait until I heated up. Welcome, welcome to my screen, everybody. I'm having salmon cakes. I don't know. Be honest with you, I'm just now eating it. You guys want to listen to this?
Welcome back to Law and Crime. Our focus is on Tallahassee, Florida, for the trial of Charlie Adelson. He's a dentist accused of plotting the murder of his former brother-in-law. The defense case is underway, and Adelson was called to the stand this morning to testify in his own defense. Now, the prosecution believes the defendant conspired to kill FSU law professor Dan Markel back in 2014 to end a custody battle with Adelson's sister. While we wait for them to come back from lunch, I want us to take a look at some testimony from earlier when Charlie Adelson spoke about convicted co-defendant Sigfrido Garcia. Let's hear it.
I want to talk briefly about July 1, 2014. And just kind of to give you a roadmap. In March, you had dinner with your sister, correct?
Yes, at Yarborough.
And we've learned that at that dinner, Sigfrido Garcia thought about killing you.
Yeah, he was stalking me with Luis Rivera.
And we've learned through this trial that a first attempted murder on Professor Markel's life happened, give or take, 6 weeks later.
Yes.
Now let's talk about July 1, which is about 3 or 4 weeks after that. By the way, up until July 1, had you ever talked to, texted with, met Sigfrido Garcia?
No, not at all.
What happened on July 1?
July 1, I was going to take Katie jet skiing, and I had the jet ski attached to the car. And I drove to her place in Miami, and I went to pick her up. And I remember it so well. I got flowers right before I picked her up. I bought flowers from the guy selling them in the middle of the street. And I picked Katie up, and we started driving out of her complex, and we got about 100, 200 feet. And this blue car comes flying out of nowhere, flies in front of us, and slams on the brakes. And I've got a car, and I'm towing a 1,200-pound jet ski behind it.
I put it up.
And she started screaming, "That's T, that's T, that's T." And I'm like, I almost rear-ended this car. And this guy gets out of the car, and he comes over, and he's screaming every kind of four-letter word at me, threatening me. His face was real red. My windows were up. And the guy was going crazy. And, I'm kind of a little bit boxed in because the front of my car was almost against the rear of his car, so I couldn't drive past it. And I had a big jet ski and a trailer behind my car, so I ended up putting the car in reverse, doing like a little bit of a three-point turn, a little bit, swinging the car around. He then got in his car, chased alongside of us, and you can't, if you're towing a jet ski with a car, you can't go real fast. You don't have much acceleration. He was right alongside of us, rolled his window down, was screaming all this stuff at us. And when we got to the light, it was just turning yellow, and I gunned it. I remember making a left-hand turn. And I said to Katie, I go, "That guy's fucking nuts." And she goes, "Nuts?" She goes, "He's really calmed down." And I go, "What do you mean he's calmed down?" And she goes, "The old T I know would have broken your window and dragged you out into the street and beaten your ass."
And with that, the ladies are back. Trial attorney Afi Patterson and criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira here with me to discuss it all. So if the defendant is telling the truth here, ladies, and Garcia was out to kill him, how does this fit into the story? Why would he want to kill him?
Okay, guys, this is important, I think.
He's a murderer. that's the first thing that comes to mind. Also, I'm just thinking about the decisions that the defendant is making. His girlfriend's, the father of his girlfriend's children is angry and is violent. I would think that he would take a closer look at her and who he's chosen to date. And, that probably led to the reason why their relationship didn't go farther than it did.
Now, Adelson also said, Marie, that around the same time, Catherine's ex drove by them and began threatening him. But it's still not clear why this situation occurred. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that he should have called the police. If someone did that to me, threatened my life, I would have called the police. Why did he not? Maybe it didn't even happen. That's why. I don't understand why this Jewish dentist is being accosted by a Hispanic gang member and he doesn't call the police. I don't understand.
Well, I think there's a few instances where you would question, why didn't he call the police? All right, before we continue our conversation, I want us now to take a listen to more of that line of questioning.
Let's talk about, you say T. Did you know Sigfredo Garcia under another nickname as well?
Yeah, well, she referred to him as T or Tuto. Or Sigfredo.
Now, that evening, did your father call you?
Yeah.
And what did your father say to you when he called you, Harvey? What did Harvey say to you when he called you?
He was worried about me.
Why?
Because he got a threatening message on his voicemail.
Oh, he did.
And the guy was saying, something to the effect of, next time I see you, it's going to be mano a mano, don't f with me, you don't know who I am, something like that. And then hung the phone up.
This was July 1, correct?
Yeah.
And this is now 17 days before Professor Markel was murdered, correct?
It was.
So we have Sigfredo Garcia thinking about killing you in March before the first attempt, right?
Yeah.
And now we have him threatening you and trying to run you off the road just 17 days before the actual murder occurred, right?
Yes.
You're aware that the state's theory is that you are co-conspirators with Sigfredo Garcia?
That's their theory.
All right, Marie, I'm just going to get right to you. You're sitting next to me here in the studio and you're shaking your head as you hear that. Why?
Because I may believe him now. Because if he could prove that angry contact and interaction happened with the car and almost running into him, and if they had like an audio tape of that message that Garcia allegedly left saying, next time I see you, it's mano to mano, then it would convince me a little bit that he wasn't part of a conspiracy, because to be part of a conspiracy, you don't have to get along like best friends, but you certainly have to have a plan, and that person is helping you execute that plan. And if he's hunting you down, trying to run you off the road, leaving death threats for you on your father's voicemail, then maybe he wasn't involved in the conspiracy, because there's no connection there. There has to be a meeting of the minds to conspire. And how are you meeting if you're scared of him and he's threatening to kill you? If they had more proof about that, I would maybe be convinced, Alfie.
Well, I mean, we've been hearing a lot about details and some possible holes here as we hear this testimony, but we haven't touched upon really, Alfie, at all. Does he seem credible or believable on the stand? What could the juror be thinking when they see him tell these stories?
He comes across just fine to me, credible. It doesn't seem like he's reaching for any information. He just seems like he's just resigned to tell whatever he believes his truth is. I have personally deduced that he's a very chatty man. At the time, he was a little careless, a little arrogant, but chatty. And then I think that his girlfriend, Catherine, at the time, with knowing the interesting people interesting ilk that she does, she saw a business opportunity and she capitalized on it. That's what I'm taking from it. I just don't see any intentional dishonesty on his part.
Marie, what do you think? Well, what is your judge of his character on the stand?
It's hard to judge, but hearing Afi again makes me think that maybe he wasn't part of the conspiracy. Because to conspire, like I said, there has to be a meeting of the minds. And if one believes that the death threat happened and they can prove it, then maybe he's telling the truth. I think he's doing okay on the stand. We just have to wait and see.
All right, we will wait and see, and they should be back from their lunch break any moment now, about 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, we're going to have that for you once they go back into that courtroom and assume the rest of the afternoon. So we're going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime. We're going to check in and also discuss more on this case when we return.
All right, there you have it. Yeah. Giselle, you're right. Here I go. So, he sounded believable to them now. And again, Joe might be right. Am I totally there yet? I don't know if I'm totally there yet, but it's giving me some thoughts. How's that? It really is. It's just giving me some new thoughts. I do like to mention something now that we're just like pausing here for a minute. And I did see a poll, and Giselle, you probably just saw the poll too, on the stream of Law and Crime. There's a poll that says 76% say he's not guilty. And no, excuse me, 76% says he's guilty. Yeah, it is because we're on the commercial. Oh, okay. And let me get the sound up. Okay. Thank you. Do you want it back up? All right. I'll type this in the what happened? Let me go my computer. Okay. I don't think there's sound yet. Can you hear me? Yes, they do. And 76% that they always think the defendant is. No, 10% thinks they're not guilty. All right. Here, I'm gonna write this in here because right now I'm just all right. Thank you. Guilty is 76, and not guilty is 10%. Okay, I'm just going to put 10. I'm not going to put cents in there. I'm just going to put the number. And a hung jury is 14%. There it is. I put it in chat. That's what they're saying in chat. So they said they'll be right back. Does everybody like hearing what the what they're, the reporters and what they're saying here? So, well, that's probably a good question. Giselle, what do you think? I don't know. Maybe just because what I'm saying, there's just questions out there. I don't know. But the thing is, at the end of the day, Yes, they're very biased. Yeah, I agree with you there. But at the end of the day, it's like, what does the jury think? What do they think? Oh gosh, I bet it would be a movie too. Here we go.
Thanks for joining us here on Long Crime. The Hitman conspiracy trial is currently on their lunch break, and they should be back any moment now. And we will take you in as soon as we see courtroom feed there. But as you know, defendant Charlie Adelson was on the stand all morning under direct examination. The Florida dentist is accused of plotting the murder of his former brother-in-law. I want to take this opportunity now to talk about another key moment that took place when Charlie was on the stand this morning. This is when Charlie discusses the alleged extortion that he was a part of. Let's take a look.
Waiting for the jury.
When you went to go pick up the checks, what happened and what do you remember?
See, this is where I
remember walking in, saying hi to my mom, and she's like, "Oh, the checks are over there on the counter, like you asked for." And I saw there was a white envelope, and there was a stack of checks sitting there.
Somebody he just
And she said,
I don't know. Sorry.
"This kid, what's Katie doing for you?"
Wishy-washy.
And I thought we'd already addressed it, but she's working at the office, and I'm like, "No, I told you she's not." She's like, "Well, $1,000 a month is a lot of money to pay somebody."
And she's just
And
that, right?
and she's like, "What exactly is she doing for you?" And I said, "It's a long story." And then she said, "Well, I'm your mom. Like, tell me. Like, don't just tell me it's a long story." So this time she was like, and I was face to face with her, and she was more persistent in asking me, what the heck's going on? This makes this. Are you still dating her? And I'm like, "No, we're definitely not dating anymore."
She never
She's
met
like,
her.
"Well, why are you giving her $1,000 a month? This makes no sense."
Did she ever meet?
What happened next?
I told my mom, I wanted to tell somebody, because if I get killed, at least somebody will know where to look or what it could have been about. So I wanted my mom to know what happened, but I also didn't want her saying anything to anybody. So I told my mom, I said, "Listen, I'm going to tell you something, but I never want to talk about it again. I never want you to talk to me about it on the phone. Don't talk about it anywhere. And please, whatever you do, do not say anything to Dad. Do not say anything to Wendy. Do not try to make me go to the police, because I'm not going. You got to promise me all that, and then I'll tell you."
And what did you tell your mom?
I told her that the night of the 18th, I got extorted for $333,000.
How did your mom react?
She flipped out, and she's like, "What do you mean? Like, what is this about? Like, you know who killed Dan?"
Okay.
What did she want to do?
She wanted to go to the police.
And what did you tell her?
I said, "Absolutely not." I said, "It's not going to bring Dan back. I go, you're just going to end up getting me killed, or they'll come after somebody in the family."
All right, Afi, as we hear this, I think it's very telling what the family ties are here. As Jada Pinkett Smith would say, there's quite an entanglement here. How would you conclude this family web?
So I think, when I watched the prosecution's opening statement, she kind of painted a picture, as in you had, the mother was in control of everything, and she is, the lead member of this whole conspiracy, and she had just a heavy, heavy hand on her son. The way he just described it, and I think this may resonate with mothers, it was like a mom who sensed something was wrong. You had a child who wanted to take care of things himself, but really needed to confess to his mom. He needed to unburden himself. And that's what it's coming across to me as. You had somebody who is used to running the show, being in control of things, earning good money, being a very confident person, being confident in who he was in the world. And he just really fell in with an unsavory person who knew unsavory people. And he was just really in over his head.
Before we bring in the jurors, there was one thing that I needed to address with the gallery. I believe during the testimony, there was some head shaking going on. This is precisely the thing that I advised everyone about before. Regardless of your own personal opinion of what is coming from the witness stand, do not make any gestures, do not make any motions, do not move your head in a way that would otherwise suggest you agree or disagree. The jurors have to make up their minds based on the evidence. There cannot be any outside influence coming into that process. For anyone who cannot abide by this, the bailiffs are going to remove you. This is the last time I'm going to address this topic. Mr. Rauschbaum.
Judge, two things. First of all, I just need 1 second to set up the computer.
Go ahead.
And also, if we could approach on a new attempted exhibit.
This is from the prior composite.
Yes.
You may.
Given a copy to the state as well. And we've just taken portions of it that are quote unquote, as the court said, relevant. Although our prior.
Yeah, really. Hi, Lori.
We will keep for the record.
If you haven't already done so, I'd appreciate if you do the UB2B things like subscribe and hit on that notification bell when I
On this, I'm glad you brought that up because there was one additional matter I wanted to place on the record concerning the composites as well. Given the composition of the jury, which contains certain members of a minority group which may find offensive subject matter that was in part contained in those composites, this is in part the court's ruling to protect the defendant from any unfair prejudice caused by either his words or the words of those communicating with him. As to the new edited version, does the state have a position?
Yes, Your Honor, I would raise the same objection, hearsay and relevance. These are text messages offered to prove that the defendant didn't text about the murder. There's been no allegation that he texted about the murder. It's not challenged. It's been testified to. This is extrinsic evidence to prove it. It contains the right amount of relevant hearsay, so I would object.
Mr. Rauschbaum, were these statements ever inquired with Ms. McBanawa or specifically presented to her?
Yes.
Which ones?
The one about the fight the day before. The ones about the fight the day before. But not kind of. I think the short answer
Hello, everybody.
is
Welcome back
not
to
directly.
that room. Here we go.
They're not going toward, our argument wouldn't be towards impeachment.
Here
Our
we
argument would be
go.
going towards state of mind, Your Honor. Charlie Adelson, state of mind. I know that the state doesn't want the jury to be able to see the evidence, but it's the exact same evidence that they have put in regarding
Save it for them.
phone records.
Your audience of one on this topic is also an attorney. I understand these matters. All right. As to this specifically, the fight I will deem is admissible. The other portions, I'm still going to sustain the objection as to relevance and hearsay. The text on the fight, I believe this would be 7/18/2014. Starting at 13:09. And then those would end at 18:20.
Yeah, put them in, Judge.
The other portions, the prior ruling applies.
May I make one additional argument for the record?
Go ahead.
So the state has put in a phone record.
Absolutely, just
in which they talk about a pattern of calls. These emails explain why there are those pattern of calls. These text messages explain that. So for instance, they bring in calls on their sheet regard their CDRs on the evening of the 16th. Calls with Catherine McBanawa. Those calls relate to Mr. Adelson having dinner with Erica Johnson. It explains those calls. Similarly, they bring in calls on the 17th and 18th that relate to these text messages. In other words, the text messages explain. I'll give you an example. Call me ASAP, and then there's a call, right? So it gives context to their very evidence. It explains to the jury why these calls are happening. They're highly relevant, and to not allow it in, I think, is prejudicial against Mr. Adelson.
As it relates to the fight, I believe the 718 messages between himself and Miss McManawa cover that territory, do they not?
They do, but their argument is going to be that that's not what they're speaking about that night. The text messages are from the next day, right?
No one is going to be permitted on either side, excuse me, to present any factual issue out of proper context. Now, I believe, as it's been presented already through the direct, your client testified to them having a fight. This otherwise demonstrates his state of mind and shows what was going on the day of the murder, which is relevant. Getting further into the fight, which doesn't go to the elements or any other matter, why again is this relevant?
It's relevant because they have a chart that shows that Charlie calls Katie at 12:45 in the morning. I'm making up times. Katie calls Sigfredo at 12:50 in the morning. Charlie calls Katie. These text messages show what the calls are about. Now, I was able to ask my client the question on the stand.
I do too.
These text messages are corroboration.
I really like this judge too.
Any further argument, Ms. Keppelman, as the context for the 716 texts?
I really do like this judge.
Argument that text messages show what the content of a phone call was.
The context of what was happening on 716.
No, sir. I don't think we're disputing that they appeared to have had an argument on 716. I don't remember that being an issue in the case, so I'll stick with my prior objection.
Right. Over the state's objection, the text between the defendant and Ms. McManawa will be admitted on 718. As far as the other texts, the court is not going to admit them on grounds of relevance and hearsay. Any other matters to address before the jurors come in?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Rauschbaum,
Computer working? I don't think so, Your Honor.
please bring in the jurors.
Should I have Mr. Adelson take the stand first?
Yes, come on up, Mr. Adelson.
Okay, bring the jury in. Bring the jury in. Okay, here we go, you guys. Here we go. Thank you, everybody, for supporting my channel. I totally appreciate it.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Charlie. You're aware of something called the bump, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware that as a result of the bump, a whole host of calls happen after it, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I promise not to play every call, but we're going to play some. So at this point in time, permission to publish already in evidence, State Exhibit A.
Please proceed.
All right, Exhibit A. This is not me doing it, folks. They're doing it. Yeah, I know.
I'll make sure you do the right one.
All right, here we go again. Yeah. She's very, very mad. I don't think she's very happy.
Technology, not my friend.
Take your time.
Okay.
Before they'll sit through it again.
Adjust the volume on this. The volume.
You know, you're probably right. She's probably losing some jurors.
Okay.
I have to admit to that.
Oh, you do hear it. How come we don't hear it in the courtroom? Not that far?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I just need to adjust the volume.
Here we go.
Oh, excuse me. Come on, we're waiting. We're having dead air here. Oh, while they're on dead air, I'd just like to tell everybody thank you so much for returning after lunch. And I really enjoy covering this with all of you. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribing and notification button. Hit that button. I appreciate if all of you. Seriously, it's been a pleasure. Yes, he is very charismatic.
The audio in your headphones. All right.
All
Please
right.
give a thumbs up so that way I can be sure everyone can hear it.
Thumbs up.
I guess.
Can anybody hear me? Thumbs up. Well, thank you, Giselle. Thank you. Here we go. You know, Charlie is kind of cute. What do you think? Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, keep it running. That's right. Got to be consistent. Learning consistency really does pay off in this business. Thank you, Spacey. All right, so everybody's ready. Everybody's got their trial snacks. Everybody's got their beverage. Yeah, yeah, and the rugged sort of way, right, Giselle? There's something about a beard. Yeah, but he had to shave it.
Take you back to the jury room. We're going to fix the audio issue and then resume.
Fixing the audio. You know what? I won't lie. I think you date you too. Just saying. I'm just being honest. Yeah, let's get this party started again. Am I going to have to make my own quiplash? I wish we... You know what? I think for the next trial, I'm going to make up my own quiplash questions and everybody just comment on them. All right, come on. Just to help with the dead air. That's all they're doing. They're having dead air. Now they want the hostess of this trial to keep the troops entertained. Keep them entertained.
Volume control, but I'm not sure.
You know, this trial has a lot of issues with their cameras. Lots of issues. Baby blue, sky blue. I call this more sky blue than baby blue. That's what it appears to be on the camera. You know, blue really is a good color to wear because you don't want to go overboard. Not a red suit. I think John was kidding anyway. I'm sure some of their family will come to this chat and be like, oh my God, these two women find Charlie good looking? What's wrong with them? Yeah, well, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. You know what? He looks like my cousin. Oh, yeah, blue silver. He looks like my cousin. My cousin's really cute, by the way. Really good looking. Good. And he's a lawyer, believe it or not. This guy's a dentist, I know, but this guy's a lawyer. I'd have a picture of him, but I think that'd be doxing. I think that one would be nice. Oh, yeah, cousin, don't go to my station. Yeah. You probably won't anyway. All right. It'd be fun to have him online someday, but I don't think he'll do that. He's not a criminal lawyer anyway. He's one of those people that like to move his mouth. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining me. Yay. I'm trying to keep all of us entertained. All right, here. I always ask this question, I know, but what do you think he's thinking about? Oh, good goodness. Can't they get their act straight with all these cameras? I am not complaining about the view either. Okay, let me stop now. I wish the camera showed more of him, huh? Okay, if we do have males that are listening, jump in, you know. You can comment on the girl in the gallery. Oh, yeah, that view is great. You know, they say that looks is a lot of determines a lot of people's opinion on things. So actually, his appearance, his good looks does help. I have to be honest. It does. It does. It does help. Oh, he's so innocent because he's so handsome. That kind of thing, you know. I did too. Well, I know. Gosh, good look, Spacey. Thank you for coming back. Yay, 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 yay. Oh, I do too. I really like the defense lawyer. I like the way he presents the case. You know, even though a lot of people on other places they don't, you know, they don't like him too much. But I always think the opposite of most people, except for maybe his story. But I'm kind of seeing a little bit more what John was saying after hearing those anchors. I really am. The opening was very rough. I guess it would be a very rough opening if you're the defense. I mean, I don't know. Just to make sure that everybody knows that I'm not an attorney. I am a trained journalist. I have been through school and I have a degree in journalism. I'm an observer. People do always look better in a suit, just like some people look better in a uniform. Come on! I'm losing views because of you guys. No, I'm not. We're hitting a pretty good steady 6 and 7. It's not the number of views, it's the quality of views. My station's different because I like a small group. I don't like a big group, but you know, I just feel like we're all just like friends watching the trial. That's why it's called coffee chats, because you talk through any kind of beverage, right? The fact that if I was a jury and I'm here thinking, please don't put this comment up there. What comment? Oh, please get your act together. Come on. Guy in the white suit. Are we just like gawking today? Boy watching. Yeah. We're boy watching. No, I will never take singing that as a career. Oh my. Oh honey. I just do it to be funny. Oh, God, he's good looking. Oh, is it? Hey, have you noticed only women are commenting on my chat room?
Sure.
Let's see how it sounds. How about that?
Sounds great. Come on, you guys. Get your act together. Let's go. Roll it. We're talking about the bump, not the dance, the bump. I don't know if you guys are too young to know what the bump was. When back in the 80s, we used to swing our hips to each other and bump it. Yeah. Oh God, do they do that anymore these days? I hope not.
I have normal hearing.
I was
I
good
guess
at it
let's-
because
It's up
I
to you.
had
I mean,
the hips
does
to
it
do
sound like
it.
you can hear it?
Mr. Adelson, are you having
I
any
don't
difficulty
either.
with
We'll
hearing what's
just
coming into the speaker?
we'll
I can hear
cut it out, I guess.
All right, let's do a
We'll
test
just
run
move
for
right
the jurors.
along.
If they're fine with listening to the speaker, we'll move on. If not, they can put back on their headsets. But I don't want to spend much time messing around with the headsets either.
No, he would not
It's
care
all
about what we're
working. So
saying.
maybe you just, if they want to use a headset, they can. If they don't want to, they don't have to.
All right, please bring them in.
Bring the jury. I still think I should get some music for Bring the Jury. That's not copyright. Dun 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 dun. Little elephants walking, you know that one tune. Oh, you guys are way too young for that. I'm sorry. Come on. Oh. Yes, send in the jury. Was that the Newman said on a Murdoch case? Send in the jury. I love the way he said that. Send in the jury. I'm going to teach you. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. All righty. Yay. Come on in. We'll stop talking about men. Yeah. You do? Yeah.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, we're going to test the speaker first to determine whether you can clearly hear the audio coming out of the speaker. If you can clearly hear the audio, please give a thumbs up. If not, you'll have the option of putting back on your headsets. I believe where is their audio ability to change their volume levels? Okay. Does everyone understand how to operate the volume switch? Please test away, Mr. Rauschbaum.
Test it first.
So, you know, if it's on tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I'm going to be with it.
Okay.
Okay.
Just tell her write a letter to you or something?
Okay.
Okay, everyone's good? All right. We're not going to do the screen. That's just causing for more problems. All right.
Continue at your own peril, but you may continue.
So,
yep.
Charlie, I'm going to play for you call A.
All right.
This is a call on April 19th, 2016, 2:09 p.m. It's the first call with your mom after the bump. Okay?
So, you know, if it's on tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I'm going to speak with it. I've got some paperwork and delivery.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was. I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay. So, you know, maybe have to figure out something. Can tell us what you wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
The boys will finish their piano lesson around 4-ish, and they take a ride with them up there.
Did Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's Medicare? Is it IRS? Or?
You know, the IRS people are kind of bother you sometimes, but fortunately not me.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay. And
just let me know that. Is it all one year?
No. So let me just talk to you later. And
what is it? Is it a household test?
Yeah.
All right. Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably.
What's that?
Probably the two of them. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
All right.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and get the days for a while, okay?
You're going to take the boy up there?
You can get it so about 7, you can get it.
So it's harder to talk to me today.
You or tomorrow.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Miss Fine's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really like.
I'm just concerned that I can get up there and get back in time for Angie to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier.
Can I ask you a question? Who's the paperwork from?
I see them, that's great. I think something is hands with me. I was really good today.
And he was it anonymous or?
Oh no, not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it.
Right, whatever it is, it is. I was silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you. Trust me.
Yeah, I know. You want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I actually have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually starts later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS. But
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay. So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 is good.
Yawning.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he stops at 1 more, so 12 is good.
Yeah, really important.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Love you coming by.
What does this prove? Any thoughts?
Charlie, where are you when this call happens?
I'm at Skyline Chili, eating a bowl of chili.
Your mom says that she had some paperwork delivered to her. Do you have any clue what she's talking about?
Okay.
I have no clue what she's talking about.
What do you guess?
I thought it was the IRS.
What else do you guess?
Is everyone's health okay?
Do you think it has anything to do with either your extortion or Professor Markel's murder at this point in time?
No, not at all.
Why are you asking so many questions?
My mom, I know my mom my whole life. She's talking weird on the phone. She's like something's obvious. I can tell something's bothering her, but she's beating around the bush.
Now, your mom says, you say, does it involve me or other people? And your mom responds, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. And I want to focus on those statements. Okay. When she says that to you, did you have any clue what she was talking about?
No, I think I asked her a few more questions after that.
Actually, doesn't.
Now, as the calls progress, do you know what she's talking about?
By the time I got to the end of the third call, I knew exactly what she was talking. I felt like I knew pretty much what she was talking about.
By that point in time, and I want to go back to this line, Does it involve me or other people? Her answer, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. By the end of figuring out what this was, what did you understand her to be saying here?
By the time I got down to the third call, I realized fully what she was talking about in this call, in that she's getting extorted.
And so why the two of us?
She knows I was extorted 2 years earlier, and it's the same people that are coming to extort her for money. So she's trying to say like it's the same thing that happened to you is happening to me.
And just to be clear, about a month and a half after the extortion of you, who did you tell?
My mom. She's the only person I told.
Now, when she says it's probably the both of us, probably the two of us, you understand the state's theory is that this murder conspiracy was, in addition to Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera, you, your mom, your dad, your sister. Do you understand that?
I do now, yeah.
She doesn't say probably the four of us, does she?
No, she's not.
She doesn't say all of us, does she?
No.
She says the two of us, right?
Yeah.
Now, the bump, what was the bump?
The bump was an extortion from Latin King gang members. Or actually, it was the FBI pretending to be Latin King gang members.
Now, on this call, there's discussion about your dad's schedule. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Why was it important? Why do you learn later that it was important what your dad's schedule was?
Because my dad never knew what happened to me. And my mom was going to want to talk to me when my dad wasn't around.
If we could go to B, which is a call right after, and it's you calling your mom back. Sure. May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it me not paying the Sun Pass? I'm kidding. No, listen, what was I going to say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No.
Okay. Because I'm going to just stick with the same company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down into a lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket.
Okay. Do you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them in a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And then do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone says you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried. So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews coming in. Sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one.
But I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay.
Yeah, listen, people can always write, people can always say anything they want. It doesn't, someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I will, I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly because I had the day off.
Okay. You know, so I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if like if you take me out to dinner, I'm gonna have.
I want to pause it there. You call your mom back and you start talking about the Sun Pass. Does that have anything to do with this case, the Sun Pass? Is it code?
Sun Pass is not code.
Why do you mention the Sun Pass?
Because a couple weeks earlier, my Sun Pass had gotten stolen out of the car from a valet. I didn't realize it. My parents were getting all these bills, so they make a big deal about little things sometimes. So whatever it was, I was making fun of my mom. I thought she was like a small issue, like a Sun Pass thing.
And you then start talking about Brown and Brown Insurance. What's Brown and Brown Insurance? Is that code?
No, that was actually the reason I called her back. Is in the last call I forgot to tell her that I had to pay that insurance. Otherwise, if my insurance lapses, they'll cancel the policy, and it was due. So it was due by the 29th.
You then start making more guesses. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'm still at a loss for what's going on.
You bring up Yelp. You bring up getting sued, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, any clue whatsoever what this is about at this point in time?
No, she just sounded really weird on the first call.
Okay. Then we get to the part that we just stopped. And she says to you, I will make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you. At that point in time, what happens to your demeanor? You can hear it on the call. What happens?
I stutter and I repeat back to her what she just said. I'm like, I got to bring cash with me. Like it was so out of place.
Why did that happen at that point in time?
I think she was trying to hint to me that she's getting extorted.
So what was odd about you bringing cash to dinner?
I put everything I possibly can on my credit card. That's how I ended up saving up so much cash.
And let's hear how you respond.
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah. Was this? I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
No, I'll see if I have money to get it. Let's see what I can hear.
Was it? Can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
No, it's a possibility.
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all?
It's difficult because I don't think so. It's not because you wouldn't use the school. And even if I came up there and got there at 5:15, it would still be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for it to come up.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that.
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you. That's crazy. Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
That was a pretty good idea. But, it's something later. Either, I would like to, I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for them to
Whoever sent you the letter sent you an anonymous letter? Did they sign it? So someone showed up. Was it like by a process server?
What I did was,
It wasn't. Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and they were late, and I put them both drivers at the right time.
Right.
And then I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to get the door first thing.
Right.
And just to get that on the side. Yeah. Okay, Katie, so you say
So let's talk about this call. You ask your mom after she tells you to bring cash, is someone blackmailing you? And she says it's a good possibility. Now, what are you thinking?
I'm starting to evaluate, I still don't have an idea, but I was extorted 21 months earlier. So I'm starting to evaluate, is it related to that, or what could it be?
And are you growing more concerned?
Very, yeah.
And you ask her who the letter was addressed to. Why do you ask her that?
Because I was the one who was extorted 21 months earlier. I had no idea why they'd be going to my mom. If it was related to me.
You then mentioned the possibility of seeing your mom tonight, and she doesn't want to see you tonight. Why doesn't she want to see you?
Because she's watching the boys, and she didn't want Wendy to ask her, where were you? And have to tell her, what's going on.
Now, again, I thought, according to the state's theory, Wendy is a co-conspirator in this case, right?
That's part of the theory.
Now, you then say on this, is the person threatening you or anything? Why are you asking that?
Because on the night of the 18th, I was told if you don't pay in 48 hours, you're going to get killed. So I was trying to compare it to what happened to me to see, is this related to what happened to me?
You later tell her that your advice to her is going to be to go to the police. Why would your advice to her be to go to the police at this point in time?
Because I don't think it's related to what happened to me. When I asked my mom, are they threatening you? She was like, well, maybe. You never know how to interpret these things. And it was very clear what the threat was to me on the 18th. So okay, then it's something unrelated to, at that level of seriousness. Maybe it's something involving code enforcement or OSHA or somebody messing with them. So I was just like, all right, just go to the police.
Now, towards the end of the call, you say it wouldn't be the first time I'm being threatened. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What were you referring to?
When I was extorted 21 months earlier, I was threatened. So I was trying to compare it to that to see, is it possibly related to what happened to me?
At the end of this call, do you know what is going on yet?
No, I don't know what's going on yet.
Let's go to the third call, which is 12 minutes later. And this is C. And this is at 3:00 p.m. between you and your mom.
Hey, Charlie. Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
No, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
White.
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. Describe them to a T.
What's that?
You could describe them to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
But if someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it's not probably like go to the police, but
They have to, but I'd rather talk to you first and then.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, I know.
So
That's why. Just want you to. Because I don't want, your father upset.
don't say anything to your dad until I take a look at it. Your dad flies off the on everything.
That's what I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. It's clear what's wrong with it.
What is it? Kind of exactly what they ask for?
I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hey.
And then she, girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, come on in. Good, how are you? Okay.
That's crazy. Let me take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll go from there.
Lincoln going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah.
Now, in the 12 minutes before this call, had you started to put the pieces together and figure out what was going on a little bit?
A little bit. I was thinking about the first call and the second call, and the more I thought about it,
Hello, everyone.
I thought this is related to what happened to me. So somehow this is related to it.
John would be coming
And
back.
what does your attention shift to in the very beginning of this call?
I wanted to compare it to what happened to me 21 months earlier to see are these the same people that are doing this?
Hello,
And so
hello,
the
thank you for
first
coming
question
back.
you ask, were they black, white, or Hispanic? Why do you ask that question?
Because I always suspected that it was Sigfredo that did it. I mean,
Yeah, it is
process
weird.
in my head. That was my first guess, and that's who I would have guessed it was. When I met him, he was an
Maybe
angry
he's
guy,
likable.
and I was trying to see is this somebody fitting his description that's maybe coming to my mom and doing this.
Why do you ask her? Did they give you a time frame?
Because that night I was told you got 48
Pretty
hours to
stupid.
pay up. I'm trying to compare it to, is this person telling my mom you got 48 hours to pay up?
Now, she says no, but it is clear what is wanted. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then she says, this TV is probably about 5. Now, before we get there, in the very
Where's the code?
start of the call, you say don't
I'm
talk
laughing at
about
myself.
anything in the apartment or
Bro.
any place. Why do you say that to your mom?
Well, that was one of the first things I told her when I told her what had happened to me when I got extorted and was picking up the checks from her, is to never talk about it with anybody, not talk about it on the phone, don't talk in the apartment, is that there's always a chance that the police are listening.
And what would you be afraid the police were listening to if you didn't do a murder?
Y'all know that
I never
John
wanted
don't
anyone
want
to
me
know I was
grow.
extorted.
You guys all know
Why
that?
didn't you want the police to know
Because they
you
want
were
me to
extorted?
grow.
What would happen if the police knew you were extorted?
They would come talk to me.
And what would happen if they came and talked to you? What did you think would happen at that point?
If they came to talk to me, if I decided to talk to them, I'd have to tell them what happened to me. And if I told them what happened to me, my life would be in danger. These people would come find me. They'd find someone in my family. I mean, they don't care.
Now, going back to the TV comment where she says,
Oh,
this
here we go, you
TV
guys.
is probably about 5. Did you have code words with your mom that TV, I think they said, do you have that sheet for TV equals?
Oh my gosh, here it is. Here it is. I'm going to eat the crow. That's right. TV crow.
Did TV, was it a code word?
There is absolutely no code word involving TV whatsoever.
Now, by the way, your response isn't, no, it's an air conditioner. Your response is, they want $5,000? Was there any code there?
Not at all. I just wanted to clarify what was being said to me, to repeat it back.
Your mom then brings up that they brought up an ex-girlfriend. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, Ms. Kappelman, in her cross-examinations, went through how you had several ex-girlfriends after Katie Magbanua.
Oh,
You recall
God,
that?
did he ever.
I do.
Did any of your other
Okay,
ex-girlfriends become
Giselle.
involved in a
I'm not gonna
situation
make
where you
anything
were
out loud
extorted?
until John gets
I only had one ex-girlfriend whose friends extorted me.
So once she brings up your ex-girlfriend, did you have a pretty good idea of what was going on?
Oh, I knew exactly what was going on at this point. Well, almost exactly what was going on.
By the way, also during this call, you again remind your mom not to say anything to your father, right?
Yes, I did.
Don't say anything to Daddy.
At the end of this call,
You gotta get
what
the
do you
TV.
decide to do?
I'm going to give Katie a call.
And why are you going to reach out to Katie?
I want to see if her friends extorting my mom that she knows of, because she sure knew
this
when it
was
happened
a
to
good
me.
idea to put him on the stand. Hot coffee is changing. Maybe. I'll eat crow later.
We're going to now publish D, Your Honor, already in evidence.
You may.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And this is a call between you
I
and
can't
Catherine
wait for coffee
Magbanua
either.
at 4:27 p.m. on that same day.
You gotta
Correct?
change my mind
Yes.
again.
You want to use your headphones?
Before I feast on the crow. But why did Katie ever meet the parents? Why did Katie ever meet the parents? I still have questions though.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on? No, is there someplace you can talk to me?
I'm 95% there.
Are you any place that you can talk to
I
me?
still have a little bit of.
What's that?
Just talk right now.
I just don't
Okay,
understand
because
why.
it's not loud when I'm talking to you.
I can't.
I'm 95% there, but there's 5% of me that still thinks
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside
Weird.
and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside.
that was
All
really
right,
weird.
let it off. All right,
And she was invited to the birthday party.
hang on, okay.
I mean, she wasn't really involved in his life. You see why I'm questioning some of this stuff?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
I don't know.
I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you.
Because she wasn't going to be his
First,
wife.
see you tomorrow.
So,
Because I don't know what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
but my mom walks the kids. Evidently, I heard part of
so
the
you have
story.
a girlfriend. You're not going
And
to
I'm going
interview
to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
If she didn't want to elaborate,
Uh-huh.
but she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her
I guess.
an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And
See,
somebody
that's where
she
I
was
get
really
hung
went
up.
into the detail. And was, I have no idea what this is in reference
I
to.
really do.
Uh-huh.
I
But
don't know.
something regarding her son, something regarding
And he was using
his
her
ex-girlfriend, and the person
for good hooch.
asking my mom.
I don't
for
know.
money.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So I said, yeah. I'm like, first what you're saying,
She
I thought it was like
sounds
something involving the
surprised.
IRS or a payment
Yeah.
or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's
I don't know if
about
I'm ready to eat the crow.
at all.
So somebody can like bump into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine and must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name.
Like that?
They handed her an envelope. She said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend.
That's why the leaning's going on.
Yeah.
And that they explained that they needed to be paid for money.
For what?
I don't know. My mom doesn't even want to talk to me on the phone. Like, look,
But like, she see the person?
That's
Was she like,
right.
you know, like,
oh yeah,
Dan Markel's mother.
that's what I said. There's no trying to blackmail you or something.
Exactly,
Right.
right, when you're like that.
I said you got to go straight to the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want you to see the person. So I'm gonna go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just,
So somebody's like stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's about. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah,
What I'm doing wrong.
I don't know.
Let me pause it right there. You say, and I quote, I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom.
I did say that.
What were you asking her?
Are your friends extorting my mom that you know of? Are they up to this?
She just so
Now-
surprised.
During this call, you say, I have no idea what this is in reference to. Why do you say that to Katie?
I'm calling her up and talking about something that she'd asked me to never talk about. And I never planned on talking about it. So I wanted to let her know that I wasn't setting her up and that I needed her help. That's why I was calling her up.
And you make reference to an ex-girlfriend, but you're kind of wishy-washy whether she's the ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I was implying it was her, but I didn't want her to feel like I was setting her up.
What?
She says to you when you say, I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. She says, what would I do with your mom? And you say, just checking.
Yep.
Katie seems surprised on this call.
Very.
How did that make you feel?
Yeah, Spacey.
That made me feel good. It
just
made me
remind
feel
me
like
of
it wasn't her friends that were doing it. I mean, she knew what had happened last time. She definitely wasn't acting surprised.
I just hate it when I wish to see why she on all this.
What was your level of concern at this point in time?
It was probably medium. I mean, I was still pretty concerned. My mom didn't sound right on the phone.
Now, there's a call that occurs after this call that is not in evidence where Katie calls you back. Do you recall what Katie wanted you to do when she called you back?
She wanted me to go down there that night to see my parents.
And did she seem very concerned?
She was extremely concerned when she called me back.
Did you go to see your mom that night?
No, I finished work probably after 10, and I went down there the next afternoon.
Okay, so let's talk about the next day.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, the bump happens and these calls happen on April 19th, 2016, right?
Yes.
We're now at April 20th. Where did you meet your mom?
I met her in the lobby of the building.
And did you go anywhere with her?
Yeah, we went for a short walk and ended up sitting on a bench.
What time approximately did you get to Miami and see your mom?
I'd say like 1:30ish.
Okay. Why did you meet her then?
Because she wanted to wait for my dad to go to work.
Where did when you walked to this bench, it's outside of a restaurant called Monty's, right? Not far from a restaurant called Monty's?
Yeah, it's right next to Monty's, actually.
Did you notice anyone following you?
No.
As you sit here today, do you know that you were being followed?
Today I do, yeah.
Okay. Now, I think State's Exhibit 54 has been put in evidence. It's a picture of you and your mom on that bench outside of Monty's. Is that a fair depiction of where you were?
What a cute picture of
sitting.
a son.
There's been
Mom.
testimony, I think, by Special Agent Sanford that you and your mom were whispering or trying not to be heard. Is that testimony true?
They're hiding something.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted some privacy for sure.
Why?
And how was your mom
Why would
acting?
you want privacy?
She was very scared.
What did she tell you?
Well, she told me that she went to go
That's
pick
what
the boys up from
parents were
school,
after.
and that this really big guy came over to her and said that you've been helping out
Yeah,
Katie
Charlie, come out.
and Tuto, and my brother Tato is going through a hard time, and he's incarcerated. And my brother Tato did a big favor for you, and you need to do what's right. You need to take care of my brother Tato. My mom's like, I don't know what you're talking about. The guy handed her a copy of an article, and it had $5,000 written on it, and it also had a cell phone written on it.
At this point in time, did you have any clue whatsoever who Tato was?
No, I've never heard of Tato in my life.
Okay, so let me make sure that we're all on the same page. You knew who Tuto was, right?
Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia.
But you had no idea of anyone named Tato or Luis Rivera, correct?
Never heard of that name before.
Did your mom show you the paper that was given to her?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall if you took the paper with you or whether you wrote down the phone number from the paper?
I don't know whether I took the paper with me or I just took a piece of paper and wrote the phone number down to the paper. One of the two, but I did have the number with me when I left.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, when you're meeting with your mom, what was she concerned about?
I mean, she was concerned that she was going to get hurt and that they were going to hurt her and then someone else in the family was going to pay. And she wanted to go to the police.
What did you tell your mom in response? What was your theory at this point in time?
I was telling my mom this is so different than what happened to me. I said, it could actually. I was actually thinking it could have been Sigfredo Garcia because him and Katie were in this explosive fight, and I always suspected that it was him, and that he's now extorting my mom, and that's what it was. So I thought it could be that. That scared my mom a lot. But then I said, you know what, this is probably the police. I said it's, they're not telling you 48 hours or you're going to get killed. They're not hiding who they are for the first, even at that point, I only suspected Sigfredo. This guy's not even hiding who he is. He's not wearing a hat. He's not wearing glasses. He's not trying to conceal himself. The first time I wasn't given a cell phone number. This time they're giving cell phone numbers. They're giving names. They're giving all this information. I'm like, wow, I think this is the police.
What did you tell your mom you were going to do?
I told her that I was going to go ahead and go talk to Katie and see if she thinks that this is Sigfredo, who I was suspected. And if it is, see if she could get him to stop.
Now, did your mom during this meeting tell you anything about your dad?
Yeah.
What did she say?
She was really worried that her safety was an issue now, and my dad's with her all the time. And she's like, "Look, I know you don't want me to say anything to Dad, but I have to say something to him. Like this has gone too far. I can't not." So I told her, I said, if you tell him, you got to promise not to say anything to Wendy. Please do not let him go to the police. Like you're going to put my life at risk. You're going to put your life at risk. Like, let me just figure out if Katie could get these people to stop, if she's related to them somehow, and identify them and get them to stop.
Why were you so adamant that she not tell Wendy?
I thought Wendy would go to the police, and I thought my dad would too, but my mom swore that she'd be able to get him not to go.
What did you tell your mom about what you would do with your dad after she told him?
I said, after you tell Dad what's going on, I said, I'll be happy to have him come over to my house, or I'll meet him. I'm sure he's going to have a whole bunch of questions, and I'll talk to Dad tomorrow.
Now, after you left your mom, what did you do next?
I left, and then I drove up to see Katie. She was probably working she was working for a real estate company, and it was about 15 minutes away from my parents' place.
And I think we heard the calls. I'm not going to play them again. Did you call her to find out the address and where to meet her?
Thank you.
I got the address, and then I called her again as I was pulling into the plaza because I'd never been there before, and she walked out of the office that she was working at.
Okay. Now, when you got to her, by the way, where she was working, was it in a strip mall?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, where was she?
She was standing in front of the I think it was Optimar Realty. She had just come outside so she could wave me down.
And did you go straight into the restaurant, or did something happen before you went into the restaurant later?
She walked over to the car. I pulled up into a parking spot. She walked over to the car. I wanted to talk to her, so I said, hop in the car. I need to talk to you.
Now, did you know that you were being followed?
No, not at all.
When she got in the car, what did you learn and what happened?
Well, she asked me what happened to my mom. I told her, and I said, do you think this is T? I said, well, I said, was T behind what happened to me? And she looked at me, she said, yes.
And what did you ask her about the information your mom had received when she was approached on the street?
I asked her if she thought that this was T. Do you think he's doing this to my mom? Because you guys are fighting. Like a week or so earlier, they had this explosive fight because she saw his phone and some girl was sending her text messages of a tattoo that she just got at like 3 a.m. So they were like breaking up. And now that my mom's getting extorted and she's having a fight with him, I'm suspecting that it's him.
Do you bring up the name Tato?
Yes.
What happened when you brought up the name Tato?
I said, have you ever heard of some guy Tato? Like, I thought it was a joke that there's a Tuto and a Tato. Like, have you ever heard of Tato? And she started talking.
What did she say?
She said, yeah, I know Tato. Tato is Tuto's best friend. And she said, he's a bad dude. He's the head of the Latin Kings. She said, they went up to Tallahassee, and he's the one who rented a car, and he's the one who did this to Dan. And off my head's like, I'm freaking out because this is the guy that's now extorting my mom. And I'm like, Katie, is this guy incarcerated? Like, she's like, yeah. I'm like, does he have brothers? She said he's got 4 or 5 brothers, but he's got a couple hundred brothers in the Latin Kings in Miami.
Let's stop there for a second. So why did you ask her if he was incarcerated?
Because the guy who came up to my mom said, my brother Tato is incarcerated. He's going through a hard time. And he needs your help. You need to take care of him the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuto.
Now, when Katie is telling you that there isn't Tato, that he's the head of the Latin Kings,
with you, Giselle?
that he's incarcerated, and you know he has brothers, what starts going through your mind?
The defense is doing a very good job today.
Like this is real extortion,
We're
and
really
it's happening again.
doing a fabulous
What does
job.
Katie tell you about what happened in Tallahassee and who did what?
You might be moving the
She
needle
told
a little
me
bit too.
that T was high on drugs, got fast food. And
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second just to make it clear to the jury. I'm going to ask you, I know she used their nicknames.
Yeah.
Okay? Make that clear. But for the purposes of today, let's use their names
Yeah.
so that there's no confusion. Okay?
So-
I understand in the car she used nicknames, either Tato, Tuto, or T. But just for the purposes of today, use their names.
Sure.
Okay? What did she tell you about who did what in Tallahassee?
She said that Sigafredo was high on drugs at the hotel, and that Luis Rivera was the one who shot Dan.
Now, did she tell you that Tato was also behind your extortion or no?
She said that Sigfredo brought him to go do this, and that it was he got paid, but it was the extorter was Sigfredo.
Did she describe to you, you said she described to you about a rental car. Did she describe to you anything about the payments the next day?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said when she brought the money, she met up with them and she gave the money to Sigfredo and him, and that she didn't touch any of it, and that she didn't take a single dime for herself or anything like that.
Now, when you're hearing this in the car, by the way, how long do you think you were in the car for?
10 to 15 minutes, probably closer to 10.
How are you feeling? And what do you now want to do when you're in the car? You've just told your mom that you think it's the police, that it's all going to be okay. Now you've heard that there is a real Tato. How are you feeling, and what are you thinking about doing at this point in time?
I'm freaking out because I thought it was Sigfredo. Then I'm hearing all this stuff about this guy Tato, his name is Luis Rivera. Everything seeming real. I was extorted. Now my mom's getting extorted. Katie's telling me she doesn't think it's Tato or his people. He wouldn't do it like this. He would have done it the way it happened to me. She's telling me that she thinks it's a copycat of one of Tato's, someone who knows Tato and is doing a copycat on him and doing their own extortion, or it's probably she thinks it's the police.
Now, how is she acting in the car?
She's upset. She's very upset.
And you've told her that they used her name, correct?
Yes.
What do you decide to do after she tells you this bombshell information?
Well, I mean, I have more questions than answers. When I got done talking to her in the car, I was more confused than ever. I had told my mom, I'm going to talk to Katie and see if her friend is behind this and if she can get him to stop. And now it's like open the door to all these other possibilities and scenarios of what it could be and what to do. So Katie was the only person on the planet that I could talk to about this and see if I could try to get it to stop. So I said, Katie, you want to go inside and get some coffee? And I thought I'd be able to talk to her more and try to see what are we supposed to do.
Now, we know you like to talk. How about when you're scared and trying to figure things out?
I mean, I was freaking out. And I'm trying to figure things out by talking out different scenarios out loud, thinking if it's this, we do this, or if we do this, what'll happen, or if we do this, what'll happen. And that's why it's a lot of it's very jumbled up because I'm all over the place.
Okay. So you decide to go inside and get coffee. Katie agrees with you. And is that when you go into the restaurant called, and I always I pronounce it wrong, Your Honor, I'm sorry, Dolce Vita?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When you went into the restaurant, who did you think was behind it? Well, let me start by saying something else. You've seen the audio of you in that restaurant, right? With Katie.
Yes.
before that audio started,
Please don't pay it. Please.
had you met with Katie in the restaurant for about 20 or 30 minutes?
I can't take
We've
it.
been in there about a half hour
I won't
talking.
be able to take it.
So that audio doesn't capture
Katie,
anything in the beginning of
no.
your conversation, right?
Yes.
She did.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the beginning of the
What were her
conversation.
motives?
Obviously, it's many years ago. You're not going to remember word for word what was said. But generally, what was Katie telling you and what were you telling Katie?
Katie was saying that it's the police. And I didn't care if it was the police. I was there because it was a bad guy. So I'm trying to figure out, like, is my family really in danger and what should we do? And if they are in danger, what should we do?
Did you know that law enforcement at some point in the conversation started to record you?
No, I thought we were wrong.
I have other things.
Now, your conversation with Katie in the restaurant, how were you talking? Were you talking freely or carefully?
No, I always spoke to Katie carefully.
Why was it so important for you to talk carefully to Katie in this restaurant?
Whenever I spoke to Katie, I needed her help. So I never wanted her to feel like I was trying to set her up or set her friends up, and in that regard. So every time I said something or phrased something, I was always really careful in how I spoke to her.
And again, at this point in time, did you have any clue whatsoever that Katie was part of the extortion of you?
No, I did not think she was ever a part of it.
Now, the first thing that is caught on the recording is if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What were you saying here, and what was it in context to of what had been said before?
Okay, directly before that, Katie was talking about it being the police and that she thinks it's the police. And I'm like, it's fine if it's the police. Like, we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence. Like, if we had anything to do with this, I'd be going to the airport right now. What you're saying is that it's the police. Like, they're not going to have evidence to show that we did something that we didn't do.
Charlie, without getting into all the details that I did with Agent Sanford, this communication at Dolce Vita happened in 2016.
I have questions.
You were arrested in 2022. When did you know that the
Write them
state
down.
thought that you had participated in the murder of Professor Markel?
When it's over.
When the probable cause affidavit
I'm
was
90%
released.
there.
And when was that affidavit released approximately?
I think it was leaked to the media. I saw it in August
Bob
of
thinks he's going to come up here and have it
2016.
grow.
Did you ever try to flee the country
Never.
after August 2016?
Never.
Why not?
Because I wasn't part of a murder. There was no,
Because
they
he
weren't
wanted
going to have any evidence to
yeah,
show I
he
was part of a
wanted to
murder.
stay alive because of. Well, I know. I have questions. I'm still.
Now, you say during Dolce Vita. One second, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Lost my spot. Is Dolce Vita a bit of an argument between you and Katie?
Yeah, you could say that.
And what is the argument about?
She's taking the position that it's the police and you can't pay the police. And I wasn't as focused on the police as I was focused on, well, if it's a bad guy, what do we do? Like, we can't go to the police.
Why were you not focused on it being the police?
Because I didn't do a murder. I wasn't worried if it was the police.
Now, if it was a bad guy, what did you want her to do? What did you want Katie to do?
I wanted her to reach out to them and see if she could get them to stop. You know, maybe threaten them. Maybe she could pay them. Maybe she could tell them she's going to pay them. It's a one-time thing. I want to see if she could identify them and get them to stop.
Why did you want her to do that as opposed to you doing that?
She knew who the original people were. She knew Sigfredo. She knew this guy, Luis Rivera, and she'd be the only person who'd be able to identify them and get them to stop, and maybe they'd be afraid of her.
Now, throughout this recording, several times you try to sound tough. Is that the case?
Absolutely.
You say, I carry a gun on me, right?
Yes, I said that.
I mean, someone comes up to me. If someone comes up to me, they'd better be ready to shoot because I'm going to shoot them. Someone come up to me asking for money in my house. When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his fucking driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. I'll take a break right there. Why are you talking tough?
I want to let her know, like, I've had enough. Like, and they're messing with my mom. They messed with me. Like, I've literally just had enough, and I'm trying to send that message.
Why do you bring up a gang member?
Because 45 minutes earlier, when I was sitting in the car with Katie, she told me that Luis Rivera was the head of the Latin Kings, and that's who the second extortion was, a Latin King gang member who was extorting my parents, which was actually the FBI, but it was.
Immediately after you say those lines, though, you say, and I'm not going to talk anyway. Why do you say that? You're being tough, and then you say, and I'm not going to talk anyway.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Because I didn't want to scare her into thinking that I'm some kind of loose end, that at any point was I going to the police. I was making it clear that at no point I was going to the police.
You then say, Katie, this is not like some chick showing tattoos to your man.
You still committed a
What
crime.
are you
to give
talking
her
about
money
here?
for the
That was in
murders.
reference to their explosive fight that would send her and Sigfredo in opposite directions, and I was thinking that he was behind what had happened to my mom. I thought he was just sending a third party to collect.
And what are you trying to tell Katie to do?
I'm telling her to call this person and to contact them and see if she could get them to stop.
Now, you then say, they're not going away. I may wish they'd go away, but they're not going away. And then there's a bunch of unintelligibles, and there's a line that says, that you say, well, with a beard or a badge. Do you have any idea what you were talking about there?
I think we were talking about, is it a police officer or a bad guy?
And again, well, who would be the beard?
The beard would be a bad guy.
And who again was Katie trying to convince you it was?
She was trying to convince me it's the police.
Now, we've seen this conversation live, although we can't hear all of it. Are you doing more of the talking or more of the listening?
I'm doing the thinking out loud than talking.
You're not really listening to her at all, right?
No.
You again say, listen, if a badge comes up to you, tell them, have a nice day, officer. And she says, yeah, no, perfect. You say, if not, I don't talk to cops. Sorry. And she says, yeah, no, perfect. What are you saying to Katie here?
I'm reassuring her that I'm keeping my mouth shut and I'm not going to the police and I'm not trying to set her up. But I wanted her to see if maybe make a payment.
Now, you say this person is not, this is after her long unintelligible. You say, well, Katie, this person is not going away. They came very equipped with details. What details are you talking about here?
They know about payment to her with the checks. They know about the payment.
You then go on a bunch of long discussions about DNA in a rental car. Why do you bring up a rental car?
Because 40 minutes earlier, I was sitting in a car with her and she was telling me that Luis Rivera rented a car.
And during these long discussions, you're talking about how you don't really know anything. You, Charlie, doesn't really know anything. Why are you telling her repeatedly that you don't know anything?
I'm trying to reassure her that I'm harmless and that I don't have any real knowledge of what went on, and that, you know, I'm not some loose end that you guys need to go try to clean up.
Now, you then say, they said the guy's name was Tuto. I don't even know who the fuck it is. Did you know who Tuto was?
I knew who Tuto was.
Was this you confusing the names Tuto and Tato?
That's exactly what it was. I was getting the names mixed up.
And she asks you to describe what he looked like, right?
Yes.
And you say, some of it's unintelligible, but you say, well-spoken, like polite. She goes, polite and well-spoken. I said, did he act thug, or did he talk with like a thick Spanish accent or anything? Okay. She said, no. I said, was he white or Hispanic? She said he was white, but he could have been Hispanic. Why were these facts important to you and Katie?
Because I was comparing the original extortion that I had to the person that's extorting my mom to see if they fit the description.
And she says, so recognizable, and you say with no glasses, no hat, very well dressed. And she says, well dressed? As you're talking about this, what are the both of you trying to figure out?
We're trying to figure out, is this related to, is this real extortion or is this the police?
And what is Katie telling you of why she doesn't think this is real extortion and why she thinks it's the police?
Because of how it's being done. And these people wouldn't do it this way. But it still opened up the door to her where she said it could be a copycat and somebody just trying to piggyback the extortion and make it their own.
Now, you say to her every time she's telling you it's the police, you kind of push back. Why do you push back?
The whole purpose of me being there with her was not to hear if it was the police. I needed her help if it wasn't the police.
10 minutes and 28 seconds into the recording, not the meeting, but the recording. The following thing is what you say. They didn't mention my name, which makes me think that these people only know part of the story, or they think they know part of the story. What are you telling Katie here?
I'm saying they didn't mention my name. They don't even know I was extorted, and that they only know part of the story. They know about the checks that my mom was writing to you, or they think they know part of the story. They don't realize that that was payment for an extortion, not payment for a murder.
So whoever's doing this thinks that you did a murder because they don't know that you were extorted.
Exactly.
He's still extorted. You pay for the murder.
And by the way, isn't that exactly what the bump is?
Isn't paying extortion?
The bump is an extortion.
illegal?
But isn't the bump designed in a way that they thought you did part of a murder, and the responses they got They didn't understand because they only knew part of the story.
That's exactly it.
You then say, when everybody was there the next day, did you take any money? It's not like you're driving around in a Bentley, cruising around in a mega yacht. Someone, he must at some point, because otherwise he would have no idea I had anything to do with. First of all, remind the jury, how did you know what happened on July 19th, and when did you learn that?
In July 19th, July 18th.
How did you know about the money drop? Let me ask that question.
Okay. Katie told me that the next day she brought the money to Luis and Sigfredo Garcia.
When did she tell you?
She told me that in the car 30 minutes earlier.
Now, when you're asking this question, who is the everybody that you are referring to?
Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera.
What are you confirming here and why?
That she's not a part of it. I mean, she's broke. I was being sarcastic when I'm like, you're not cruising around in a mega yacht or driving a Bentley. Like, her car's getting declined at Old Navy, and she's borrowing $300 from me. So I didn't think she was a part of it. I didn't think at the time that she took any of that money. So that's why I said it like that, is that you didn't take any of the money next day, and they're saying that, like, I'm helping you out. So I'm thinking that, like, Sigfredo must have said something to Luis about the little things that I do to help you out with, lending you money. I gave her a car with 160,000 miles on it. Sigfredo must have said something to Luis, and then maybe one of his people is now trying to extort my family.
And in response, what does she say to you? Who does she say it is?
She thinks it's the police.
And so then you say to her, it could. I wish that it was a cop playing games. Why did you wish it was a cop playing games?
Because then it meant that my mom wasn't being extorted by Latin King gang members.
You say, and I'm not involved. Recall saying that?
Yeah.
Why didn't you specifically mention the word extortion in Dolce Vita? Why didn't you say, Katie, why are these the same people that did to me? These are the same people that are doing this to my mom that did it to me back in July of 2014. Why didn't you just say that in this recording?
I was being real careful when I spoke to Katie. I would never say the word extortion to her.
Why not?
I would get zero help, and she'd think I was setting her up.
And what were you most concerned about at this point in time?
I was most concerned about the gang member that's now extorting my mom, and also about trying to get Katie to help me to stop it.
Understandable.
Again, you say, if it's a cop, I'm happy because I've got nothing to hide. You say that at least 3 times. Why do you tell her that?
Because she keeps on saying that it's the police. And I'm not worried about if it's the police. I'm worried about if it's a gang member and that's coming after my mom.
And as she's pushing back that she doesn't want to make the payment or reach out to the person, you then bring up, it's going to put a spotlight in the investigation. You start talking about the FBI and BBC News. First of all, what investigation are you talking about?
The murder investigations of Dan Markel.
And why are you trying to tell Katie that this is going to put a spotlight on this investigation? What are you why are you trying to tell her that?
I'm trying to tell her that this is a big deal. Like, if we go to the police on the second extortion, they're going to catch the second extortion, and when they catch them, they're going to turn, and second extortion is going to turn in the first extortion. And then when you catch the first extortion, the police are going to come talk to us. And then when we tell them what happened, you're going to be in a lot of danger. There's no way I can talk to the police. So by catching the second, it's going to turn in the first. And that's exactly what I'm
You
saying.
should go to the police. Look what the police made it illegal.
Now,
No,
you
did
tell
it?
her that you want her to give the guy the money, right?
Yes.
He's rambling. He's making it hard on him.
And
I don't know.
she, again, what's her reaction to that?
She's like, you can't pay the cops. They're going to arrest you. They're going to think you're a part of it.
And so then you give a long-winded explanation of what she can say that won't incriminate herself, right?
Or make the police come talk to her. So I was saying, just tell them that you don't know anything.
Again, what are you trying to convince her to do?
Make a payment.
Making a payment is against the law for somebody who murders.
And she's refusing, right?
Yeah.
You say,
That's
that's
fine.
all I was able to come up with. If it's the police, they can't take the money. They can't take the money. They won't even come meet you. If it's this guy, maybe in the back of he knows, unintelligible, fuck off, unintelligible.
Okay, what I'm saying is
and that
opinion,
now
not
he's
fact.
fucking with his wife, and
Just so
if he's
you
fucking
know,
with
I am
him,
not a lawyer.
you fuck with
I'm
the
just
king
throwing
himself.
questions out there.
You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem.
I'm not Google lawyer.
What are you trying to say
Well,
to her
Google
here?
facts.
I'm saying that maybe if you go and contact these people, they're going to know who you are. And they're going to realize they'll know that your husband is Sigfredo Garcia. Sigfredo is about as scary of a guy as you can meet. And if Sigfredo has a problem with you, the only thing you
Yeah,
could
that
do
can be interesting.
to stop Sigfredo if he wants to come after you is to kill Sigfredo. So I wasn't talking about killing him, but I was saying if he knows who you are, he's going to be a big problem. So the only way they could stop Sigfredo is if they killed him because he's a dangerous guy.
And is that precisely why you wanted her to be contacting this person?
Yeah, because they would know who her husband is. They would cut it out.
You then say, and so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be like that Nazi shit because this will be done. Who used that terminology with you?
That was an expression that Katie would use. She would say like this Nazi shit, like to go crazy on somebody. And that was a term that she would use. And I used it back to her. And it meant, I was saying like, listen, like I'm trying to sound tough also. So I said, listen, I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on this person and get them to stop. Like this needs to end.
We talk, you say, I don't care what I have to spend. Ms. Kappelman asked one of the witnesses, aren't you admitting to doing a murder for hire here?
Absolutely not. I'm saying that I'll get somebody to act and go crazy on who's
But
ever
just
doing this
who?
and get them to stop. I mean, I'm not a scary guy like Sigfredo Garcia is. So I was trying to sound intimidating.
You then say, he doesn't have any bad feelings towards me, does he? Our paths never cross. I didn't know that the two of you would be working out. Why do you ask this?
Because I'm saying like I've been compliant. I've been paying every single month. It's not like I didn't do anything to him. I was still thinking maybe it could be him that's doing this, as I was saying it.
It is
Now,
genuinely frustrating.
In the video, you see Katie leaving the table for a bit, right?
Yes.
She leaves for about 2 minutes.
You're muted.
And what happens when she leaves before she comes back?
Hello.
Why am I back to a slideshow?
It's probably the first 2 minutes in the last 45 or 50 minutes that I stopped talking and just sat there and started thinking about everything that we've been talking about.
Right, wait, what the?
And as you're sitting there and thinking about it,
Okay.
You don't want to
what
be here?
goes through your mind? What do you realize?
I just started thinking again about how different how different this is, and that the person's not hiding who they are. You know, there's no, I'm going to kill you in 48 hours. They're giving lots of information. You know, this is not the same people.
When she comes back, you give her the number, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember if you gave her a piece of paper, or if do you have any recollection of whether you gave her a piece of paper or she wrote down a number, or whether do you have any idea, any memory this many years later?
No, I think I may have just said it to her verbally or given her a paper. I don't remember sitting here today.
And then you immediately start talking about how the guy didn't have glasses or a hat. Why was that the first thing that you started talking to her about when she came back?
Because I was thinking, like, for 2 years, I had no idea. You know, nothing was confirmed and the identity was hidden. It was just her friend.
Why are you back
Now
to
all of a
what?
sudden, this guy shows up and he's not even taking the precaution of trying to hide his identity. He has no problem showing his face.
Things don't happen.
And at this point in time, when she comes back, who do you think is behind this?
I'm coming around to her way of thinking that it's probably the police, and a small chance that it's some sort of copycat, but more than likely it's just the police. It's the police.
Are you back to what?
What do you ask her to do?
Pause it for a second.
I still ask her to call the number. Just a chance that, like, hey, if I'm wrong and it's not the police, and it turns out to be somebody that really is dangerous.
Okay, what?
Things don't happen unless people want them to. We are the ones that actually do things. Or not. I quit the entire business for months until you brought me back.
And now you're mad at me.
No.
Are you okay?
If I were mad at you, I would quit again and not be here.
Oh, okay.
So
that's why I gave you the floor.
Let's continue the show.
All right. Okay. Here, I tell you what. You are there.
I'm top.
Because I feel much better here when you're here. Okay, ready? All right, let's go.
Like, I'm betting my mom's life on it being the police. So at least just call and make it so, for that peace of mind, that we confirm it is what we think it is.
At the end of the recording, you see that you're actually joking about something.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel at the end of your meeting with her in Dolce Vita?
I feel much better. I mean, I'm back to the way I started when I came out there, is that I was thinking it was probably the police, and I felt
right
even
back.
more likely it was the police after I got done with the
Can you
meeting
hold
with
up the
her.
fort?
Sure. But before you do, if you don't mind, can we switch it back to my presentation? We have the choppiness issue again.
Switching it back to what?
Now, when you repeatedly say during this recording that you hope it's the police,
the choppiness problem.
Okay, go ahead and put the presentation up and I'll get rid of this one.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just them, but
Remove it. Okay, now you can do yours.
okay. Give me 2 seconds because I don't want to pay for their freaking advertising. But
We'll be right back, folks. We're just doing a little switcheroo.
wait, why is Law and Crime on a break? Nancy, I'm going to ask you a genuine question. The fuck was I watching?
What?
Law and
The
Crime's
trial.
Law and Crime is on their afternoon break.
Oh, okay. Let me get out of here.
Yeah, don't put it in the foreground. Don't put it in the foreground.
I'm not. I'm gonna get rid of it.
But yeah, this is where we're at right now. So what the hell was I watching the last couple of minutes?
You were. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing you. I
No,
just
I know
don't
you're not criticizing me.
Yeah.
You think we were watching an old clip? I had this on the whole entire time.
I haven't the slightest idea. I genuinely don't know. Because they're on their afternoon break. And
Okay, just a minute. Just a minute. Let me go on here and research. Talk to the crowd.
Maybe you stopped and paused for a bit and didn't catch back up, but the trial.
I probably stopped for a bit and they went on break.
Okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
I know.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I know. I know. Listen to this.
So let me ask you. Obviously, I missed about an hour and a half or so of the testimony that Charlie was giving. What do you think that I missed, and genuinely I missed, and might go back and watch, but probably won't, that was particularly of importance? Oh no, Giselle, we are live now. Trust me, I'm now in control of what you're seeing in the main video. But what do you think, Nancy, what do you think would be like the key takeaways of the last hour and a half after the lunch break?
Well, okay, if I have a question for the key takeaway. Sure. If somebody is going to extort you, say if it's you're going to come up to me and say, my boyfriend just murdered your ex brother-in-law, I want money for it.
Okay.
Because if you don't, they're gonna possibly kill you. So give me money.
Okay.
So you give him money.
Okay.
Is that against the law?
No.
Why? You're paying somebody for murder. You should go to the cops. Because now you know that person killed someone.
You don't have enough. First of all, you don't know that the person was killed. So if there's not a body, there's not a crime. Second point.
But there was a body and there was a crime.
I understand that, but I'm telling you, the law is prospective, not retrospective. Actually, it's quite the opposite, but we don't need to go down that route.
Okay.
Point is, you gave a hypothetical, and it was a very good one. Would you like to repeat it? I think it's worth repeating. And I want to make sure that I answer each and every element.
Somebody came up to me, okay, let's just say it was me, and they said, I'll just make up some name. Lupo killed your ex brother-in-law, and it's all my fault. But now that it's all my fault, I made a mistake. I told him you had money, and I need money to pay him off.
Mm-hmm.
She's extorting me, or Lupo, or whoever. But if I pay for the extortion, I'm also paying for the murder.
No. No, you are not.
Should I gone to the cops if I knew who murdered someone?
Probably, but are you required to?
That's against the law.
Probably, but are you required to by law? No.
So what he did was totally okay to pay for a murder.
Again, to pay for the murder is different in terms of the timeline than what's occurring here. It is paying for his own protection after the murder.
So he should have gone to the cops if he was,
Paying for the murder is a crime. Paying to demonstrate that he's not going to talk so that he's not murdered.
So if you pay for a blackmail, isn't that against the crime?
No, that's not a crime. Blackmailing someone is a crime.
But paying for the blackmailer isn't a crime?
Paying the blackmail isn't the crime.
Okay, all right.
If I blackmail somebody, hypothetically, if I blackmail somebody and they do what I want them to do or they give me money, I am guilty. If they pay the blackmail and just give me the money that I'm blackmailing them for, are they guilty?
But are you guilty for paying the blackmailer?
No.
Okay.
Because that's the nature of extortion. Otherwise, honestly, if I don't know where you live, I'm not, this is all hypothetical. I could show up at your house with a gun, put it to your head and say, give me $1,000. And then I take that $1,000 and hire some random Joe Schmo to go kill somebody. Are you guilty?
No.
So what's the differential?
I don't know. I'm just asking you a legal question.
No, but that's what I'm saying is I'm trying to build a hypothetical. Like I said, no, yeah, you're the victim of the blackmail. You're not the blackmailer. You're the victim of extortion. You're not the extortioner. Let's put it this way. Who do we have active at the moment? Let's put it this way. All right, we got Stacy, we got Giselle, and we got Hothead Red. All right. We're going to all create a conspiracy. Or not. We don't know. Nobody's going to know. It's either a conspiracy or it's just something that happens. So, Giselle says, hey, I really hate my boyfriend. He's doing XYZ, which is not relevant to the case. All right. And so I go, that's kind of nuts. So we're going to go over to Stacy and say, hey, I know that you used to date this guy. We're going to kill him if you don't pay us. And then Stacy says, yeah, go F off. Then Hothead Red comes in and decides to actually kill them because they overheard that the whole situation was going down. I mean, it's too convoluted. Can I put you on the spot for a moment?
You always do.
Well, with your permission.
Go ahead. I'm a good sport.
Okay. You said in a private conversation you were coming over to my side of the case. What changed your mind?
His genuality, what changed my mind.
I was screaming that this entire morning and you didn't agree with me at all.
You guys, he's gonna, you know what he did? He cooked the crow. and he's going to want me to eat it. And I am going to eat the crow, and I'm going to be a good sport. And saying that, yes, he looks like he's genuine in his efforts.
All right.
And the reason why I think that is because when he had that conversation with his mother on the phone, he really did sound like he had no idea who that person was who approached his mother. Because if he really was involved with it, I think he would have sounded really nervous and fidgety and all kinds of things. Is that fair?
I think that's perfectly fair.
Now, do I think he's totally, totally innocent? Do I have questions? Sure, I have questions. That was one of them you answered. It's not eating crow. Well, I think it is in a way.
The only reason why I phrased it that way is because I was making this argument all morning.
Well, yeah, you said that from the beginning, but I'm telling you guys, I'm not the phone calls, but my whole thing is, and the question that still remains, why didn't he go to the police when she said, oh my God, I did a terrible thing? Because when you know somebody murders someone, it's against the law to withhold any information about that, isn't it?
No.
It isn't?
That's
so we're all misled before in the past that we thought it was
We call that the Fifth Amendment, that you can shut the fuck up.
Oh, okay.
You have no obligation to aid the police.
But you're holding with information. But you could say I didn't know. I didn't know about it, officer.
You just say nothing.
She just came and told me about the murder, and then we went to bed and rammed.
My front door is right now locked. If somebody from the Tampa Police Department decided to knock on it and wanted to speak with me, I just wouldn't answer the door.
You don't have to.
No, I don't.
You don't have to answer the door.
Unless they have a warrant. I could just say nothing. Always. So no, you have no affirmative obligation to assist the police in their investigation. At all. Now, you can't lie to them. That's going to be a problem. You can't mislead them. But if you just say nothing, what the fuck are they going to do?
I don't know.
I mean, fuck it. As a practical matter, Tampa Police Department bangs on my door, right? I show up to the door and I do open it. They're like, Mr. O'Brien, we think you're involved in X, Y, and Z. Can we come in and investigate? No. Well, do you want to come outside here and have a conversation with us? No. And that's the end of the conversation.
So this is really going to be up to the jury if they believe him or not. So at the end of the day, it's those juries.
I found him very believable.
But the question is, do the juries?
You found him increasingly believable.
I did. And I'm eating crow right now, right?
I know. I'm not trying to shove it down your throat.
Well, no, you're not, but you're handing it to me on a silver plate.
I'm just saying, you found him.
Oh, come on. You know I love you. Go ahead, admit it. It's a crow.
You're finding him increasingly believable.
Okay, is the crow
and I was
cooked?
right the entire fucking morning.
Are you handing me the crow with on the silver plate with all the condiments and with it, and my meal is coming?
Look,
you said you couldn't wait for the feast of my eating of the crow.
I did say that, and this is a private text message.
You guys, it's funny. Don't ever. Yeah, it's funny.
But
I have the right to remain silent.
Yeah. Congratulations, Stacey. You absolutely do.
Yes. Stacy, I think you win my channel, right? The channel award for the. I don't think I always have to eat crow because.
No, but at this
No,
point,
but we're
I
just.
spent the entire morning.
Hey, Lori Ann, we're just doing this because we think it's cute.
Oh yeah, we're still friends. This is
Well,
not.
no, we do this a lot, don't we? He tells me to screw off all the time.
This is not confrontational. This is.
Oh no,
friends.
this is fun. We're bringing the crow in for me to eat as entertainment.
I'm just pointing out the fact that I spent.
Oh, it's so good.
3 hours this morning explaining why I find him credible, and you fought me tooth and nail.
Okay, yes, Lori.
The entire way. And then I get a text while I'm at lunch saying, you know what? I think you might be right.
Well, it's a combination between a ginger snap and a coffee snap, and they can be quite interesting.
There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, honestly, who hasn't dipped a ginger snap in a coffee?
We do coffee and ginger snaps together.
Don't clip that.
No, please don't. I'm not clipping a damn thing because I don't know how. You're safe there. Because I don't know how to clip. And don't teach me.
I probably will not.
I'll have my son teach me when I go to Florida and visit him. Hey, come here, hon. Go teach mom how to clip on this.
No, let's just pretend that none of that ever happened. I'm glad this is on your channel and not mine.
Why? Because I can get in trouble?
You're not monetized.
No, I don't care.
I'd probably just have to cancel the show.
After what I said?
No.
I just said a ginger snap and a coffee snap.
Yeah, I know. I was the one that fucked up.
Put them together. What do you got?
Yeah, let's just
put together a ginger snap
do
and a coffee snap.
everything in your power to just move on from that topic.
Okay. No.
All right. So here's my question to you, because I
want to get my trial snacks. Hurry up.
So my question to you. I believe I missed about 2 hours of testimony. What is the one big takeaway that happened while I was not here?
Chat?
No, don't. You can't.
Oh, he wants me. See? Why do I always have to think? At the end of my shows, I always feel like I'm drained.
It's your show.
I know. But you're the one who's putting me on the spot because it's my show. Okay. I already told you what I thought, and I told you the takeaway, and you still want me to come up with something else.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Well, when he asked about the Brown and Brown insurance company, people were thinking that was a code. By the way, I didn't.
Okay.
The TV, yes. The TV set, I'm starting to feel like a TV is a TV. Okay?
I think the TV is a TV.
Right.
I thought so last Monday.
I didn't ever, we had to define what a TV is during this outro. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. So those are the takeaways.
I mean,
and now you're going to cause me not to get my snacks.
Go get your snacks.
I am. Bye.
We have a minute or so.
Why don't you entertain the troops and don't talk to me behind my back? Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm gonna go get my snacks. Did I not put on the audio? No, I did not.
Script. Did it look like you were
Don't,
a quarter, halfway through?
the script is deceiving, but I don't anticipate that this will end today.
All right.
It may.
That much more ground to cover. All right. Once we get into tomorrow, how long?
I think that would be a better question after today. No, look, we're going chronologically, right? So we just finished Dolce Vita.
Yes.
A lot of there are a couple calls I'm going to play that are coming up, but then I'm going to play very few calls.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
So they finished Dolce Vita. All right. Honestly, I don't know if I would have that much more. Yeah, Stacey, I don't know what your perspective is. That judge is basically like, can we just be done with this?
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rashbaum, you may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, at this time, I would like to move in Defendant's Exhibit 58, which are selected text messages
That's a nice French
on
onion
July
dip.
18th
Let's go.
that we discussed earlier.
Very well, any objection from the state other than what's already been made?
Okay.
Admitted over objection, you
Don't
may
hear a
proceed
damn
with publishing.
thing.
I don't need to publish those. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, let me plug myself in. Okay. I'm back.
All right.
Do you remember what you did when you left Dolce Vita?
Yes, I do.
And what did you do?
I got in the car and I called my mom up on the phone.
Where was your mom when you called her?
I think she was at the city park.
Now, throughout this call, you don't mention Katie's name. Why don't you mention her name?
I think I was just always just being careful. But I mean, there was no big deal. My mom knew that I was going to go meet Katie, and I just spoke in general terms.
You tell your mom that everything is fine. What are you telling your mom when you tell her that?
I'm letting her know that it's the police, because that's how I left it when I left my meeting with my mom before I went crazy and I heard all about Luis Rivera. I'm letting my mom know, like, everything's fine. It's the police.
Okay.
At the end of this call, there's discussion about cheerleading and Passover. What is your level of concern when you have this call with your mom?
I believe that there is no danger to my family at this time. We're very minimal.
Now, do you recall that the call got cut off? Well, let me say it differently. Withdraw the question, Your Honor. Do you recall that your mom, on the end of this call, had to call you back?
Yes.
And do you recall that about 10 minutes, 5 minutes later, she did call you back?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Judge, at this point in time, I'd like to play government exhibit, state exhibit G.
You may proceed.
Oh, so now we're gonna get more fucking phone calls. They didn't have the opportunity to put them into contact.
This is a call between you and your mom at 5:06 on April 20th.
This is smart.
Don't hear anything.
Test your equipment again.
More calls.
No, these are the ones that they played back the other day.
Try it again.
But they're going to let him give the context.
Yeah. Hi, honey. Sorry about that. I had to just schedule
Nothing in the headphones now.
I think it's clear on the speakers, but I guess play it once again. Hold your thumbs up if you can hear it clearly over the speaker.
Yeah. Hi, honey. Sorry about that. I had to just schedule it for Monday because she was leaving.
Yeah.
So,
How about on the speakers? I know you can't hear it.
You just want it to be a little bit louder on the speaker, you're saying? I'm not Bill Nye the Science Guy. I'm not sure why we can't get this to work from call to call, but
Because you're lawyers, you're not sound technicians. It's okay.
No. Let's see if everyone can hear it without the headphones.
can you turn up the speaker?
It's at max capacity.
Okay.
Which is lower than my voice.
You guys are muted because I eat really loud.
Except for when you're excited.
Exactly.
Do you prefer if I muted?
Good. I just so I hung out with my friend, and then she's gonna sleep on some stuff, and then she's gonna come tomorrow to either my office or Thanos' office and tell me how it works. How she thought about it. So I still so I'll talk to her tomorrow. I wish her the best of luck.
yeah.
Anyway.
So, you think she'll be okay? You think everything will be good for her?
I told her. I mean, like I was explaining to you, with relationships, they either go one or two ways. Like it's,
right.
So it's going to be one or two ways. So.
Yeah. Well,
but that's
how you want it.
Yeah.
How it would be best for her. Yes, honey, you can. All right, Charlie. I love you.
What do they say? Yeah, you're welcome.
Screen set again.
Yeah, I was going to say, I
hope my dad has a good day at the office.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I like him to have a good night's sleep. So he works on a long day, like a long day.
But I truly would not worry about anything.
Wait a second, Lincoln, honey. This little girl is on. Come here, honey. Wait till she finishes, and then you'll go on. You don't think so?
Yeah, no, without a doubt, I wouldn't.
Okay, I hope so.
There's nothing to worry about.
No.
No.
So you'll be up at the office. You'll be at our office all day tomorrow.
From 11 to probably by 3, I'm going to be gone.
Oh, really? I'm done for the day?
Well, then I go to Thanos' office.
Oh, to Thanos. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
I hate this area of like Ives Dairy and 95.
Very crowded.
Oh my God, the traffic. So to go from like, I mean, literally for me to go from like, on Biscayne to like all the way to like 95, it's the same amount of time it takes me to go from my house to South Beach.
Wow.
Just east-west. It's quicker for me to go to South Beach from Fort Lauderdale than to be in Miami and go to the highway. I mean, it's just lanes, like 2 schools and everything. So, all right.
That's the they're swinging. And I'm pushing as high as I can, Lynn. And that's the squeak of these of the swings. The old grandma. All right, I love you.
Yeah, you probably feel, but I would worry about absolutely nothing.
Really?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I would not.
Well, if your theory is correct, then that'll be, we don't know that.
Well, listen, I mean, it's you have to realize something. It does them no good.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there's nothing. They're not going to gain anything. They're still going to be in the same situation. It's not like you've ever threatened anybody or hurt anybody. So
no, I know that.
All right,
and listen, the thing is that they're not hiding who they are.
Right, not at all.
Not at all. So.
When you call your mom back, there's a reference to Harvey. Harvey's your dad, right?
Yes.
There's a reference to hoping, your mom says she hopes Harvey had a good day at the office. She'd like him to have a good night's sleep. What did you understand this to be a reference to?
My dad's about to find out what had happened to me 2 years earlier and what's happening to my mom now.
You're telling your mom repeatedly in this call that not to worry about anything. Why are you telling her not to worry about anything?
Because my mom was worried that a gang member was going to come and hurt her, or somebody was trying to extort her for money.
Now, you then say, not like you ever threatened anyone or hurt anyone, and she says to you, well, if your theory is correct, what was your theory? Well, first of all, when did you go over your theories with each other?
When I saw my mom 2 hours before this call was placed.
And what was your theory and what was her theory?
My theory was that it's the police. My mom's theory was that it's a bad guy and they're going to hurt one, and then somebody else in the family is going to pay the money, and that this threat in her life's in danger.
You then start talking about, again, how there were no threats, no disguise. Why are you telling this to your mom?
I'm telling my mom that this is so different. It can't be the same person. It can't be the same people that are behind my extortion that are behind her extortion.
Moving on to State Exhibit H.
Why not?
Now,
what if the state comes back and says no questions?
H is a call that's in evidence between Sigfredo Garcia and Katie Magbanawa. Do you recall listening to that call?
Yes, I do.
Now, you obviously weren't on the call initially, right?
I was never on that call.
On the call, you can hear them fighting, and Sigfredo is refusing to make the phone call, right?
Yes.
Again, what had you discussed with Katie at Dolce Vita? What were you hoping that she would do?
That she would at least make the phone call, even though we were pretty sure it was the police. I mean, there's still a chance that you're wrong, and this is a copycat who doesn't realize that I was extorted, and they're running their own extortion off of it and chasing down my mom.
The next day is now April 21st. And the state put in State's Exhibit J. And this is a 22-minute call between you and Catherine Magbanawa. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Was this the first time that you spoke with Katie after your meeting at Dolce Vita?
Yes, it is.
On this call, are you asking to meet with her?
Yes, I want to see
he
her.
is talking about
And
the undercover agent
How
here.
is she responding to meeting with you?
She's blowing me off. I'm trying to have her come to my office. I'm trying to have her come to the second office I'm at. She can't find it in her time to come meet me.
And when she seems that way, are you offering to pay for some things for her, like helping her get a hotel room and the keys.
Yeah, and that was actually even before the bump. She had asked me for something, and I said, "Sure, I'll do it for you." And it was a $300 hotel room, but that was before the bump. But yes.
Now, during this call, Katie starts talking about investments in properties. Do you remember that?
I do.
When she starts talking about the investments in the properties, at first, do you have any idea what she's talking about?
I have no clue what she's talking about.
So in this trial, there's been a lot of talk about code. And the government has a nice little cheat sheet as to
Here we go.
what they believe the various code words were.
Here we go.
Did you and Katie ever discuss any code words?
There was never any code discussed.
But it's fair to say that when you're speaking on the
Not even a
phone
TV
with
set.
Katie, and when you're speaking on the phone with your mom, you're talking very carefully.
Extremely carefully.
And for different reasons, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about why you're talking carefully with Katie. What was the reason why you continued to talk very carefully on the phone with Katie?
I didn't want Katie to think that I was setting her up.
Now, when you say you didn't want her to think that you were setting her up, at this point in time, you didn't think she was part of any murder or any extortion, right?
Correct.
So how would you be setting her up?
Yeah.
Well, she's tied to the people who murdered Dan Markel, and I'm tied to her. So if I went to the police, I would be calling her up and trying to get them caught, and I'd be talking in a much more blunt way.
All right.
And what are you afraid of if she thinks that you're setting her up? There's probably a couple things you're afraid of, but what are some of those things that you're afraid of?
The number one thing is I'd get killed because they think I'm a loose end.
Okay, what's the number two thing?
Number two thing is I'd get zero help. She would help me with nothing.
And help in finding out what?
Who's behind the second extortion of my mom?
Now, ultimately, during this call, you figure out what she's talking about with properties, right?
As she goes, I'm catching on to some of her lingo.
She says to you, I was talking to someone. Do you think that would be a good investment? He was like, no, that is a really stupid. You should really use your head. What did you understand her to be saying? Who is the he?
Well, by this time, she was back with her ex-husband, and I assume that person to be Sigfredo Garcia.
Did you assume her to be saying to you, he doesn't want to make the phone call at this point?
No.
Now, she says that he is going to look into a couple things, a couple of properties, and find out what's going on. And then I'll go from there because you can't just jump into a place you don't even know. What did you understand her to be telling you here?
She was saying that she's going to look into it. You just can't pay extortion. You don't even know who the person is.
She then says later in the call,
Okay, we'll see in a little
that
bit,
she
Giselle.
thinks that the property was posted incorrectly. She also says that she thinks it's a false lead.
Mm-hmm.
What did you understand her to be saying to you at that point in time?
Drive safe.
She's trying to tell me that this is the police. This is not real extortion. And that's pretty much what she was saying, exactly what she was saying the day before.
That's fine.
Honestly, Nancy, I love this testimony. I think it's interesting, but I might have to check out for tonight.
That's fine.
All right, and
Okay.
I'll run tomorrow.
All right.
She says
You'll run the
it's
show
one of
tomorrow?
two scenarios. That's what I'm trying to figure out
my hope.
right now.
Let's see
What did you
happens in the next
understand
hour
her to
and a
be
half.
saying were the two
Okay.
scenarios?
Well, the first one is the police,
I
which is like
apologize.
you can't
I
pay the
don't mean to
police.
leave you high and dry.
And the second one would
Don't
have
worry
been
about it.
a copycat extorter, but
So wait a
not
minute.
being
Here, just a second.
possibly
Pause
Luis
it.
Rivera or Sigfredo Garcia.
In response,
What I can do is I can just leave the show running, and when you decide to close the show, you close the show. I don't need my computer. It's mostly a phone call conversation.
Okay, so I'll see you. All right, so you'll open the show. I'll go in and I'll run the show if you have to leave.
No, I'm just going to hit play.
you say the thing is that
All right, email
property
me.
came with full
Right.
listing, everything but
Okay.
pictures. What are you saying here?
When you're
I'm
done,
saying that this extortion
Close
came
the
with
show.
so much information. And that was the thing with the first extortion on July 18th, is that I had no information. Even when I guessed, the person wouldn't say, she just said, no, I'm not going to tell you.
And so the fact that it came with everything but the pictures, what did that make you feel it was?
That it was more than likely law enforcement. I mean, they were giving you phone numbers, they were giving you names, they weren't trying to hide who they were. It had to be, it more than likely was law enforcement, but it's still a small chance. It could have been a copycat extorter.
15 minutes and 45 seconds in this call. She says, I did some research. I will find out more. I don't want anyone to take advantage of you. How was she acting?
Like she was protecting me, and she was trying to help.
And incidentally, what did you think she was doing for you for the past 20 months since the extortion that occurred on July 18th?
I thought she was protecting me.
You then start talking with her about other types of real estate. Was this real estate at this point?
There was some real talk about real estate because she was working in a real estate company.
And you tell her that you'll lend her money for her real estate career?
Yeah, she once asked me if she ever found a good place, would I lend the money and go in partnership with her. And I always said if you found the right deal, I would, but we never spoke any specifics beyond that.
And you talked to her about helping her out with her car?
Yeah.
Why were you offering to help Catherine Magbanowa out with her real estate career and her car, and saying that at this point in time?
I didn't think that she was benefiting from the extortion of me at all. She always told me she never took any money. Her credit cards were getting declined at Old Navy. She's borrowing money. I thought that she got dragged into this in the same way I got dragged into this.
Now, the next call that's in evidence is K. And this is April 21 at, I believe, 11 o'clock a.m. One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
This is a call between you and your mom, correct?
Yes.
And this is the first call since the call that we just heard where your mom is swinging the boys at the park, right?
Right.
Now, there's a discussion on this call about meeting with your dad. Why were you going to meet with your dad?
Well, I knew the night of the 20th, my mom was going to tell my dad what had happened to me and what's happening to her now. And I knew my dad was going to want to talk to me and find out what's going on. So I told my mom, listen, I'll talk to dad when he wants to talk to me tomorrow, just have him meet me.
50 seconds into this call, which again, I don't think we need to play it, is K. You say, I saw a lot of police everywhere giving traffic tickets, so be careful. Anyway, that's who I think it is for multiple reasons. Multiple reasons. What are you telling your mom here?
I'm telling my mom, be careful where you talk about this. I don't want the police to know that I know anything or that I was extorted. They're going to come talk to you. So please be careful where you talk.
And when your mom responds again on the earlier call, well, that's good if your theory is correct. What do you understand your mom to be hoping for?
My mom was hoping it was the police.
Now, after this call, you have a call with your dad, and where do you all decide to meet for dinner?
I was originally going to just have my dad come by my house, but I was working late, and I told my dad I'll meet him at like a halfway point between my place and his place, and I met him for sushi down in Miami.
And let's talk about Matsuri.
Okay.
Did you go to the restaurant straight from work?
Yes, I did.
Who got there first?
I think my dad was there before me.
When you got there, could you all get a table right away?
No, it was not at night, but the place was packed.
Where did you go when you couldn't get a table?
We waited for about 15 minutes and told the person seating people that we'll just take a seat at the bar. Take 2 seats at the bar if you can.
Before you got seats at the bar, did you go anywhere to talk with your dad?
Yeah, we put our name down and we were just sitting outside the restaurant on a bench.
Did you notice anyone around you?
No.
As a result, were you able to talk freely?
Yeah.
Without going into the whole discussion again, what did you discuss generally with your dad?
I told him what had happened to me, and I told him that I thought it was the police that were doing this to mom, and that this is just so different.
Now, was it clear to you when you met with your dad outside of the restaurant that your mom had told him everything by that point in time?
She told him everything.
Was it clear that he knew that this was related to Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Now, at this point in time, I want to emphasize this point in time, did your mom or your dad know anything about Tato being in prison, confirmation that Sigfredo Garcia was the extorter? Did they know anything about that?
Well, the undercover had told my mom that Tato was incarcerated. But aside from that, everything that I found out at lunch the day before or meeting with Katie after I saw my mom, I hadn't spoken to my mom about it. So she knew none of that.
Now, was your dad upset with you?
He wanted to know why didn't I come to him. And I said, Dad, I thought if I went to you, I didn't think I'd be able to stop you from going to the police. I don't think you would have realized the danger that I was in and the family you would be putting the family in. So I didn't want to tell anybody. The only reason I told mom was because when I ended up picking up the checks from her is when she found out.
He now knows, though, right? He knows as of the evening of April 20th when your mom tells him, but he knows as of Matsuri.
Yes.
Does he say to you, Charlie, I got to go to the police?
No, I think my mom scared him pretty good.
And when you spoke to him, was he behind you in not going to the police?
Yeah, I mean, he understood why I didn't go.
Yeah.
I mean, he understood
Good
how
point.
serious it was. This was not a small threat.
Did you tell him outside the restaurant before you go in to eat that you were pretty sure it was the police?
Yeah, and I went through all the reasons that we've spoken about that it was. I was fairly certain it was the police.
Now, you end up getting seated at the restaurant, and where do they seat you?
They seat us at the sushi bar.
Now, Matsuri, it's a pretty authentic Japanese sushi restaurant, right?
Yeah, it's in a strip shopping center, but you go in there and like half the people are Japanese. It's very authentic.
At first,
but I
did
still
you
have a lot
notice
of
anyone
questions.
sitting next to your dad?
No, we just sat at the bar. It was just the two of us.
Later, did you notice someone?
Yes, a gentleman comes over and sits down next to my dad.
Now, before we get into some of the details, did anything initially strike you as very weird about this
I'll be right
person who
back.
was sitting next to your dad? What was the first thing that struck you as being kind of off?
He was very rude.
How was he rude?
Well, I mean, we're sitting there and we got our dinner plates at the sushi bar. They serve you your food. And so your dinner plate's there and your drinks are there. And he comes over and he plops this big bag down right next to my dad's dinner plate. And it's like, you don't put your belongings on the dinner table. And it just struck me. I looked at the guy. He put his belongings down and his keys, and it's like sitting next to my dad's plate. I'd never seen that done like that before.
And that was off to you, right?
Yeah, I just thought the guy was rude. He was off, yeah.
I want to take you back to before you saw the guy. You've seen the recording. Was there some discussion between you and your dad before the recording that the jury has?
Yes.
Okay. But the recording starts with you almost mid-sentence saying, I can even tell you he's at Giant Stadium. Do you remember that?
I do.
What are you talking about there?
I'm saying that we're talking about it being the police, and I'm saying the police are just following a lead that's not true.
Now, are you actually using the word police?
No.
You then say it's not done. By the way, what's the reference to Giant Stadium?
Supposedly some guy, Jimmy Hoffa, who got killed years ago, was buried in the end zone of Giant Stadium. So the police went and dug up the end zone, thinking that he was there because somebody said it. So they investigated it, but it was never true.
Okay. Now, you then say it's not done like that. What were you telling your dad was not done like that?
The extortion wasn't done like it was done to me. It's being done to my mom. That's not how it's done.
And you do this twice, but at 50 seconds into the recording, you say, and the funny thing is, and you whisper something in your dad's ear.
Mm-hmm.
I know you don't know the exact words, but what did you whisper into your dad's ear?
I was saying they don't realize I was extorted the first time, and this is the same thing that's getting done. Then the second time I say this is like, the funny thing is, this is like deja vu.
We're going to get to that.
Okay, sorry.
Then there is talk about why they didn't go to Wendy. And why did you think they didn't go to Wendy?
I think they didn't go to Wendy because the police already spoke to her.
And Harvey asks you if Katie agrees with you. Agrees with you about what?
That it's the police.
Throughout the video, you're seen repeatedly looking at the guy next to your dad.
Yes.
Why are you looking at him the second time? What piques your attention next?
Well, the waitress came over, and the first thing he said to her is, "What kind of salads do you have here?" And she even just looked at him. I mean, it's like, it's a sushi bar. You come here to eat sushi, and it's not a place where you come in and you're like, "What kind of salads do you have here?" And then when I looked at him, he looked at me, and then he ordered his salad, and he ordered a California roll. So I was like, this guy really doesn't like sushi, and he's coming into a sushi restaurant at 9 o'clock at night by himself. He seems really odd.
Now, you then say again at some point, and the funny thing is, and you it's unintelligible after. Do you think you know what you said at that point?
I said, this is like deja vu.
You're then eating and you say to your dad, I think there's a recorder in the bag. Your dad asks whether they can do that, and you say they can with a warrant. Why did you think there was a recorder in the bag, and who did you think was sitting next to your dad?
I mean, the way the guy ordered his food, I mean, he clearly doesn't like sushi, and he's sitting in a sushi restaurant, and then he's sitting there with this bag on a table next to our dinner plate. He's either the rudest guy ever, or could be a police officer, or I could be just completely wrong, and he is just a rude guy.
And so what happens after, as Ms. Kappelman says, he was made? What happens after you realize that he is a police officer or someone, you have suspicions that he's a police officer?
Yeah, we no longer talk about the extortion.
Why don't you talk about it? What would be the problem with the police knowing about the extortion, the first extortion?
It's the same reason I didn't go to the police the night of July 18th, is that I was worried about my life, my family's life. And I bounced back and forth between should I go, should I not go? And every time I went through the pros and cons, I mean, it wasn't going to bring Dan back. The people who did this don't care about killing someone in the middle of the day. I mean, there's not a question, especially sitting here and seeing Luis Rivera come in, and I know who Sigfredo Garcia is. I don't think these guys would have cared. I think they would have killed me.
Now, after dinner, you leave the restaurant and you go in the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And you thought you were going to just go to your cars. Your dad walks you to your car first, and what happens?
We're just talking, and he's asking me a few more questions, and then he asked me about who's Tato. Like, what's the story with him? Did Katie know who Tato is?
And at that point in time, for the first time, did you tell your dad what you had learned in the car with Katie the day before?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm not holding anything back from my parents, and I told my dad that, yeah, Dad, Tato's a real person, and he's the head of the Latin Kings of Miami, and he's the one who killed Dan.
When you tell your dad that, how does he react?
He's like, look, you think it's the police, why not, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. Let's just go to the police now. Don't you think that's the safest thing to do? And I said, absolutely not. I mean, these people are connected. They know other people out there. I didn't go to the police originally. I don't want to do that. And he's like, well, I said, I think it's the police, so there's nobody's going to get hurt. And he's like, well, what if you're wrong?
And did this discussion go back and forth for a while?
Yeah, because I mean, what do you say when someone says, what if you're wrong? I mean, you're going to get killed.
What did you tell him you would continue to do?
I said, listen, I'm going to talk to Katie. I'm going to, hopefully she'll come by and see me tomorrow, or I'll talk to her and see if she's reached out to these people and to see if it is legitimate extortion or if it's just the police.
Did you again go over with your dad all the reasons why you were sure it wasn't the police?
That it was the police.
I'm sorry, that it was the police.
Yeah. At that point, I did. I rehashed everything again and went through everything that we discussed.
And at the end of leaving the restaurant, what did your dad agree to?
He agreed not to go to the police.
All right, something's a little suspicious to me. I can't help it. It's a little it's a little choppy right now with him. Parents want to go to the police, and he didn't want to go to the police. They didn't go to the police. Why?
The next day,
protecting his life.
You speak with your mom, correct?
I don't know.
This is April 22nd.
I don't know, you guys.
Yes, I do.
This is just a mess. I'm glad I'm not on the jury.
This is defense exhibit.
I think
I'm
they'd
sorry.
be mad at me if I
I'm
was
sorry,
on the
John. I'm a little
jury.
confused. Hold on a second. This call is not in evidence. On this call, just to refresh your memory so that we don't have to play it. Well, let me first offer it into evidence. Judge, it's labeled Defense Exhibit 100. It's a call between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson on April 22nd. It's State Call 1695. We would move it into evidence.
Any objection from the state?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to escort you to the jury room. I'm going to listen to the call.
Okay. I think the state knew all along that this was going to happen. He was going to take the stand and thought this was the best thing to do. Okay. Okay. Yep. Yeah.
Everyone can be seated. You can play the call, please.
Would you like me to play the full call or just the part that I plan on publishing?
Well, how long is the call itself?
Let me check. The call is 15 minutes long, 15 minutes and 11 seconds long.
All right. Well, I believe the context of the call is really going to matter here, but how long is the portion that you plan to publish?
I plan on starting at around 5 minutes and 50 seconds in and going till I think I can stop it at around 7:30.
All right. Go ahead and just start it from the beginning.
From the beginning of the call. 15,
Yep. Go ahead.
I started.
Well, I guess it's a good thing when you're not hearing voices, but I do actually need to hear the voices to get through this issue.
I really hate computers.
Only on the phone. Let me say hello to him. Charlie, hold on a second, okay?
Can you rewind at the beginning? Let's do it.
Hey, sweetheart, how are you?
Good. What's going on?
Hello, Charlie.
Hey, Dad.
How are you?
Good. What's going on?
Not too much. I got the boys finishing up a computer show. You finished? Good. Shut it off, Lincoln. Go brush your teeth, and I got to get Ben. Ben, go brush your teeth now. Ben, go brush your teeth. All right? I got
Can you imagine how much his
say hello to him. Charlie, hold on a second, okay?
I can imagine how much she misses him. Grandma Markel.
Hey, sweetheart, how are you?
Good. What's going on?
Oh, you know.
Any
No.
more drama?
No, I had busy day. I got up early and cooking a lot of stuff for the Seder for tomorrow. And then
Went to, no, Ben, go to Grandpa and get your teeth brushed. What? One second.
One of the pictures is Hot Wheels.
Really? Okay, Lincoln, go get your teeth brushed, baby.
Why wouldn't they, the parents let
And then we went
Dan's,
to the courthouse.
the Edelsons
was
didn't
very
let Markel
nice. We
see
met,
the parents, see the grandkids.
we met Wendy's judge.
I'm a little troubled by that.
He is like your next door neighbor.
Really?
Any
She has said that
thoughts?
all along because I remember the other judge she works for. Whoa.
Really?
Impossible. Very difficult woman. This guy is like,
Like
we
Bart?
said, yeah, just like your neighbor, just sitting, friendly, talking, kidding about how, because one of the guys there, this black guy named Charlie, is with the girl now, and he's pretty serious. So he said, yeah, we've all been trying to tell him, secret to a happy marriage. He says, I'm married, I don't know, 30 years or something, this judge. He says, secret to a happy marriage is yes, dear, it all works. He says, actually, what really works is you're right, yes, dear. So he said, it's worked for me. He said, I'm happy, I've got 2 great daughters, my life is good. He says, so I'm trying to tell Charlie, practice every day. Yes, dear, you're right. He said, you'll do great. So, but he was like funny and casual, and it was Casual Friday, so he's just wearing like a pair of pants and a collared, like a collared shirt, casual shirt, t-shirt type thing, and so friendly. Just what Wendy said, a genuinely nice guy. You wouldn't think he's an appellate judge. You just wouldn't believe it. So super nice guy, and I'm happy for her because she's a nice person for her to work with. And the other 4 people, that we met, also so nice.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, this guy Trinity, I think Trinity is Wendy's age. I thought she told me he used to be a cop, but then he went to law school, and now he's doing this. Beautiful job, then. And he, and he's the one that's married and has 2 kids. And it's such a difference because, for whatever reason, Ben didn't want the ice cream cake. So he went back into Wendy's office, and we're all sitting and having cake. And after about 15 minutes, this guy Trinity gets up, and we thought he was in the bathroom. So, anyway, yes, he did, honey. He just did. He has an extra brush in there. There are some things that I was hoping. No, I'm going to ask him. He said, what time tomorrow? I'm hoping I'm going to have a little time with you tomorrow just to talk about some of the cases that we need to go over. So, okay. All your stuff. Okay, sweetheart. Okay, I'll get you one. So I would like, if that's possible, maybe. What do you think?
Well, I'm waking up early in the morning. I'm driving up to West Palm Beach.
I know you said that. I couldn't remember though what you were doing up there.
I'm going racing.
Oh, maybe you're doing something. Dad said, "What's he doing?" I said, "You know what? I don't remember." He told me he was doing something.
Yeah, no, I'm going racing. I got all the guys going up there.
Yeah.
And
how many of you are going?
I think just 4 of us.
Yeah. Is Scotty one of them?
Scott Jones, who? Scott Radius or Scott Jones?
Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on a second. What, Lincoln?
I know when the rescue box first got their color.
Yeah.
When they scanned the vehicle, they scanned into the vehicle and then they transformed and they got their color.
Oh, okay. Tell Grandpa to get a book and go into bed with you, and I will be right there. Okay. I forgot about that. Okay. You can have not this one, honey.
I don't remember. Are they from Canada?
So you're going up there early.
I guess we'll just have to Google
what is that,
search
like about
that.
3-4 hours of racing?
Maybe that's
or
why,
less?
and they just make it sound like they're not going to let them see it.
It's an hour and 15 minutes there. It's an hour and 15 minutes back to here. And I'll probably be there for 2.5 hours.
Okay.
So, I'm hoping to get to your place by 5:30.
Okay. If it doesn't work, maybe maybe I'll stay a little bit later. Because dinner, it's not going to be a ladies' night. You know?
No. I can always talk to you after. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Can I just ask you one thing?
Sure.
Has there been any more drama?
No.
Zero.
Yeah.
Did Dad tell you what I spoke to him about?
Yeah. And I have a couple of questions. That's what I want to have a chance to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, but it makes
Just to go over those cases.
it makes perfect sense, though, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. But I still have some questions and things that I think need to be addressed. But, we'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I mean, listen, there's no rush. I don't start work till Monday.
Okay, sounds good.
So it's not like asking you tomorrow, but
yeah.
I've thought everything through again and again and again, and I think I'm 100% right.
Yeah. Oh, I would hope so. That would be, yeah.
Or 99% right, because none of it makes any sense.
No.
None of it makes any sense. I mean, there's no. It's not. I'm just telling you, it's not done like that. It's not. I know for a fact. It's not. It's not done like that at all.
He sure is worried about it. Of course, his life.
Approaching somebody who has nothing to do with anything, which is even sillier.
Yeah.
So listen,
She
my
seems calm and
feeling
he seems worried.
is that you go to. I'll tell you what my feeling
Yeah,
is.
But
it's utter nonsense. Like that's the best way I can
God,
describe
the
it.
others
It's
never have to listen to
utter nonsense, and I wouldn't pay it any attention. No attention at all. It's not done like that. It's flat out. It's not done like that.
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I can say it on the phone without saying it, but it's not done in such a nice manner.
No.
I have no control over that. Sorry. I'm going to read you
It's done like that if you want someone to talk to you. If it's otherwise, it would just be. It wouldn't be done like that.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing. Listen. If you're. Listen,
let's go.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's really what I thought. I think it's nonsense.
Yeah.
Leave it at that.
Okay. All right, sweetie. So, are you going out tonight?
Nah, probably not, because I want to get up and do racing in the morning.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and then do all that.
Okay. Well, you're going to have fun tomorrow. That sounds great.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm buying the cart.
What cart?
I'm buying the go-kart tomorrow.
Oh, I thought you were racing cars.
Kart racing.
Oh, I thought CARS. Oh.
No, you can't rent cars to race. They'll never let you rent a car.
So a cart. So what is everybody doing that? They buy carts?
Well, I'm buying my go-kart.
So what is everybody else doing?
They're renting it, yeah.
Portion you wish to publish.
But I'm going pro.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen, I've always wanted a go-kart.
With regard to the hearsay objection, the part that really struck my ear was your client saying it's not done this way. What is his qualification to essentially make this opinion?
Yeah.
If this is not hearsay.
His qualification is he's been extorted before, and he knows it's not done this way.
Assuming there are many ways to skin a cat beyond the one way in which he's alleging to have been extorted, what is his foundation to make this opinion?
He's making an opinion based on his past, and it goes to his state of mind. So even though it's hearsay, it's an exception to the hearsay rule, which is his state of mind.
State any further argument. All right. I am going to sustain the objection. Your client may testify as to any matters he can recall, but specifically not getting into the substance of this call itself.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Let's bring back in the jurors.
May I approach the podium now?
You may.
Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Probably till 5:45.
All rise, jury, enter the courtroom.
Yes, now we got to do it again. That's what I was thinking. Crap. I guess
Everyone
everybody
can be seated.
put it on mute and take a little nap.
The
and come back.
objection as to hearsay is sustained. You may continue.
The Matsuri meeting was on, dinner was on April 21, 2016, correct?
Yes.
The next day, you have a call with your mother. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
During that call with your mother, do you recall asking her whether dad had told her everything that you told him the night before?
Yeah.
Overruled, we can answer the question. Does not get into the substance of. You may continue.
Yes, I asked her, had my dad told her everything that I talked with him at dinner about.
And on that call, what again do you tell your mom, even with what you had told your dad the night before?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, I'm going to allow him to answer the question as long as it's not going to get into an out-of-court statement. You may answer the question.
That it's not done this way. I know for a fact. And I'm 99% sure it is what I thought it was.
What was the basis for you telling your mom that?
I wanted to calm her down and tell her that I'm more sure that it's the police. The basis was the guy that sat next to us at the restaurant who went to the sushi restaurant and wanted to eat a California roll and was real rude.
Okay. Now I want to go to April 23rd. Okay. April 23rd. Judge, may we go sidebar very briefly?
Approach.
Wow. Wow. Boy, he wasn't kidding when he said this whole testimony was going to last a day. Man, I think we live here with him. Hearsay. Hello, everybody. Welcome
On
back to my
April
channel.
23rd,
Good to
you
see
find
everybody
out
here.
later in the day that a letter has been sent to your parents' home.
The letter was
That your parents received a letter on April 23rd.
it was on a Monday. Was that the 23rd?
Can we show what exhibit is the letter? Do you have the letter?
I believe this is already entered into evidence.
It is. Do you have the letter? Yes. 79. We'll look at it after. I can't find it. Will you take my word that the letter was received by your parents on April 23rd?
Sure.
Okay.
Wait. Yeah, I think it was Monday the 25th.
Ah, you're right. Don't take my word. The letter was received on April 25th.
That I will agree with.
Okay. Now, on April 23rd, did you find out that Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia were in a big fight?
Yeah, I did, actually.
And did you learn that Catherine Magbanua had left him?
Yeah, I believe when I called her on the phone, she said she took her shit and left.
Now, on the 23rd, when you find that out, were you upset?
Yeah.
Why were you upset?
Well, at this point in time, Katie had been protecting me in the first extortion. With Katie being with Sigfredo Garcia, that was the best chance I had to try to stop the second extortion or to find out who's behind it. And then it also made me think that the timing of their explosive breakup and the timing of the guy extorting my mom and the fact that I had just found out on Wednesday, the 20th, that Sigfredo was behind what happened to me was very suspicious. So it opened the door in my head to thinking, like, what if Katie's, what if she's breaking up with him because she found out that he's behind the extortion of my mom and she doesn't want to tell me? So my mind was going there.
And then 2 days later, the letter arrives at your parents' apartment, right?
Yes, on that Monday.
Okay, so let's talk about that Monday, April 25th. Where were you working that day?
I was actually working in that office in South Beach, just a couple blocks away.
And after work, where did you go?
I went over to my parents' house to stop off.
What happened when you got to your parents' house?
My parents were really shaken up because they got a very threatening letter mailed to them saying that you don't take me serious and Tato is fucked and soon you will be fucked too. And it was mailed to their apartment. So now they're saying, who's ever doing this, they know where we live, not just the building. They know the apartment number. Like this, they were scared.
Did your parents think that the letter was more threatening or less threatening than the original communication on the street?
Way more threatening.
And what did you do after you found out about the letter?
After I found out about the letter, I called Katie because I'm thinking, like, this has to be Sigfredo. Like, they're fighting and he was behind what happened to me. Not that this has to be, but like, it was real suspicious and I wanted to see what her feelings were. And she was avoiding me. I tried to see Katie on Thursday. I tried to have her come to my office, to either one of the offices I was working at. She wouldn't come. Tried to have her come on Friday. She wouldn't come. I wanted to see if she wanted to see me Saturday. She was avoiding me. And then it just all was lining up it was making me question a lot.
Now, the state put in M. Is that a call that you had with Katie about meeting with her, and this is after the letter arrives?
Yeah, I wanted her to come down to meet me.
Did she agree to meet with you on the evening of the 25th?
Yeah, she drove down to where I was at.
Where did you meet with her?
I met her at my parents' building. I was downstairs.
Did you meet her around the same place that you had met with your mom after the bump?
Yeah.
What did you do when you met? Did you stay in one spot or did you go someplace?
No, we just went for a walk along the sidewalk, along the water, and we walked probably a good 30, 40 minutes maybe.
What did you discuss on your walk?
I confronted her and asked her, do you think that this is Sigfredo that's doing this to my mom? And she again said, no, absolutely not. I'm like, but come on, can you tell me? Because you guys are fighting, and I know he was behind. Now, what happened to me is this what you guys are fighting about? Do you not want to tell me? And she was adamant that it wasn't him. And then I said, well, what about Tato? What about Luis Rivera? And she said, it doesn't seem like something he would do. This is not how he would do it. She said, but he is incarcerated, and Sigfredo did bring him on. He is the one who killed Dan. Is maybe one of his people is trying to do an extortion off of something that he thinks was murder for hire, because whoever it is writing this thinks it was a murder for hire, which it wasn't. So I opened up that possibility, and she said, well, probably not, but she said, it could be, it's probably the police. She still was like, it's the police, but it could be a copycat.
What did she tell you that she would do?
She was going to call the number, and I was like, you haven't called yet. And she said, no, she hadn't. So I'm like, can you please call the number and see if you know these people and see if you can get it to stop?
After you did how long were you with her this evening on this walk where you're having this discussion?
I mean, it was probably 30 minutes there and 30 minutes back, and we sat for like 10 minutes. So, I mean, it was over an hour for sure, hour and a half.
When she left, did you stay in South Beach?
Yeah. And I tried to get her to call the number by telling her, like, my parents are going to go to the police. Like, they are going to go if you don't give them some peace of mind and find out that confirm for me.
By the way, this is April 25th. Is that the last time that you saw Catherine Magbanua in person?
Yes.
Now, after you meet with her that night, do you meet with your parents again?
Yeah, I went over. My parents were actually at my sister's apartment, which was a few blocks away. So when I got done there, I sat for a little while, and then I went over to my parents' apartment, to my sister's apartment.
When you went to your sister's apartment, was she there?
No, she wasn't.
And who did you meet with?
My mom came downstairs. My dad stayed up in the apartment because the kids were sleeping.
Why did you meet with your mom alone outside of the apartment? What was your mom and dad afraid of?
I think that what they didn't want was Wendy coming home and then starting to question what's going on.
What did you tell your mom when you met with her?
I told her that I talked to Katie, and she does not think that it's Sigfredo, and she still thinks it's the police, and that she's going to look into it on the chance that it's a copycat, and it's a second layer of extortion.
Now, April 26th, the government put in Exhibit O, which is a call between Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua, and they put in a text message, which is P and Q, which are text messages between them. You recall that?
Yes.
And I know you weren't privy to this in real time, but those calls and text messages show that the two of them are fighting still, right?
Yeah.
And as a result of that, strike that, Your Honor. During those calls, what is Catherine Magbanua trying to get Sigfredo Garcia to do?
She wants him to call the number.
Now, the next morning, and this is R, 10:30 a.m., you have a call with your mom. Do you recall that?
Yeah, what date is that?
April 26th now.
Okay.
And you talk about whether she feels better about the things you told her last night. What were the things you told her last night?
I told her that it's the police, and that you're not going to be harmed. You're not in any danger.
Calm
and my mom was hung up on the fact that person was ratcheting up their threats, making deliveries to their apartment,
he is
telling them that they're
making
going to be
sense.
fucked if they don't pay up.
All right, I said it.
And there's some discussion about
he's making sense.
the letter being written like a girl. Do you remember that?
It looks like we're
The
not going to
beginning
hear
part
those
of it
tapes.
was like a
Thank
girl.
God.
The second part sounded real tough.
Yeah,
And so,
it
what
is.
did
I'm
you
sorry,
mean
guys. It's
about
just
the
been a
beginning
long
part of
trial.
it being written like a girl?
If this guy's
Anybody still
saying that
here?
he's a Latin king,
Looks like I have 5 people on.
I can't imagine a Latin king
Hmm.
writing "you don't care" as a phrase. It doesn't sound right. Doesn't mean it's not a copycat, but it doesn't sound like that's who it is who she thinks it is.
At the end of this call, and this is R again, around 2 minutes in, you say, one, they weren't the same person, without a doubt. Listen, I know. I actually do know how these things are done. And that was the same thing that I said. It is not done like this. Your mom says, yeah, that is what you explained.
Oh.
And you say, no, it is 48 hours.
Okay, you know
recall
what
that?
I'm doing? I'm
Exactly,
making
yes.
another pumpkin.
When you
I'm
say they
crocheting.
aren't the same person, what are you saying?
I'm
I'm saying
crocheting.
it's
Thanks
not
for
the same
staying
people
with me,
that
Space.
extorted me that are extorting
We're
you.
both doing our
Clearly
crafts.
not the same as the first extortion.
Making another
And
one.
when you say
Yeah. I
it's
am.
48 hours, what are you
I'm making
referring to?
leaves.
I'm referring to
put
what
on
happened to
the-
me on July 18th when I
I
was told you
know.
got 48 hours and we're going
Look,
to kill
see?
you.
I'm gonna make leaves to put on my pumpkins. Yeah. Coloring a pumpkin. Oh, that's so much fun. I used to color a lot with my mother.
We then go
nursing
to
home.
States Exhibit S,
It's gonna be
which
the
is
leaves
later
on
that
the
same
pumpkin.
day.
Different colors. Yeah. I'm just
And
gonna show my
you
spot.
learn that your dad didn't go to work that day.
Yeah.
It'll be red on the.
Why were you upset?
You're
about
so
that?
sweet, Spacey. Oh.
This- I knew how this
And
extortion
then
was
the
affecting
leaves
them.
are
I mean,
here.
my dad's probably
I
missed
know.
2 sick days in the last 20 years.
We will stick it out
And
together.
he's afraid he's going to
till
get
the
killed
end.
in the parking lot
We'll be
and
troopers.
walking into his office because he's getting extorted by some Latin
Appreciate
King
it.
gang member at this point, and he's afraid to go to work. So even though they're telling me they're okay, I know when my dad's not going to work, there's something seriously wrong.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
your mom asks you whether you
Thank you
ever
very much.
checked
I'll
the
get your
phone number I
picture.
gave you last night. Again, what is she referring to?
She's saying, did you follow up on this? Is this person really a dangerous person?
Your mom then starts talking about fixing bridges. And you say, Mom, just stop with the fucking nonsense because I really don't want to come down there anymore. What are you frustrated with her about?
I'm frustrated. My mom's trying to talk carefully, and I understand that. But I'm letting her know, like, this is the police. Like, I do not think you're in any danger. This is not the same as the extortion that I dealt with. They're not approaching you the same way I was approached. There's so many things that are different. Like, I keep telling them, like, this is the police. You're not in any danger. And she's fixated. And I understand, so they're older, and someone's sending a letter to the house saying you're going to be fucked if you don't pay up. They're scared.
You say 7 minutes and 18 seconds into the call. It's not like, oh, we'll get one of them and the other one will start paying. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What are you referring to?
That's what my mom's theory was, is that they're going to get her and they're going to hurt her, and then someone else, and then they'll go to someone else in the family, and then they'll start paying them.
You then say, first of all, they don't give you a number. I mean, everything is so traceable. They also weren't disguised. Again, you say 10 seconds later, this is not how it's done. What are you reiterating over and over and over to your mom?
Is that these people aren't hiding who they are. And for 2 years, I was not given a name. I wasn't given phone numbers. These people have traceable devices. They're not hiding. It's not done like this. This is different. And then they kept saying, well, what if you're wrong? And that's what kept me looking into it.
Then we go to T. And by the way, T, just to be clear, S was a call with your mom, and that call is at 4:00 p.m. It lasts 15 minutes long. And then T is at 4:33 p.m. of the same day. And this was the first call you had with Katie after you met with her, right?
Yeah.
Again, Katie is talking about a client and property, right?
Yes, she is.
And she asks you for a number. Did you have the number on you?
No.
How were you going to get the number?
I figured I'd just call my mom up and see if she had the phone number. I get it for Katie.
And on you, you try to get the number from your mom, right?
Yes, I called her.
And did your mom have the number?
No, she said that she had given it to me.
Everyone okay? Technology. Okay.
I wonder if the judge is asleep.
Let's move on to W. Actually, we'll skip W.
I am so glad I'm not on this jury.
Now we go to the next day. The next day, you have a call with Catherine. This is X. You have a call with Catherine Magbanoa at 10:42 in the morning. And to kind of spur your memory so that we don't have to play it again, this is the Drake call.
Oh.
Do you recall that
Drake
call?
I recall it.
Okay. And during this call, there's some discussion about helping her out with a vacation. What was that about?
She had asked me, and it's on the wires before the bump. She wanted to go down to the Keys, and there's a place that I would stay at that I have a connection to, and I could get a room really inexpensive. So she had reached out to me if whether or not I could call up and get that connection for her. And I said, you know what, I'm going to pay for it for you. So I said, wherever you go, I'm going to take care of it.
Judge, can we briefly go sidebar again?
Very briefly. Please approach.
Okay. Well, all right. Okay. You guys, I'm finding him believable. Finding him believable. This is really kind of interesting. I'm crocheting and Spacey is coloring a pumpkin. He's a rap / singer. I just can't help it. You know why Space I'm beginning to sway to leave him because he makes sense. He does.
Now,
He makes
one of the
sense.
calls that's in evidence but was not played yesterday is Y, and that's a call to your mom your mom calls you at 12:25 p.m. On the 27th. There's some discussion about Miami Heat tickets. Do you recall that call?
Yes.
Okay. Rather than play the whole call, let me just ask you some questions. To see
Good.
if you remember it.
Oh, we don't have to hear the whole call.
Do you recall offering your parents Miami Heat tickets?
Yeah,
Playoffs.
I knew somebody who wanted to sell their tickets, so I wanted to see if they wanted to go.
And they did not want to go, right?
Yeah, they didn't want to go.
And why didn't they want to go?
They were still really upset about being extorted and the letter that came to the house on
story
Monday.
does fit
The
nicely.
day after my dad took the day off of work and didn't go to work.
And again, what do you repeatedly tell your parents on this call?
I tell them that it's not done like this. That this is basically, I tell them it's
I'm
not the
not
same
sure
people,
I could throw him to
and that
jail.
you have nothing to worry about.
Prison for the, I mean,
Do
prison.
you talk to them about the location they live and the timing of when the bump occurred?
Yeah, this is that call.
And what do you recall telling them about the location where they live and the timing of the bump?
What I was saying is that they live in a very small, safe area. For somebody to do that in the middle of the day, it makes me think that it's even more the police, because it would be so easy for them to get caught doing something. It's almost like these people don't care about getting caught.
Okay, so let's briefly recap before we go on. The letter comes on the 25th, right?
Yes.
Thank you,
And
Rocky.
no one makes any payment.
No.
Yeah, it's so much better
The
now.
bump had happened on the 19th and no one, a week before, and no one made any payment, right?
I can get more in.
What's the next escalation point on April 28th? What happens next? What do the police do next?
The guy that came up to my mom on the street and wrote the letter to the house
Okay. I'll
is
see you
now
later.
looking for her at work and calling her
Thanks
place
for
of work.
hanging out with me.
And calling the office, looking for her.
Oh, you'll be back?
So,
Great.
and this is, I believe, SX, I'm sorry,
I'd like
State
to thank
Exhibit
everybody for
107.
hanging out with me and
Okay.
sticking to this.
Now, you're not on this call,
Gabble
right?
to gabble.
I think the guy called Erica.
Thank you. You're all troopers, all five
And
of you.
What
Thank
happens
you.
after this call?
Is this the one where the undercover calls Erica?
Undercover calls Erica, and does someone call you after the undercover
We can have
calls Erica?
t-shirts.
Yeah,
I
he
survived the
said to
Dan
Erica
Markel
that
trial.
I
Gabble
gave
to
Mrs.
gabble.
Adelson some important papers last week, and she knows what this is about. She needs to call me. So then Erica called my mom and told her about this person that called the office, and my mom was scared because now they're tracking her down at work, and she called me up and she was really shaken.
Now, during this period of time, what had Catherine Magbanoa been telling you about her calling the number?
She said she called the number, and she called another number, and nobody picked up.
So your mom calls you, and that's Z. That's Z, correct? That's Z on April 28th at 9:42 a.m. And why did you tell your mom during that call that it's odd that the guy called the office? What was odd about it?
It was odd that he called the office because Katie had been telling me she's been calling the number. So it's odd that the guy's not picking up, but yet he's making phone calls.
After that call, there are a series of calls where you try to reach Catherine Magbanoa, right?
Yes,
Why are you trying to reach her?
because I just heard that the guy's calling the office, and she said she'd called and the guy wasn't picking up, or she may have told me it was a non-working number. And I was driving into the office at the time, and I had limited time to try to handle this before I got into the office and became really busy.
Call AA. They played. The state played for the jury. That's a voicemail where you say, "Hey, it's me. It's important. Call me. Bye." Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
What are you working on, Rocky? With your crocheting?
Now, BB is on April 28th at 10:43 in the morning,
I think
and
one of
she
these days I
calls you
should have
back.
a
Correct?
live screen where we can
Yes,
show and
call
tell,
me
and I just give everybody the link to come on. That'd be fun. Everybody show what they're, doing. While they're
What
watching
does
the
Katie,
trial.
if you remember, and I can play it for you if you need it. What does Katie first tell you about the phone number when you call her back? When she calls you back?
She says it's a non-working number, and that a Gmail number, and it's been called 100 times.
What do you understand her to be saying when she says it's a non-working number?
That like when you call a number, it rings and then you hear like a long beep, and that no one's able to pick it up, and it's not an active line.
Later
Oh my God,
in
I
this
just
call,
had a thought in my
BB,
mind, and it's dirty.
she then tells you that she's been calling the number and it just rings. Do you remember that?
Oh
Yeah.
no! Why did I have to
When
remember
she tells
that?
you that, how do you feel?
Oh,
I
one
know
of
she's
his
lying to me because
pictures
it's,
of it.
it's
when
either
he
going to be
was
non-working
saying
or it's ringing. It
pictures on
can't be
his
both.
phone.
And the guy's calling the office. So
Oh God!
And at that point in time, I think Miss Kappelman termed it as things got stressful. You started to get upset with her, right?
Oh, no.
yeah, I know she's lying to me.
And as you're finding out that she's lying to you, what do you start to think?
I start to think that this could be Sigfredo, and that's why she's kind of covering and not wanting to come meet me when I keep asking her to come meet me. I think she found out that it's him, and she's just BSing me.
Now, at some point after the argument in the middle of the call, you soften and you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. Why do you do that?
Because at that point, I want her to know that like I'm on your side. I'm not trying to set you up. I'm not turning anybody in. Like I know you're innocent. I had nothing to do with this. I know you had nothing to do with it, but I need your help, and that's why I'm calling is for help.
At the end of the call, what does she tell you she'll do? What does she tell you to do?
At the end of the call, she says you call for that number. I'm like, fine, I'll call me. I don't know any of these people. I don't think anyone's going to be afraid of me. But at this point, I don't care. I said, you know what? Let me just call the number, and when I get to the office and I have a break, I'm going to call them.
Now, does she tell you like she did with Sigfredo on a later call? Does she tell you, make sure you don't call from your cell phone?
No.
Does she tell you like she did with Sigfredo on a later call? Make sure you call from a landline.
No.
And you call from your cell phone, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, before you call from your cell phone, you do *67. Why did you do *67?
In the event that it's a bad guy, I thought it would prevent him from having my cell phone number.
By the way, in DD, when you're going back and forth, because there's some calls between you and her trying to get the number and seeing if the caller ID, if there's caller ID at the dental practice. She says to you, you want me to call from my fucking phone, and you say, I can care less where you call from. And she says, exactly. Why do you not care where either of you are calling from?
Because if it's the police, it's fine. I'm worried about if it's not the police.
And why do you think that it doesn't matter where she calls from?
Because I don't think she's involved in the extortion of me or the murder of Dan Markel.
At 1:51, a minute and 51
Yes.
seconds.
You know what else
into
I feel?
DD.
I keep thinking about his
And
pictures on
again,
his
DD
phone.
is that same morning, April 28th. You say to her,
He doesn't call.
they can listen to whatever conversations they
Oh,
want.
God,
You're
I'm
talking
gonna-
about calling on your phone.
Giselle,
Quote,
you remember his
they
pictures
can
on
listen
his
to whatever
phone?
conversations
I'm not
they
going to say
want.
what they were, but you know.
Why do you not care about anyone hearing what you're talking about?
Is it better off
Because we
that
weren't involved
speed?
in a murder. You know, we're trying to figure out who's behind the second extortion and if my family's in any danger. If it's the police, let them listen in. That's fine.
Can you see pictures of Charlie on his phone that he had those pictures? You didn't want to see the cops? You didn't
Now, I
the
want to
cops
play
see?
FF, and
Oh,
that's the
God.
call to the
See?
undercover.
Oh, God, I joined my two colors. Oh, that'd be funny if that accidentally got in there. Oh, hurry up and get caught up. Oh, he is handsome. I gotta give him that. Let's do a poll. How many do you think he's doing a great job? Say 1. 2, I'm not sure. I say 1. He's doing a great job. How about that? A call. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming back or staying on, keeping awake.
Hello.
Hola, diga. Hello, diga.
Hi. Who is this?
Who's this?
Someone's been calling my family. I'm trying to figure out who this is.
In reference to what, man?
Someone by the name of Sammy called.
Yeah, that's me, man.
Oh, that's the
All right,
undercover.
what's going on?
What's
That's
going
the
on?
cop
is
that's undercover.
My brother Tato. Okay, my brother Tato has not been taken care of. His family's not been taken care of. I talked to a dentist. Why are you calling me? Who are you? I gave the number to a lady.
Ooh.
I don't know Tato.
You don't know Tato? I'm sure you know Katie and Tuto. They've been taken care of since the family problem been taken care of up north.
I don't know who you are.
You don't? Well, this isn't going away, my friend. Because let me tell you something. I was at Broward with Tato, and he told me the whole story. He told me nobody was taking care of him. Nobody was taking care of his family. The family was taking care of Katie and Tuto, and nothing's been taken care of with Tato.
Why couldn't they find a better undercover cop?
We know what's going on. And Tato needs to be taken care of. Do the right thing. The lady already has the paperwork. She knows what I'm talking about. We know Katie. We know Tuto. We know they've been taken care of.
All right, let me look into things.
No more fucking around, man. No more fucking around. If this ain't going away, you guys need to do the right thing for Tato. That's my brother, man. That's my brother, and he needs to be taken care of. His family needs to be taken care of, just like Katie and Tuto have been taken care of.
I've never met these people, but let me call you back, okay?
That's bullshit, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know this lady. I don't know your relationship with this lady, but we know what the fuck is going on. This ain't going away.
Beautiful.
Take care of Tato just like you take care of Katie and Tuto, man.
Are you crocheting now, Rocky?
Hours and hours of the wire. This is probably the quietest you've ever been. Why?
I was looking to get information from him. I wasn't looking to give him any information about me or anything. And he was pretty scary too. I was talking to him on the phone.
Yeah,
Now,
exactly.
When he starts speaking and he says things like in reference to and
Oh, I
do the
wish we
right
could see the
thing,
pictures on the phone.
what did that make you believe?
He sounded educated. He didn't sound like a Latin
Oh,
King
I'm
gang
getting
member.
slap happy.
And after this call, going to GG, you have an 11-minute call with Kate, correct?
I do, yeah.
Now, you're not very good with names, are you?
I'm horrible with names.
So on that 11-minute call,
not
only do you again get the names Tuto and Tato confused, but now you start calling this undercover whose name is Sammy Simon, right?
Yeah, I changed his name by accident.
Did you do it on purpose to hide anything?
No, I'm just bad with names.
I can believe that.
Now, you say to Katie that you told him you don't even know who these people are and you don't know what he's talking about. Why is it important for you to tell Katie that?
Well, because I don't want Katie to think that I'm trying to set her up or set her friends up, and I'm keeping quiet. But in the same time, I'm going to her for help, and I'm letting her know, like, the guy picked up the phone call as soon as I called him.
There's some conversation on this call about her working at the office. Did Katie ever work at your office?
No, never.
So when she brings up on this call working at your office, why do you kind of just say, yeah, you're a great worker at the office, or whatever you say? Why do you not say, Katie, I don't know what you're talking about. You've never worked at the office.
Yeah, if I would have talked bluntly and said you don't work at the office and what the checks were for and that she was cashing them, she would have known I was setting her up or setting her friends up.
You say things on the call like, I might have the wrong Katie. It might be another Katie. Why do you tell her that?
Because when I called her back, she got like really quiet, like almost like she sounded like she wasn't trusting me, and almost like she was suspecting me of trying to set her and her friends up. And that's why I really pushed to say, like, hey, I'm not setting you up, and talk to her like that.
What was all that you cared about at this point in time?
I just wanted the extortion to stop.
And when you say you just wanted the extortion to stop,
can you believe that?
Who were you worried about? What were you worried about?
His life.
Well, I was worried that, my parents were really upset. I was worried that my parents were going to go to the police.
I wonder what the other chat
and cash the second extortion, and then go to the police and end up having to tell them about what happened to me in the first place. And then I was going to have to worry about the original extortion coming after me. And at this point, I know that it involves the head of the Latin Kings and Sigfredo Garcia. And I wasn't going to talk to the police.
You talked to her about the guy coming up with details. What details did he come up with on this call?
He knew about payment.
You specifically tell her that he mentioned her name, or a Katie. Why do you tell her that?
Because I'm letting her know this involves you. Like, I need your help, but this guy has details that are wrong, but he has details.
And on this call and some others, what do you tell her about your parents?
I tell her that my parents are close to going to the police to try to get her to help me.
Now, does Katie have any idea at this point in time, any idea whatsoever, that your mom had known for 21 months about the original extortion?
No, that's what I've been lying to Katie about. I'm telling her that my parents have no idea what happened to me, and I just tell them it's a long story and I can't talk about it.
Okay. Exhibit II is already in evidence. On that call, it's a call between Katie and Sigfredo. Katie is filling Sigfredo in, correct?
Yeah, I remember that one.
And on that call, 1 minute and 47 seconds into the call, she says to Sigfredo, and like they're very, very close to reporting it already. What is she talking about?
She's letting him know what I've been telling her is that my parents are going to go to the police if you can't get these friends of yours to either stop and contact them.
I want to take a couple seconds and dissect this statement. You understand that the state's theory is that Katie Sigfredo and Luis Rivera conspired not only with you, but also with your sister and your parents to kill Professor Markel. You understand that, right?
That's their theory.
And you understand that here, Katie is telling Sigfredo, I'm worried that they're going to go to the police. She's not telling it to you. She's telling it to Sigfredo Garcia. Is that what's happening here?
That's exactly what's happening.
Now, the state, you've heard it in this trial, says Katie tried to silo people, right? Nonetheless, Katie is telling Sigfredo that the very people that, according to the state, are co-conspirators for are going to go to the police and report what? Does it make any sense?
No, not at all.
About it. I'm going to go to JJ now. And that's the same day at 1:46. About 15 minutes later, Sigfredo Garcia calls Katie back. And during this call, he says he's going to get rid of his phone. And Katie tells him not to call from his phone or from the office. Because he says, what does he say he's going to do?
I think he's going to call the person who's extorting my family.
Now, before this point in time, Katie has told you that he and she, or at least she, has called the number how many times?
She said it's been called 100 times. She said it's non-working. It's a Gmail number.
All right. Good evening, Spacey. We'll see you later. See you tomorrow.
Moving to later in the day, LL.
Thank you
This
for
is a
hanging
call
out.
between you and Katie. The call begins with her again saying that she called the number. Did you find out later through discovery that she never called the number?
Yeah, many years later I found out.
She then says that Sigfredo Garcia left a message.
Picture up here for me.
Did you find out in discovery that no message was ever left?
Yeah, they were lying. I found out years later.
Oh, 30 more minutes. We should have a show and tell night where everybody gets online and show their work. What they're
Now,
working
during
on,
this call,
what they do.
by the way, did you know they were lying at the time?
Just like a
No, I thought she was
you
telling
don't
me
really
the
have
truth.
to show your crafts. You can just show your
During this call,
hobby.
you say, I don't want anyone to go to jail because you know what? People get mad when they go to jail and they feel like they have somebody to get
like
back
a
at.
little getting to know you.
Recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
Why did you tell her that?
I wanted to let her know that I'm not going to the police.
Okay, it's
and I'm
5:30
not turning
there.
anybody in.
Judge says they're going to go to 5:45.
On a later call, do you recall saying
Hey, whoever's still
what
on,
you
do you think
thought
this was a good idea to put Charlie on the
the
stand?
police could do
I
to protect you?
I think it's turning
I
some
thought the
needles,
police couldn't
folks.
protect me.
Do you recall saying to Katie, I'll give you a secret.
Can I inquire what call we're referencing?
I'll move on, Your Honor. We'll do it tomorrow.
Oh,
You
please.
got a few more
do.
minutes. You might as well make use of it while you got it.
I got other stuff to do today.
Go ahead.
What? What's for long time? Show and tell? I don't know.
There's discussions on some of these calls about meeting Katie. Did you ever meet her?
No, the last time I saw her was that Monday, April 25th.
Now we get to 00, and that's the same day in the evening, and it's a call with your mom. And to refresh your memory on the call so that I don't have to play the whole thing, the call starts with you saying, I'd rather not talk on the phone, and then you talk on the phone for 41 minutes. Do you recall that?
I do.
You say to your mom not to worry, that you're 99% sure of it. What are you sure of?
I'm sure it's the police.
Why are you so sure of it at this point in time?
Because I'd spoken to the undercover, and when I spoke to him, I realized this is obviously not Sigfredo Garcia. And the way the guy spoke on the phone, and again, how different he was than how a real Latin king would be. He's not who he says he is. And at that point, I feel very strongly it's the police at that point.
And again, you describe why you don't think it's a real extortion, right?
Yeah.
For the same reasons that we've gone over and over today, correct?
Yes.
So are they still in that chat room thinking that
Your mom
Charlie-
says that they're barking up the wrong tree. Why? What did you understand her to mean when she said they're barking up the wrong tree?
Well, they think it's a murder for hire. They don't realize that it was an extortion on our end.
And your mom says 24 minutes and 20 seconds into the call, I just hope they don't go and bother Wendy. And you respond that Wendy was scared from day one. She is just getting over this.
Yeah. Yes.
What is Wendy just getting over?
The murder of her ex-husband.
But according to the state, Wendy Adelson is a co-conspirator with you in her ex-husband's murder.
I'm beginning to believe that it's not true. Oh, frick, I never thought I'd be saying that.
And in fact, you then go on to explain again that Wendy is just getting over the tragedy.
Thanks, Giselle.
This is the second time that you have described Professor Markel's murder as a tragedy, right? On the wires.
Yeah.
The first time was nearly a week before the bump.
It was.
$33 minutes and 40 seconds into the call. And this was not played for the jury yesterday. You say they got theories out there. Someone thinks that our family paid for this to be done. What are you saying here?
I'm saying it's the police, and their theory is they think it was a murder for hire, and that's why they're investigating it the way they're doing it, and they're pretending to be gang members who are coming back for more money.
Going back to Dolce Vita.
Mm-hmm.
you're aware Dolce Vita is, according to the state, the final straw that led to your arrest, right?
Yeah.
Going back to Dolce
I
Vita,
believe him.
did you say something very similar
Oh,
to
for
this
God's sakes,
in
really?
Dolce Vita?
An apple.
Yeah.
What did you say in Dolce Vita?
I don't believe he's
I
lying.
said
His
that they
stories
only know
make
part of
sense.
the story where they think they know part of the story. And
what do they think?
They think it was a murder for hire. And
What was it?
It was an extortion.
His stories make sense, right, Giselle? I know I'm laughing. I even believed him, to be honest. You go ahead and laugh at me and say I don't think so. I know they do, but it's weird.
Going to the next day.
His stories make sense.
PP,
Darn it.
which is in evidence but was not
I
published to
wasn't
the
sure
jury.
in the beginning, but now I just finding that it makes sense. He's not.
I want to play
He's not being defensive
portion
about
of
it either. When somebody's defensive about something, I just have suspicious. Suspicious. Mhm. Yeah. I'm not going to listen to anybody else tonight with this. It'll just make me mad. I couldn't put him to jail for the rest of his life. How could they think he's lying?
I got
a couple boyfriends. You know
Yeah.
what it's about.
I know. I believe
It's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer.
You say it's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer.
Yeah.
If you go
What
in
are you
there and
saying?
tell him that,
I'm saying I think it's a
They're
copycat
gonna be
extorter
controlling.
off of the first extorters. So the second is copying the first.
And who did you think that copycat was?
I thought the copycat could have been somebody from Luis Rivera, somebody that he may have known or known what he did, and now they're trying to do an extortion of their own, be a copycat.
And if it isn't a copycat, who still did you think it was most likely at this point in time?
I thought it was most likely the police if it wasn't a copycat.
that's right. You're absolutely right.
By the
Yeah.
way, 22 minutes into that
Make a good
call,
point there,
PP,
Giselle. Honestly,
there's reference to
yeah,
a
I
jet
didn't feel that
ski
it was going to be the
incident.
cops.
Recall that?
because it wasn't fighting.
Yes.
What
And
jet
not
ski
once
incident are you talking
have
about?
I heard this man say
When I
anything
went
that
to the
was
KDF to go jet skiing July 1st, and Sigfredo cut in front of me and slammed
his
on his
stories
brakes,
make
got out of
sense.
the car, and started threatening me in the street.
Wow.
Started leaving threatening
No,
messages on
you're
my
right.
dad's phone that
Yeah,
night.
that's true. Yep. I'm there. Finally. Yay. I know, agreeing with my chat.
Judge, I'm about to move on to the next day. Would you like me to do that?
If
Yeah,
you can
me
stop
too.
at 25
Me
minutes,
too.
next line of questioning.
You're
I think
right.
it goes a little longer than that.
Very well. Members of the jury, we're going to take our break for the evening at this point. Once again, you're going to receive the same instruction. Do not discuss the case with each other or
Okay,
anyone else.
everybody.
Do
I
not
think
look at
we
any
are
news
finally,
coverage. Do not seek any information about the case.
we are
We'll
gonna
resume
wrap.
tomorrow at
Take a break.
8:45. Please report by 8:30 and have a good evening.
8:45, the court. Okay, before we leave, anybody wants to do a second thought? I have one more sip of coffee. Cross will be interesting. Cross will be interesting. All right, Rocky, are you going to work on that Afghan tonight? Yeah, they're going to be very defensive.
You may step down, Mr. Adelson. Everyone can be seated.
Very. Let's see what's going on. I just feel like he's innocent all of a sudden. Oh
Briefly
my
go
God.
over the schedule for tomorrow.
All right.
From here, how much more examination do you believe you have, Mr. Rashbaum?
Judge, I'm getting pretty far. I would say I think I have maybe an hour left.
Very well. Ms. Kappelman, after your cross-examination, does the state have any rebuttal witnesses that you intend to put on?
Yeah, he was.
Your Honor.
Very well. Will
She
the
said
defense
no?
have any additional witnesses after Mr. Adelson?
Most likely not. We will have a redirect.
Yeah.
You will. How much time you spend with it, that's up to you. That if the state is not going to put on any rebuttal, then at that point, we'll probably be able to go into the charge conference. I've been editing the instructions that I've sent, at least the initial draft, to you all. I would expect it would go fairly quickly, but as we'll see. Yes, sir.
May we briefly go sidebar to discuss one brief issue?
You can.
Okay, so somebody help me out here. Does this mean that the state is not going to have a cross? Or I know they're not going to have a witness. Catherine, yeah. Oh my God. He probably wish he never met her. I'm smelling chili. I think my husband's heating up chili. Okay, they just won't call another witness. That's what I thought. So, okay. All right. So we have the rebuttal left. I think we're going to wrap this up on Monday and start the opening closing. I think we're having opening closing on next week. And then we're going to sit tight and wonder what the jury's going to do. No. Charlie, I'm pulling for you. After this was a fantastic idea to put him on the stand. I know he does. I just can't see how this jury is going to convict him as guilty. I don't know. I'm sure glad that I don't have anybody on that law and crime in the jury. After this testimony, I let's turn the needle for me. You know how rough I was. Oh, poor guy. Oh, gosh. I just feel bad for him. You know, Giselle, I can tell by the body language that I believe him. I was drinking the TV Kool-Aid. Yes, I was. Giselle, I will let you say that because you've been on here since day one with us. Yes. And I had to throw it all up. But why are they calling him a liar? Okay, so all right, you guys can always tease me about the TV set. I don't think I'll ever live that one down. But, it's just, I don't know.
All right. We're in recess. Please report by 8:30 tomorrow. Have a good evening, everyone.
Okay, well, does anybody have any last thoughts? I like this thought with Giselle. Giselle, are you laughing out loud right now that I drank the TV Kool-Aid? Hey, I came to my senses. Okay. Yeah. Anybody? Anybody wants to say anything before we sign off tonight? Well, okay. I was against the TV code from the second they mentioned it. Yes, you were. You have some nudge, but not a lot. Okay, go ahead. Spill it out. We're all friends around here. You were here a lot.
Are you sure, Mr. Roger? Rachel asked me upon hearing my request.
Okay. All right. So thank you, everyone, for joining my live stream today. And I really appreciate everyone supporting my channel. And hit the like button. Do all the doobie things. And before I leave, I just want to tell everyone thank you very much. And it's been an interesting ride how I come up to the conclusions of what I have come up right now. All the evidence are basically out. You're very welcome. I enjoy doing this. So it was a blast. Yes. And yeah, so all the evidence come out, and I really think and truly that my chat room has turned me into don't drink the Kool-Aid, the TV Kool-Aid. So you're welcome, everybody. I'm going to thank you for being here with me and do the YouTube things. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we'll adjourn for the evening. See you tomorrow morning. Bright and early. See you in court. Out.